This is The Small Town Boy's Second Chance, Richmond Rebel Sweet Romance, Book 3. Written by Jessie Gussman. Performed by J. Dice. Chapter 1. Foster Truax slung the bag over his shoulder and carefully opened the door to his dad's home. He supposed, from the car that was parked in the driveway, that the rumors were true. His dad's ex-wife, Judy Powell, had moved back in. It had happened in the past week, since Foster had been here last Saturday afternoon. He'd talked to his dad then, and his dad had said that it would be fine for Foster to move in, on a temporary basis, while his home was being remodeled. Not necessarily remodeled. He'd gutted the place. Originally an old barn, in the 70s or early 80s, someone had put up some wainscoting and a few studded walls and turned it into a duplex or something along those lines. Foster was completely redoing it and turning it into a home. Wasn't sure why, since he was a mechanic and a welder, not a builder. He closed the door behind him. The TV was on. Odd, since his dad wasn't supposed to be home until after 5. Maybe the arrival of Judy had changed his plans of driving to Richmond and picking up a part for his truck. Foster shuffled the box in his hands that contained his alarm clock, toiletry items, and a few books, including his Bible. His brothers had helped to move the little furniture he had, a bed, a couch, and his kitchen appliances, from his house into paid storage, and he only brought the necessities with him, since he wasn't planning on being here long, and also he didn't want to have to move everything back out. His dad's spare bedroom had 2 beds and a dresser, and he could live with the bare necessities. The less he had, the more inspired he'd be to hurry the project along. He walked through the kitchen, glancing to the left at the living room and the TV. Cartoons. He stopped short. That was odd. Cartoons? It was so weird that he actually backed up and took a closer look at the living room. He couldn't see the couch from where he stood, so he shifted the bag on his shoulder, hefted the box, and walked to the doorway. There were 2 little kids, a boy and a girl, sitting on the couch staring at the television. The girl's hair was bright red, and the boy, who looked slightly younger, had light brown hair. He couldn't tell their eye color, but it looked light. These wouldn't be Judy's children. Judy had kids that were his age. Girls, 2 of them. At that thought, old feelings that he thought he'd buried forever took hold of his heart, like long, skinny fingers with sharp nails. He wasn't thinking about Holland. Not now. Plus, it couldn't be Holland's children. Couldn't be. God would not do this to him. He'd heard some rumors about her marriage breaking up, and he tried to ignore them. He wasn't happy about that. It was never a good thing when a marriage failed. Hopefully, if the Lord were looking down on him, those kids would be someone else's, and Holland would be nowhere around, not while he was in the home. Or maybe Judy was just watching her grandchildren. That had to be it. Judy must be around here somewhere. Judy had never liked him. Not him, not any of his brothers. She'd been used to girls who were soft and sweet. Maybe they cried a lot and got upset over nothing, but they didn't run around, they didn't break things, they weren't loud, and they didn't foul the air with the gas from their body, or some other such thing that Judy always said he and his brothers did. Judy pretty much hated boys. He didn't know what she was doing with his dad. At any rate, he was going to think positively. Those kids were not staying, and they were not Holland's. Holland was not here, and he would never need to see her again. The kids hadn't looked up, hadn't looked away from the TV. With determination, Foster turned on his toes and took one step back through the kitchen, before stopping short again. Holland was here, in the kitchen, staring at him. He couldn't name the feelings that trucked through his body, swirling and curling, ripping through his heart and mind. Hate, nostalgia, pain. There was a lot of pain. It was red, with orange edges that colored the sides of his vision until Holland looked like she stood there with an orange and red halo around her body. Still slender, maybe her figure was a bit fuller than what he remembered. He recalled the bow of her upper lip, the fullness of her lower one. They were still the same. Her green eyes were still deep and dark, like grass at dusk. And her hair, he remembered it as more auburn, and now he'd say it was brown with a reddish tint. Maybe from the light in the kitchen. Or maybe it was from the orange halo that shimmered around her, reminding him of how she'd left and what she'd done and how it hurt. She wore a t-shirt and jeans, sneakers. Her hair was in a ponytail. There was a smudge of dirt on one cheek. She held an empty box in one hand and picked at it with the short fingernails of her other. Her hands were still white, soft. Her eyes didn't have the innocence he remembered from high school. There was definitely more knowledge of the world in them, weariness, wariness, and maybe some pain of her own. His heart might be hurting, but he'd never want to punish her, no matter what she'd done to him. Her pain would never negate his, and he didn't wish for it. Never had. But his pain was her fault. There was no denying that. So he'd be a fool, an absolute fool, to get anywhere near her again. Not happening. He eyed the box in her hand, hoping it didn't mean what he was afraid it did mean. That and the kids on the couch. "Your dad mentioned you might be here this afternoon." The delicate skin of her throat worked as she swallowed. His eyes were drawn to it, and his fingers flexed on the box he held. He knew how soft it was. "I thought I might run into you." There didn't seem to be anything to say to that, except she didn't exactly say that she knew he was moving in. His dad only had one spare bedroom. "You're visiting for the afternoon?" Lord, please let that be the reason she was there. Please? Her eyes fell, and her knuckles whitened on the hands that gripped the box. "No, it's a long story." Her shoulder went up in a little shrug. "My kids, Jax and Daisy, and I were living with my mom. When she had to move out, so did we. I moved our things into the spare bedroom." Now she was the one eyeing the box in his hand. Her eyes flicked to the bag over his shoulder, bulging with as many clothes as he could shove into it. He had 2 suitcases out in the car. They contained every other piece of clothing he thought he might need for late fall in Virginia. "Were you delivering some things for your dad?" she asked softly. He supposed the same hope that was in her eyes now had been in his eyes earlier when he had asked if she were visiting. "I'm remodeling my house. It's going to take a month or 2. I told Dad last week I was moving in today. He's known for several months now that I was renovating and was going to live with him." His stomach shifted. His brain told him to run, to take his things, walk out to his car, and go somewhere, anywhere else. It wasn't safe for him to be around her. His eyes wanted to linger on her like no one else, ever. But he couldn't allow himself that luxury. He'd been down that road before, and the recovery had taken a long time. It had left scars, dark and deep. He hid them well, wore them even better, but they were there. They had ruined his heart, made it unsuitable for anyone else, ever. Which meant he had no plans for a serious relationship, because while his heart was welcoming the idea of having Holland back in his life, there was no way. It would never happen. But he wasn't a coward, he wasn't a weakling, and he wasn't afraid. Her mouth had opened into a surprised O. She truly hadn't known about him moving in. Leave it to his dad to leave out that pertinent information. Maybe his dad had known that Holland was moving in and had left that information out of his and Foster's conversations. Foster could see that happening. His dad probably didn't even know about Holland and him. Probably didn't have a clue what had been going on under his roof until the night of graduation. For the most part, it had been innocent, which didn't make it hurt less. Her fingers picked at the box again, and her eyes shifted along with her feet. I had moved the kids' stuff and my things into the spare room, but it's your dad's house. If you want me to move things back out, I can. We can sleep in the living room. Up until that point, Foster supposed if someone had asked, he would have said he was going to insist on the spare room being his. After all, he'd already cleared it with his dad. His dad had known for months. But Holland was being decent about it. Not that he expected anything different. She might have dumped him hard and fast, but she wasn't mean. She'd always been nice. It was part of what he'd always liked about her, loved, maybe. Not anymore. He was over that emotion. But he couldn't make the woman and her 2 children sleep in the living room while he had 2 beds all to himself. It was bad enough that she would be sharing a room with her kids. He lifted his shoulder and couldn't quite meet her eyes when he said, "There's room in the basement. I'll go down there." The basement wasn't finished, and it definitely wasn't where he would choose to stay. But he didn't want to spend the money on a hotel, not for several months, so his options were limited. The basement would do. It would certainly do better for him than it would for Holland. He didn't like her, almost hated her, but he wouldn't make her sleep in the basement with her kids. There were no windows down there. His heart shifted as he remembered that he and Holland had spent more than a few evenings their senior year in the basement together. Not a lot. Most of the time they spent together, they'd been out in his truck with her sitting in the middle close to him, his arm around her, the windows down, the radio up, and the soft Virginia breeze blowing out over hot teenage skin. He'd won more than a few drag races like that, with her beside him. She seemed to like it. But in the end, he'd known how she really felt. It was only on rainy days, maybe 5 or 6 times total, that they'd been in the basement together. He wasn't sure he'd been down there at all in the last 10 years, but he could handle it. The memories wouldn't be that strong. There was a small cot, if he recalled correctly, and it would be enough for him. No. Holland's tongue touched her upper lip and her feet squared. I couldn't ask you to do that. There's plenty of room down there. The kids and I can go down. He didn't bother to answer her. Just the few minutes they stood in the kitchen talking had made it difficult for him to turn and walk in the other direction. He wanted to walk to her. wanted to touch that soft skin on her neck and bend his head, touch his lips to her temple. He wouldn't have thought he was that dumb, wouldn't have thought he'd forget the pain she'd caused so easily. Those thoughts made him even more determined to be smart, to stay away. They might be sharing the same house, but he wouldn't be here during the day because he'd be working at the Richmond Rebel's garage. He could spend evenings renovating his house, and weekends. He only needed to be here to sleep. And maybe once his house was partially finished enough that he could take his sleeping bag and hang out there, maybe he wouldn't even need to be here at all. Foster? Just his name spoken from her lips, and he stopped without even meaning to. He didn't say anything, though. I... Thank you.
Mom, I'm hungry. You said you were going to get us something to eat. That was a long time ago. Where's the food?
The little boy that had been sitting on the couch earlier ran out into the kitchen. He stopped in his tracks when he saw Foster standing at the door to the basement.
Who's that, Mommy?
The little girl appeared behind him.
I'm hungry, too. You said you would have something ready for us when our show was over.
Her eyes were on her mom, but skipped to Foster as she stepped into the kitchen. They widened. Deep green, the same color as Holland's. Foster's heart gave a little start. The little girl looked just like her mother. He felt like he could be looking at Holland when she was a kid.
I'm sorry. Carrying this stuff up took a little longer than I thought it would. You guys can watch one more show, and I'll start working on food right now.
Holland walked to the counter and set the box down. She opened the refrigerator and pulled out jelly. The kids didn't move.
Who's that, Mommy?
The little boy said again.
He looks scary.
The little girl's lip trembled. Foster supposed he probably did look scary. He realized he was glowering, not really meaning to, just staring at the girl and seeing Holland in her, the innocence, the sweetness that he remembered from the high school years they'd shared together, although the girl was younger. Holland, like every other adult probably, changed since they graduated. The innocence was gone. Maybe the sweetness too, because he didn't see it. Just weary tiredness. Where was the dad of these kids? His eyes shifted back to Holland, who had grabbed peanut butter and bread and some paper plates and was working on putting sandwiches together at the table, brows furrowed together with wrinkles between them, like she had a headache or was getting one. He didn't know what to do to help her. He shouldn't be helping her anyway. Although he did want to. Just seeing her with those lines between her eyes, with the weariness about her shoulders, watching as she worked under the load she carried brought out his protective instincts, and yeah, he wanted to help her. But his brain told him to protect himself. She'd brought him to his knees before. She could do it again. He'd survive. He knew he would survive. But he didn't want to. He turned, grabbed the door, and carried his box down the cellar stairs. Chapter 2. The cellar door clicked closed, but Holland didn't look up. Another one of the headaches from the accident was pushing behind her eyes, and it was going to be a bad one. Her stomach was sick and her legs ached. That almost always meant that it was going to put her flat out on her back. Pain pills now might take the edge off, but she had to get her kids food first. She'd promised them. She'd made too many promises lately that she hadn't kept. That, combined with all the promises their father made and smashed into broken pieces, had made this one of the worst years of her children's lives so far. She wanted to do better. Every day she woke up, she wanted to do better. But she couldn't stop the headaches. The doctors had said to give herself time. As her body healed, as her brain healed, as her life healed. Her body was pretty much better. Her back would probably always hurt. Eventually, she'd need surgery. Not now. When she lost her job, she'd lost her health insurance. Alistair, her ex, had seen to that. Losing her job, not her health insurance. Although it was one and the same. Maybe he hadn't had the foresight to see that, but he was a smart man. She could hardly believe he wouldn't have thought of it.
I don't want peanut butter and jelly. That's all we've had for the last 3 days.
Daisy was a little bit spoiled, probably. She'd grown up with money and privilege with no thought of anyone but herself so far in her 8 years. And Holland had always tried to cater to their preferences. The way her children were spoiled was probably partly her fault.
I'll go grocery shopping soon.
She almost said tonight, but she didn't want it to be one more promise she didn't keep. With the tight way her head was thumping and the way her stomach felt like it was going to come up the back of her throat, she figured she'd probably still be on the couch tonight when all the grocery stores closed. The doctors had told her to take it easy, rest, no stress. It was hard to do no stress when one was going through a divorce and watching the man they thought they were going to spend the rest of their life with running around whining and dining other younger and prettier women. And then Foster walked in. Her heart hadn't felt like that in 10 years. He brought everything back. All the summer nights, all the winter evenings curled up studying together. Her feet on his lap, her notes in his hand as he asked her questions and helped her with her school. His big thumb running along the arch of her foot. It should have tickled, but he knew how to do it in a way that would give her shivers rather than make her want to snatch her foot away. He could stroke her ankle, look at her with those smoldering brown eyes, and make her want to throw her books on the floor. She shook all of those images out of her head. That was over and done with. Foster was a dead end for her. Then she'd thought Alistair was the one. Obviously, she'd been wrong.
I want chicken nuggets.
This came from Jax. He was still standing in the doorway.
I'll put that on my list.
Money was tight and would soon be getting tighter. Since she'd quit her job, there was no unemployment. She wasn't getting anything from the accident either because it had been her fault.
No, I want them now. I don't want no peanut butter and jelly.
She took a deep breath, keeping her mouth silent, her irritated words suppressed. Her head throbbed, her eyes watered. She put a hand on the counter to steady herself. Taking a deep breath, she finished the sandwiches, putting one on each of the 2 plates she'd gotten out. Carefully, she put the lid back on the peanut butter jar and put that away and the jelly away, along with the bread.
This is what we're having for lunch. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it.
She tried to keep the pain out of her voice. Her children had seen her in pain too often in the last 6 months. Filling 2 cups with water, she set them on the table.
Normally, you're not allowed to eat in the living room, but we'll make an exception for today, since we all worked really hard carrying things into the house.
The kids really had helped her, and they were tired and grumpy just as she was. Normally, she might have stood and waited for a response, but she couldn't. Not today, not now with her head feeling like it was going to explode. It would be better for her to go up and lie down on a bed in the spare room, keeping it as dark and quiet as possible. She didn't want to walk away from her kids. She knew Foster wouldn't hurt them, but the kids weren't used to having a stranger in the house, and she didn't know what they'd do when he came back up the cellar stairs. She needed to be there to supervise. Not Foster, her kids. She stumbled into the room and collapsed on the couch, vaguely cognizant of the fact that her children had both picked up the plates with their sandwiches on them and carried them into the room behind her. They sat down, their eyes glued to the TV screen. She hated that she had the TV babysitting her children, but she didn't know what else to do with the way her headaches came. One every other day, pretty much. She hadn't been able to work, and she wasn't able to be with her kids like she'd like to, playing and teaching and working together. She needed to enroll them in school. Soon. Today, she just needed to recover. Chapter 3. Foster sat in the basement on the edge of the cot with his head held in his hands. This wasn't how he expected his day to turn out. But he had his few boxes of things carried down, and he managed not to kill himself on the skates that he had picked up and set on the workbench at the edge of the large open room. Funny, he hadn't been down here in years. Those skates were Holland's and his. They'd only worn them twice. He remembered both times clearly. But he wasn't going there. Not tonight. Not ever again. That really wasn't why he had just settled on the cot and held his aching head. There were problems at the Richmond Rebel's shop. Work problems. Not enough work problems. But there wasn't anything he could do to fix that. Not tonight. He'd been getting some work on the side, and he was pretty confident it would come around. But they'd been thrown for a setback when the all-female shop that just opened had taken the contract that should have rightfully been theirs. They should have been pursuing other contracts, but they'd kind of put all their eggs in one basket and gone for the big one. It would take a little time to recover. That wasn't what was causing his aching head. When he'd come back in tonight, carrying his boxes, it had been late, but Holland had still been on the couch, one arm thrown over her eyes like she had a headache, and one knee drawn up to her chest like her stomach hurt too. Her kids were still sitting in front of the TV set, exactly where they'd been when he left earlier. Shouldn't bother him. It was none of his business. But he couldn't get it out of his head. What was wrong with her? He hadn't seen any alcohol, so while it almost seemed like she was in some kind of stupor, he didn't see any chemicals that would cause her to be that way. He could hardly imagine drugs, although he supposed it was possible. Anything was possible. The idea that she might be depressed had knocked on his brain as well. He'd heard and read about depression, although he'd never experienced it personally. He didn't know her story, and he didn't want to care about it. He almost put the kids to bed himself, but he'd just seen them for the first time today and couldn't even remember their names. Maybe she knew what was going on and was okay with them being up so late. It really wasn't his place. So he'd walked by the doorway, on to the basement door, and down the stairs. But he hadn't been able to relax. Just a bit ago, he'd heard what sounded like a motor and gravel crunching, and assumed that his dad and Judy were back home. He didn't know what was going on with them either. It kind of felt like maybe moving in had been a really bad idea. Originally, when he had found out that Judy was moving back in, he planned to impose upon one of his brothers. But over the last few months, two of them had gotten girlfriends and were awfully close to the altar, if Foster was right in his assumptions. Not only did he not want to push into their relationships, but also he didn't really want those relationships rubbed in his face. Not when he wasn't planning on having the same thing. Not now, not ever. He didn't know exactly what he thought he was going to do, sitting there on the side of the cot, but he hadn't moved when he heard the basement door click open and closed, and heavy footsteps sounded on the stairs. It was almost certainly his dad. Foster didn't straighten, but he did pick his head up out of his hands and look toward the stairs. There was a single bare light bulb in the middle of the room, and his dad walked under it. He and his dad had never really had a great relationship. His dad had been kind of distant, and Foster had never considered it anything unusual. His dad worked construction before becoming a lineman at the utility company. His hours were long, and he was seldom home. "Evening, son." His dad's rough voice cut through the silence of the basement. Foster jerked his chin. "Dad?" This visit was pretty unusual. He hadn't really expected to move in and see his dad any more than he normally did. "I guess you saw that Judy's daughter moved back in with her." "Yeah." "I suppose I should explain a little about that." His dad shifted uncomfortably, his plaid shirt looking like dark red blood in the dim basement. "You don't have to. None of my business." Yes, he was curious, but he wasn't sure he wanted to have a heart-to-heart with his dad. Not to mention, the less he thought about Holland, the better. "Well, you probably should know. Judy and I are leaving next week for a Mediterranean cruise. We never took a honeymoon the first time we got married." His dad shoved his hands into his pockets, his eyes on the workbench at the far end of the basement. This was the most Foster had talked to him in a year or more. "I have a bunch of vacation backed up, and she hasn't started a job yet, so this is a good time for both of us. We'll make this honeymoon count for both times." "You got married? I don't remember a wedding." That was news to Foster. All he heard was that Judy was moving back in. Honestly, he wasn't even sure they'd gotten married the last time she moved in. He'd never been to any wedding. "Nah, don't have any time for that crap. No honeymoon either. We're back together, and women like these fancy things. I don't want to hear for the rest of my life about how I don't give her her dream vacation or whatever." His dad sounded a little disgusted, and not like an eager groom who was excited to go on a honeymoon with his blushing bride. But who was Foster to judge? His one serious relationship had been an unmitigated disaster. Now, the cause of all his heartache and pain was upstairs, and apparently he'd be sharing a house with her, alone, for several weeks. Or longer. The thought caused something akin to panic to stir in his chest and prompted him to ask a question he might not normally. "How long will you be gone?" His dad scratched his chest and pulled at the flannel that hung over his slightly protruding belly. 6 weeks, maybe 2 months. I don't know. I have more than 8 weeks of vacation coming to me. I want to make sure to have some left for hunting season, but if it makes Judy happy for me to take 8 weeks and go, guess that's what I'll do. We'll do the cruise, then stay with her aunt in Florida." Foster shrugged. He supposed he didn't care how long his dad was gone, or where he went, or who he went with. It wasn't like they had any family things planned. They'd never even gone on vacation as a family. He wasn't bitter about that. He liked staying home. Speaking of which, he couldn't wait for his house to be done. His dad cleared his throat. Foster had the impression that he was finally going to say what he'd actually come down to say in the first place. "That girl up there, she was in a car accident. She's got some physical issues she's dealing with, and might not get much money for anything since she quit her job. It's a mess which involves her ex-husband." With all the information contained in that short amount of speech, there was only one thing Foster latched onto. "She's divorced?" "Yeah, some scumbag doctor." His dad might have spit on the ground after he said that if they'd been outside. "Jerk-faced elitist who thought he was entitled to more than one woman at a time, apparently. We'll probably see him around. She's not going to be able to hold down a steady job because of the car accident, and he's pretty enraptured with his newest girlfriend, but he'll be around eventually to see his brats." Foster's dad pulled his hands from his pockets and rubbed them over his full head of hair. Foster figured he probably didn't mean any kind of insult to the kids. It was just the way his dad talked. He wasn't much of a kid person. Never had been. Hadn't had any patience with him and his brothers. Although he'd probably shown a little more with Judy's girls when they showed up. But that might have been the tendency for men to be nice to girls or something. Foster didn't know. When he was a kid, it seemed like favoritism. "What issues does she have from the accident?" Foster figured maybe that was the reason she'd been collapsed on the couch. Maybe she was addicted to pain pills or something. He'd known guys it had happened to. Apparently, it was a hard thing. He wouldn't know, because he'd never had any need to take anything stronger than a Tylenol. And he tried not to take that unless he had to. Couldn't remember the last time. Of all the screwed up things he'd done in his childhood and teenage years, drugs had never been one of them. He'd made sure of it. He supposed the uncomfortable feelings in his chest were pity or compassion for Holland. They didn't sit well with him, not after what she'd done to him. He didn't want to feel anything for her, not anything nice anyway. He wanted to hold his hate and contempt close and use them as a shield. But it sounded like she had a story that was sad and unfair, and he could relate to stories like that. "I can find a different place to stay. That'd probably be best." "No, that's what I was going to ask. Even if your house gets done, I'd like for you to stay here. The only way Judy would agree to come back was that I told her that you'd be here to watch Holland so we could do this trip." He didn't want to get into this with his dad, but he didn't see a way around it. His dad expected him to practically babysit the woman upstairs. He glanced over at the skates on the workbench. "Holland and I don't exactly have the best history, Dad." He wasn't, absolutely wasn't, going to have his first heart-to-heart with his dad tonight. Foster had plenty of times through the years that he'd actually wanted to talk to a father figure, if not his actual dad. He never had. He was definitely too old to start. He supposed he wouldn't be completely against having a good relationship with his father, just not if that meant he had to expose his heart about Holland, expose the brokenness and the way his heart had never healed up right. They could open his chest. His heart would be deformed. "You can hide down here. Just say you'll stay until I get back with Judy. Is that really too much to ask?" The words were spoken in his dad's typical, gruff, almost combative manner. There was a small part of Foster, a very small part, that wanted to say, "Yes, Dad, that's way too much for you to ask." Most of the time, Foster just tried to get along. He supposed he'd spend most of his days at the Richmond Rebel shop and as many evenings as he could working on his house, so he wouldn't see her much anyway. And being down here in the basement, he'd hardly hear anything that happened upstairs. His brain screamed no, but if it kept his dad happy, he supposed he could agree to stay. "I won't move back into my home until you get back. Unless, of course, you buy a house and make your move permanent." He didn't want to be stuck if that happened. 2 months, I'll give you that much. He had to draw a line somewhere, and it'd be just like his dad to decide to move to Florida or something. Virginia wasn't bad weather-wise. It got cold in the winter, but not unbearably so, and never for very long. They got just enough snow to make it pretty. The rest of the year was fairly nice. Although he supposed Florida was nicer, with barely any cold weather. Yeah, he could totally see his dad just making a snap decision. His dad turned and took a step. "All right then," he said as he was walking away. "I'll tell Judy it's settled. You'll be here until we get back. And I'm not moving anywhere. Too old to go somewhere else." His dad reached the steps. His voice was softer, and Foster had to strain to hear. "Plus, might be getting some grandkids soon. Want to be around to see them." Foster's mouth dropped open. He wouldn't have figured his dad for someone like that. A grandfather, and looking forward to it? It seemed a little bit out there. But just like his dad really had no clue about what Foster thought or what he wanted, Foster had no clue about his father's desires. Maybe his dad really did long for a family, but just didn't know how to go about having it. Maybe Foster was the same way. He didn't know the first thing about kids or women. Yeah, he'd been out with some girls, but he never actually had any kind of long-term relationship with any of them. He had no idea what that looked like. He hadn't exactly had an example in his own life, and it really had never been something that he craved. After what happened with his brother, it was just easier to assume that all women were witches and best avoided, even though he knew the assumption wasn't exactly true. His brothers, Blade and Thad, had found good women. Well, the jury was still out on justice, since Foster was pretty sure if it hadn't been for her, their garage wouldn't be having any struggle at all because they would have gotten the welding contract. But he kind of had a feeling that justice might be doing something to make it right. He knew how the world worked, and he knew that in order to be successful, sometimes a person had to overcome odds that not only were not in your favor, but were completely unfair. It wasn't anything new. Just look at what happened to Blade. His dad reached the top of the stairs. The footsteps stopped, and Foster hadn't heard the door click open. His dad's voice drifted down past the bare light bulb. "I'll see you tomorrow night." "Good night, Dad." Foster wasn't sure, because his dad had never said anything like that to him before, but it kind of sounded like his dad expected him to be home tomorrow night. Well, whether he expected it or not, Foster would try to make sure it happened. If he was going to be spending the next 2 months in the same house with Holland, he probably ought to figure out a way to get along with her. Although that might best be done by keeping distance between them. If he had to be around her, it'd be best if there were other people there, too. Chapter 4. Holland stood in the bedroom that her mom had shared with Foster's father for the last 2 nights. Her mother's clothes were scattered everywhere, and Holland held up a pair of capris.
Do you think you want these? Oh, yes, most definitely.
Mom nodded as her eyes shifted over the piles of clothes. Holland supposed it was just like any woman, right? Her mom couldn't decide exactly what she wanted to take, wasn't sure where they would be, wasn't sure exactly what they would be doing, and wanted to have the perfect outfit for everything. She could feel a migraine starting in the back of her head. Another one, which would be her 3rd this week, each one worse than the one before. There weren't going to be any unemployment payments from her job, not with Alistair fighting her, saying she had quit, which technically was true. When she'd walked through the door to the exam room and saw Alistair and the receptionist moving together on the exam table, their clothes strewn about on the floor, the ones they'd bothered to take off anyway, she had, technically, quit. She wouldn't even have fought it if she hadn't had the car accident. She needed the insurance. Still, she was technically unemployed at the time of the accident. The accident had been her fault, and thankfully the other people had not gotten hurt. Even more thankfully, her children were fine as well. She was the one that had cracked her head on the window and broken her nose on the airbag. Her chest no longer hurt, although she'd had black and blue marks from her seatbelt for a really long time. But these headaches just wouldn't stop. The doctors said they were related to the accident but also stress, and Holland figured they probably had as much to do with the fact that her husband cheated on her and she lost her job, her insurance, and her life, as that she'd had a car accident on top of it. It was probably enough to give anyone migraines. At least the children were enrolled in school. The bus would stop tomorrow morning. Her mother would be leaving, which was probably stress relief as well. Holland needed a place to land, but her mother was high maintenance. She also pushed Holland. Maybe there were times in her life that Holland needed to be pushed, but after everything she'd been through, she'd rather just crawl into bed, pull the covers over her head, and not face anything for at least 6 months. A year would be better. Her mother grabbed a flowered blouse and held it up next to the capris.
I think I can pack these together. This will be a nice outfit if we get off the boat in Cancun.
She tilted her head this way and that before she began folding the blouse. She didn't look at Holland as she started speaking again.
I'll be calling you every day. I don't want you lying around in bed. You need to get up and face the world. You also need to get a job. Even a part-time job. Anything would be better than you just sitting around doing nothing. You can't waste your life like that.
Mom patted the blouse, and her eyes slid to Holland. She reached for the next item of clothing.
If Alistair calls and asks for you to come back again, I would give it serious consideration. Having a doctor as a husband is no small thing. You'll be set for life. No more worry about money and bills.
That was too much.
Mom, he cheated on me. I saw him in the actual act.
It was an image she was unlikely to ever forget. Unfortunate, because she didn't want her ex-husband tripping around in her mind, doing intimate things with other women. Of course, she'd known he had a history before her, but she'd assumed she would be the last and hadn't really given it much more thought. Now, when she thought of Alistair, it was the only thing she could think about. Him with other women. Was the receptionist the first? Had there been other women at other times? Had he brought them home to her home? Had they been in their bed together? Had he come from one woman and gone to her? What exactly had gone on that she'd missed all this time? She tried to push the questions aside because they'd only drive her insane. She'd found out the answers to some of them, and knowing there were more women hadn't helped. At this point, she didn't care, and it didn't matter anyway. Those questions were better than the other questions that tripped through her head. What was wrong with her? Why wasn't she enough to keep her husband? Was she too fat? Too ugly? Was her personality abrasive? Maybe she couldn't keep any man. Why did he feel the need to go after other women? Did she not satisfy him in some way? Why hadn't he said anything? She pushed this set of questions aside as well. They would really drive her bonkers. Already had, maybe, because she felt worthless, useless, ugly, fat. all those things she wasn't supposed to feel because of self-esteem or ego or whatever that crap was. She'd gone to her therapist a couple of times before she realized she didn't have insurance.
He might have cheated, but he's still a doctor. You can't discount that. Your doctor said that your headaches were partly from your accident, but mostly from the stress. And money is causing most of that stress. Alistair would take you back.
That last line was said with a wheedling tone that grated on Holland's last nerve. That tender little nerve shriveled and twanged and pulled and pinched, and the headache in her head threatened to explode. Holland took a deep breath. She would help her mother pack. Her mother would leave, and she would never, ever, ever again hear that she should go back to Alistair. Because she wouldn't. She didn't care how desperate she was. She didn't care how little insurance she had. She didn't care about anything, because she would never go back to him. That's what she said, but the lack of money, the lack of her ability to hold down a job, her lack, might make the decision moot. Because her kids meant more to her than all of that. He didn't want custody of the children, and she had no problem getting it, which was a good thing, she supposed. Unfortunately, she wasn't the parent that was able to provide for them. He was supposed to be paying, except he claimed it was a hardship that she had left. The courts were still muddling through everything. Alistair had a couple of friends who were lawyers, and he had the money to pay others. She supposed that was part of the reason she wasn't seeing any money. There were strings to be pulled. Strings could always be pulled. She spent enough time with Alistair to realize that. She'd watched him do it before. A lot of times, the rich felt entitled. Often, that feeling was backed up by actual fact. They were entitled. At one point, she had been entitled. Because of Alistair, not because of her. Although she had a decent job as a pharmacist, it didn't compare to Alistair's job as a doctor. She worked in his practice as a pharmacist with his group. Honestly, it had been a dream life. Except she'd wanted to stay home with her children.
I'm hoping on this trip that I can convince Dan to finally start using his degree, or even go back to school and get his master's degree. He certainly has much more potential than what he's used so far in his life, and he's wasting at the utility company. He needs to move out of this rural area. Probably even Richmond isn't big enough. We could go north and get a good-paying job in a bigger city. He just needs to see the benefits, and I intend to make sure that they're very clear by the time we're finished with our little trip. Her mother blinked, and her lips pinched back in a tight little smile. Holland looked away. Her mother and Alistair were so much alike. She hadn't realized that when she got married. But after they'd had children, Alistair had felt the same way about her. She needed to have a job, needed to be using her degree. Not only did he plan on her money making them a two-income family, enabling them to buy a bigger and better house in a bigger and better neighborhood, but he also thought it was worthless for her to stay home and waste her life with her kids, wiping snotty noses and arranging playgroup dates. Even though that's what she wanted to do. The hardest days of her life were where she had taken her newborns and dropped them off at daycare for the first time. The impact still brought pain to her heart. She'd missed their first steps, first words, first teeth, and so much more. She hadn't wanted to miss anything. Sure, she'd worked hard for her degree, but her kids had meant so much more to her. Alistair had been immovable on that topic, which was another reason she didn't want to go back. He might take the word of a colleague that her headaches were debilitating,
but he would want to know exactly how much time it was going to take until they were better. Or he'd want her medicated to the point where she could work anyway. Either way, she didn't really think about it too much at all, because the idea of going back to Alistair was repulsive. She held up a pink skirt with navy blue polka dots on it. It looked fun and flirty, and her mother nodded.
"That'll be a great skirt to wear during the day on the cruise."
Her mother tapped her chin before reaching for a navy blue shirt with a scooped neckline.
"I always wore it with this. They look fabulous together."
She handed the shirt to Holland, and Holland began folding the clothes and setting them in the daytime cruise pile.
"Just don't shut yourself off to the possibilities."
Her mother sounded a little bit like she was begging, and Holland had to harden her heart. She hated not doing what her mother wanted her to. Truly, she did. But her mother was just being unreasonable, at least in Holland's eyes. She supposed it shouldn't be surprising that her mother held money in higher esteem than fidelity. It was her personality. But Holland just couldn't see the draw. Maybe that wasn't true. She could almost feel herself sinking into the pit where life was just easier if there were no morals or standards. If she had money, it wouldn't matter if her husband was faithful, right? And if she expected him to be unfaithful, it wouldn't hurt when it actually happened. Those were the moral questions she struggled with. She wanted to live on a higher plane and not need money. She also needed to do her best with her children. Maybe they'd be provided for if she went back to Alistair, but she needed to take care of herself, too. Her mother had stopped folding clothes, and she took a step, coming around the bed and closing the distance between them. She took both of Holland's cheeks in her cool hands and tilted her head. Her eyes, maybe they were a little cold and calculating, but Holland thought she also saw a mother's love in them. Her mother truly did want what was best for her. They just had different ideas of what that was.
"Darling, please, don't close your mind to the possibilities."
Just then, footsteps broke into their conversation, coming up the stairs. Heavy footsteps. It could only be Dan, Foster's father, or Foster himself. The house wasn't huge, and the only bathroom was upstairs, which meant, with him staying in the basement, he had 2 sets of stairs to climb to reach the restroom. She wondered how long he'd put up with that. Alistair would never have agreed to it in the first place. Her eyes slid from her mother's face and toward the doorway, which was open. Her mother's gaze followed hers, although her mother didn't drop her hands from her face. Foster walked by, glancing in. Maybe it was because they were both staring at him, or maybe he was just being friendly. With Foster, once upon a time, she would have known. But now, in the man he'd become, she barely recognized the boy she'd known. The boy she'd loved. Their eyes met, maybe only for a fraction of a second, but time seemed to freeze, although her heart sped up and her breathing jerked and tilted. If fire had flown between them, she wouldn't have been surprised. So much time, so many memories, almost all of them good. That man had been better to her than anyone else in the world. No one else had even come close. "Hey," he said, jerking his chin in the direction he was walking. "Needed to use the facilities. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt." He kept walking. Neither her mother nor herself said anything for a moment. Neither one of them answered him. He was gone before they could. The bathroom door closed, the sound seeming to break their imposed silence.
"Dan said that boy would be staying here with you while I'm gone. I know you had a little crush on him in high school, then you came to your senses. You better keep your distance from him now.
Her mother tisked, then started folding clothes again.
That man doesn't have a pot to pee in, being back here and living with his dad.
Holland wanted to point out that her mother wasn't much better. While Holland was going through the issues from her job loss and accident, her mother had gotten angry at her boss for some slight and dumped an entire vase of flowers on her head. Of course, she'd lost her job, which was why they couldn't pay their rent and how they ended up here. Apparently, that was okay. Her mother was still talking.
And if you two got together, you'd have even less money than you do now. Not to mention, he works in some shop somewhere. I'm sure he never went to college. He can probably barely read. Certainly wouldn't know how to carry on a conversation about anything other than hunting and trucks, probably. He'd bore your eyes out.
She sighed like that was the worst thing that could ever happen to a woman.
Your friends would look at him like he was some kind of reptile, and they wouldn't be far off. I doubt he's going to bathe.
The last sentence was said with her mother lifting her brows, and despite the fact that her hands were busy with her clothes, Holland could almost feel she was holding her nose. Holland could have told her mother not to worry. Foster would hardly look twice at her after what she'd done to him in high school.
Holland?
Her mother shook her head gently.
Tell me that you agree with me. I don't like that look.
Holland looked away, toward the hall where she'd last seen Foster. She'd burned that bridge. When she thought about Foster, compared him to Alistair, she knew which one she wished she'd have been with. Those mistakes were water under the bridge, and there was no going back and fixing them.
I heard you, Mom. I know you're right. Whatever Foster and I had between us is long gone. There's really no chance of anything happening. Although I am glad for the children's sake that there will be someone else in the house. Sometimes my headaches are so bad I feel like I can't move.
That was an understatement. The headaches were debilitating. She could hardly do anything. She doubted Foster would take care of her children while she lay on the couch and groaned, or felt like groaning but didn't, because a groan would make her headache even worse. But at least he'd be there. Hopefully, if the house were on fire, he'd make sure they all got out. At least the kids. When she was in the middle of one of her headaches, death almost seemed preferable to continuing to suffer. Like the headache that was knocking at the back of her head right now.
Are you pretty much done, Mom?
Her kids were already in bed, and that's where she suddenly desired to go more than anything. She just wanted to lie down. The hurt in her heart, the hurt in her stomach, and the hurt in her head. She didn't know which was worse. Probably her heart. Not because she'd been so desperately, madly in love with Alistair, but more because of what it said about her, that he needed someone else, and everyone knew it. She hadn't been enough. Chapter 5. Sunday morning, Foster walked into the kitchen from the basement, surprised to see Holland and her 2 children and his dad seated at the table like a real family. Judy was standing at the stove, adding 2 pancakes to a stack on a plate that was already 6 inches high. He'd been up pretty late the night before doing some extra work at the Richmond Rebel shop. They'd gotten jobs back to back, and he and his brothers worked late Saturday night trying to get them both done. Work was work, and once they got those jobs done, they'd have availability for more. They didn't want to have to turn jobs away or put anyone on a waiting list. Not as slow as everything had been lately. They'd gotten it done, but it had been after midnight. There'd still been lights on in his dad's room, but the other bedroom had been dark. He hadn't really wanted to check. but his eyes went there anyway. As much as he wanted to tell himself that he didn't care what Holland did or care about her in any way, it just wasn't true. It made him almost as disgusted with himself as he was with her, and that said something. He determined to avoid looking at her, but she sat at the table, and despite himself, his breath caught as his eyes skimmed over her. She had dark circles around her eyes, and her face had that pinched look like she was in pain and hadn't slept very well. Her expression was solemn as well. She just looked sick to him. But she also looked good, better than any other woman ever had or would. He swallowed and forced his eyes to move on. Her kids were sitting in their chairs, bouncing up and down. It looked like he was just in time to join his first family breakfast. It wasn't like they ever ate together while he was growing up. That wasn't entirely true. When Judy was around, she really had tried to be a mother to not only her daughters, but also the wild boys that had run around the house. His brothers and he had been a little more than she could handle, but she'd tried. Their dad hadn't been much help. Judy tried to change them, which was something else Foster kind of thought about women. They were always trying to change a man. Well, he didn't want to be changed. Just one more reason to stay away from Holland. Like mother, like daughter. He didn't believe that either. "Foster, get over here and sit down." His dad always spoke roughly, always commanding, always tough. Foster didn't take umbrage at the command, even though he was a grown man capable of making his own decisions. He'd already decided to eat breakfast. It'd be stupid of him to refuse just because his dad didn't ask the right way. Although, most of his life, he'd hoped he didn't end up like his dad. He wanted to be different. There were 2 empty chairs, one at the other end of the table opposite his dad, which would put Holland on his right and her little girl, whatever her name was, on the left. And there was an empty chair to his dad's left. It seemed to make sense that was the chair where Judy was going to sit. He grabbed a plate from the cupboard and some silverware and sat down. Holland didn't look at him. Possibly he glanced at her to be sure. He wasn't going to ignore her if she was going to say good morning to him. He didn't know why he was so concerned about it. It wasn't like he was the one who hurt her or owed her a big apology. It was the other way around, of course. But call it his Southern manners. Not that he'd been raised with any, although there was definitely societal pressure. But he couldn't be a jerk. If she were going to talk to him, he'd respond. He'd just make sure to keep his distance. But the couple glances that he threw her way only confirmed the fact that she wasn't well. He wasn't sure what kind of car accident she'd been in. His dad hadn't given the details, but she looked like she'd been through the ringer a couple times and still come out wet and miserable. He set his jaw and looked away as Judy came to the table, carrying the pancakes. Foster said a silent prayer over his food as people started passing plates and the syrup and butter went around as well. Holland seemed to make sure that their hands were never near each other as she passed the platter of pancakes, the syrup, and then the butter. Not that he would have allowed their hands to brush anyway. He was trying to avoid her, not touch her. Although he supposed he was kind of curious if the sparks from 10 years ago were still there, or if they had just been teenage hormones he would have felt with anyone, because he certainly never felt the same way with any other girl that he felt with Holland.
"I don't want syrup. It's too sticky,"
the little girl beside him said as he passed the syrup to her. Yeah, mature. There was definitely a part of him that had never grown up, and he regarded the little nose in the air and the stated desire to not be sticky as a major challenge. But he didn't have any of his brothers here as backup, and he really didn't want to start a family fight at the first breakfast table that he ever sat at. So he swallowed the retort that came to his lips and quenched the desire to squirt syrup all over her plate. If that were his daughter, that's exactly what would be happening. Stickiness was a part of life, and kids just had to get used to it. Still, he couldn't completely keep his mouth shut. Sure seems like an awfully big sacrifice to give up syrup just to stay non-sticky. His voice was pitched low. The words came out without a challenge, with no emotion. The girl's big green eyes flew to his. They were so much like her mother's. Wide and surprised, they showed her uncertainty. He supposed he looked scary and old to her. Foster smiled at the thought. It could have been him sitting here with Holland sitting beside him, like the years had never happened, and they'd just melted away and he was a teenager again. And they were sitting at the table, pretending to hate each other above the table, while below the table her foot slipped out of its flip-flop and was running up his ankle under his pant leg. They'd done that for months. Everyone thought they hated each other. They'd made it into a game. His dad wouldn't have given two flips if there'd been a big love affair going on under his roof. But her mother, who knew what her mother would have done? It wasn't any big secret that she thought Dan's boys weren't good enough for girls. He shook both thoughts aside, the one that he wasn't good enough and the really nice one, Holland's toes on his ankle, her foot trapped between his legs, even as they exchanged barbs across the table. The rest of the family told them just shut up and get along and learn to like each other. Oh yeah, they liked each other all right. Well, he liked her, anyway.
Dan and I are going to have to go to town today. The zipper on one of my suitcases broke last night after you went to bed, Holland, and I need to go get a replacement for it. It's never easy to pick out good quality luggage, but we're going to have to try since we leave tomorrow morning.
Holland's eyes widened and dismay filled them. Foster wondered about it. Seemed almost like she looked panicked at the idea that her mother and Dan were leaving. Her next words confirmed that thought.
I was hoping you could watch the children. I had a headache all night, and it's not any better this morning.
Her voice was weak, thready, and as Foster studied her, boldly, for the first time, he realized he was only seeing a shell of the girl that he'd known. Had the accident been that hard on her?
Well, I'm sorry, dear, but we're not going to take the children shopping with us. That's just out of the question. They would hate it and be bored out of their minds.
Holland's slender throat worked. She was trying to swallow. And that's when Foster realized that she had taken a pancake, put butter and syrup on it slowly and methodically, and cut it up into small pieces. But she'd never taken a bite. Foster can watch the kids. His dad made a statement, like there was no question about whether or not it happened. Foster's eyes cut back to his dad. He was used to his dad's commands and usually ignored them if they didn't suit him. Respectfully ignored him. It's what he wanted to do now. He didn't know anything about watching kids. He didn't know the kids, didn't even know their names. And if the little girl didn't want to get sticky, she wasn't going to last for long around him, that was for sure. Plus, he had plans for the morning. However, he'd been becoming more and more attuned to the woman who sat at his elbow. Her breathing was shallow, and her shoulders and back stiff with tension. Deep lines grooved between her eyes, and skin pulled tight across her cheeks and pinched her mouth. Yeah, she was struggling. If it was anyone else, he doubted if he would hesitate. As it was, he didn't hesitate at all. I'm going to church. The kids can come if they want to.
Boring,
The little boy said. The little girl's nose went up in the air, and despite the fact that he was pretty sure she wasn't even 10 years old yet, not that he knew anything about kids, she gave him a look that seemed very womanly and mature.
I don't think I want to go anywhere with you.
Well, at least she was honest. She wouldn't lead him on for years, only to tell him that she didn't want to go anywhere with him because he wasn't good enough for her, that she had bigger and better things to do with her life than hang out with some hick jerk in some dinky little town in the middle of nowhere.
If there was any reason why you shouldn't go with him, Daisy, I'm the one who would make that decision. Otherwise, what you just said was very rude, and you can apologize. Use your manners.
Daisy. That was the kid's name. It was a cute name, and he kind of liked it. He liked that Holland hadn't named her anything pretentious, like Penelope or Genevieve. Daisy's lip came out, and she crossed her arms over her chest. If possible, she looked down her nose even more at him.
I was just telling the truth. I don't want to go anywhere with him.
Her eyes narrowed, and she looked first at Foster, then at her mother. Foster had a hard time not smiling. The stubborn chin was really familiar. He'd seen it more than a few times on Holland. Looked like she had a daughter that was just like her. Holland's lips flattened. Foster guessed this wasn't the first time she and her daughter had gone rounds. Her face looked pinched and pasty, and she still looked like she could barely sit upright, but Holland's brows lifted and she said,
Daisy, come with me.
She pushed back from the table and held her hand out to her daughter. Apparently, Daisy knew better than to completely defy her mother, because she shoved away from the table and went and took her mother's hand. They disappeared out of the kitchen and upstairs. Knowing Judy the way he did, he was kind of surprised Judy hadn't interceded on Daisy's behalf. Maybe she had her trip for her luggage on her mind and wasn't paying attention, since she and his dad were kind of speaking in low tones at the end of the table. None of it was any of his business. He shouldn't care at all. The little boy looked at him with a little bit of fear and a lot of curiosity. When the boy saw him looking, his mouth opened.
We saw you yesterday.
Yeah, saw you guys too. Foster didn't know much about kids, but he figured they were pretty simple. He didn't need to get complicated with them.
What's your name?
The little boy asked. Foster didn't allow his lip to kick up. He kind of thought if Holland had been there, she'd remind the little boy about his manners, if she felt well enough. A little bit of compassion stirred in his chest, but he didn't let it catch hold. He couldn't afford to. Foster, what's yours?
Jackson.
The little skinny shoulder lifted in a shrug.
But everybody calls me Jax.
Is that what you want?
I guess. It's a little weird when we go to school, though. The teachers all call me Jackson, and all the kids laugh, because that's not really my name. I don't like it when people laugh at me.
Foster nodded. He'd been laughed at more than once in his life. He could understand where the kid was coming from. Although he didn't have a weird nickname so that nobody recognized his real name when it was called out. Sometimes when people are laughing at you, it's not because they're making fun of you. That's probably the way it's going with your name. Sometimes it's helpful to see the humor and laugh at yourself too.
I guess.
Jax played with the food on his plate for a second or two before he shoved his fork in a couple of pieces of pancake. Foster figured Jax probably had no idea what he was saying. It might be over the little kid's head, the idea of laughing at yourself when there was something funny to laugh about. Foster understood the tendency to take himself too seriously. He looked at the little boy who had shoved pancakes in his mouth and was chewing with cheeks bulged. Maybe Foster should take his own advice and figure out how to laugh like he used to. Life didn't have to be so serious. Or maybe he didn't have to be so bitter. It just seemed like a lot of bad things happened to him over the years, and he hadn't wanted to laugh at any of it. With Holland back, living under the same roof as he, it was kind of hard not to have those memories wash over him again, along with the pain. His dad and Judy continued to talk softly at the other end of the table. Judy had her hand covering his father's fingers, instructing softly. Foster remembered from years ago that Judy had a tendency to be a touchy-feely kind of person. He'd always hated that as a teen. As he looked at his dad's hand sitting on the table and Judy's over it, with her fingers just moving along his, Foster thought there might be something to be said for a woman who wasn't afraid to touch. Certainly, he didn't want Judy's hand on his, but he could think of someone else he wouldn't mind brushing skin with. He supposed he hadn't noticed he was lonely before and longed for that contact. There was just something about another human's touch that man had been programmed to crave. The longing had never been this strong and deep, and the specific touch had never had a face. Not since high school. Footsteps made him look up, and Daisy, her lip not protruding quite as far as it had been when she left, but with her arms still crossed over her chest, walked into the kitchen in front of her mother. Daisy stopped beside his chair. If he had a better relationship with Holland, he would have looked at her first, maybe raised a brow asking a question, exchanging a look, maybe a smile, maybe a look of frustration. Some adult words would flow between them without them saying anything, and without Daisy knowing that they were even talking to each other above her head. But he and Holland didn't have that kind of relationship. Sure, he might be longing for her touch, but he didn't want to have that kind of relationship with her. Not again. So instead, he set his fork down and shifted so that he was facing Daisy, who still didn't look very happy.
I'm sorry, Mr. Foster.
It seemed like that was all Daisy was going to say. Go on, her mother prompted her with a warning tone in her voice.
I'm sorry I was rude. I'll try not to let it happen again.
Daisy's lips pursed and her eyes narrowed some. She had the right words, but Foster would bet a boatload of cash that she didn't mean a one of them. Still, sometimes one forced oneself with the right actions, then right thoughts, and the rest of the right stuff followed. Maybe that would happen with Daisy. He kinda doubted it, though. Daisy was going to be a handful, just like Holland had been. But Holland had towed the line eventually, by dumping him. She'd done it so easily and so quickly, he doubted that she had feelings for him to begin with. He'd just been another one of her rebel tendencies, her ticket to cut loose and have fun, while still being a good girl at school. And he'd protected her. She never got in trouble, and most people didn't even know that she'd been the one beside him. I forgive you. Thanks for the apology. He held his hand out. Daisy looked at it. She wasn't quite sure what she was supposed to do with it. Then her lips twitched a little as her own hand came up, and she shook his.
You're welcome.
She said it almost like a queen speaking to a subject. Foster couldn't stop his lips from twitching, and he didn't really smile. He was smiling on the inside, though. She was cute. A little headstrong, sure. Kinda like Holland. He figured that made parenting her a headache. Speaking of headaches, he let go of Daisy's hand and looked around at Holland. Her arms were crossed, and she had that parent look on her face, watching her daughter, probably to make sure Daisy did everything that they'd talked about upstairs. But Holland didn't look any better. "I meant what I said. I'm going to church and will take them with me if you want me to. I think they have stuff there for kids to do, junior church or something like that." He hadn't wanted to, hadn't planned it, definitely had not wanted to get himself involved with Holland and her children. But the words came out, and he felt like he meant them. He wanted to ease those lines of pain between her eyes, knead the tension out of her shoulders, and lift the hair off her neck and kiss it softly, giving her something to think about other than her pain and problems. He shook that image out of his head. He doubted that was what she needed, exactly. That might be the way to distract a man, but women were a little more complicated. He didn't know a lot, but he knew that much. At least, he thought he did. He held her eyes, steady. She pulled her lips between her teeth, but he didn't allow his eyes to be distracted, as much as he might have wanted to look down. He wasn't going to go there. "That's the reason Foster's here. He can help you with the kids. It won't hurt them to go to church." His dad's gruff voice filled the silence of the kitchen. It was pretty obvious to Foster that the kids didn't want to go, and he wasn't real interested in taking them bucking and kicking and screaming and forcing some hapless church worker to try to entertain them for 2 hours. But he'd offered, and he wasn't taking it back. They'd either go or they wouldn't. He shouldn't have any skin in this game anyway. Chapter 6.
What do they need to wear?
Holland asked softly. Her eyes moved away and then her body shifted, and she sat back down at her seat. But Foster noticed she didn't pick up the fork. She never did eat anything. He had no idea what the kids wore to church. Never paid any attention to it. Couldn't say with any degree of certainty what the rest of the adults in the congregation wore. So he said what he knew. "I wear jeans and a clean shirt, usually a shirt with a collar." He had 3. They were good shirts for when he went grocery shopping, the few times he went out to eat with his brothers, and church. There wasn't too much else he did that required a shirt other than a t-shirt. It was part of the chasm between Holland and him. Holland's lips flattened, like his answer wasn't good enough. Well, that was too bad. It was the best answer he had.
What time do they need to be ready to go?
"I need to leave in 15 minutes. Her brow shot up at this, and she looked across the table.
Oh boy, we'll have to hurry if we're not going to make you late.
"I'm not afraid to be late, and I can help." Too late, he realized it sounded like he was offering to help her with the kids. Maybe he was, but he didn't mean to. "I can clear the table and take care of the kitchen cleanup."
Well, that settles it then.
Judy put a hand on the table with a small slap.
I won't worry about cleaning everything up, although if you don't do it to my specs, I'll fix it when I get home.
Foster didn't allow himself to take umbrage at her insinuation that the way he cleaned the kitchen wouldn't meet her standards. It probably wouldn't, and he wasn't going to get offended about it. He wasn't looking directly at Holland, and maybe she didn't realize he could see out of his peripheral vision when she closed her eyes and seemed to take several deep breaths before she spoke.
Okay, children, let's run upstairs and we'll find you something to wear.
There was some grumbling, or whatever one would call it, with the little girl mumbling a bit under her breath that she didn't really want to do what her mom was going to make her do, just making sure her mom knew she was resisting. Foster figured his parenting style was a little different than Holland's, because he wouldn't put up with that. Or maybe Holland was just too tired and in too much pain to do anything about it. He didn't want to be on good enough terms to be able to ask her, and he didn't want to care. But wanting didn't make either of those things true. His dad and Judy got up after Judy spoke and left the kitchen. They didn't even take their plates to the sink, which was something that had been drummed in his head somewhere. He always took his dishes to the sink. The kids ran out. Holland was a little slower getting up. He didn't want to care. He found he did. She turned to go, but he put a finger on her arm and she stopped, looking down at her arm where his finger touched it. Skin on skin. Just the pad of his finger on the warm skin of her arm. But it answered his questions. Because, yeah, there was definitely something different about touching Holland. Maybe not tingles and sparks exactly, but a burning need to wrap his arms around her, sliding his palms over her skin, dragging them up and down, drawing her close, taking the pain and the heartache and the way life seemed to beat her down and pulling that into him, grabbing that for himself and easing the burden that seemed to be so heavy on her shoulders. But he didn't, of course. I assume you're taking pain medicine for whatever's going on, whatever kind of pain you're having in your head? He really meant to say that as a statement, but it came out as a question. Her lips flattened, and he wouldn't have been the slightest bit surprised if she told him to go blow, or at least to mind his own business. Maybe she remembered that he was taking her children for the morning, or maybe she wasn't going to say that at all. He didn't know her anymore and couldn't say what she was going to do. But she did raise her eyes from where they seemed stuck on his finger on her arm. Whether she liked it or whether she didn't, he couldn't tell, but he couldn't bring himself to lower his hand, although he successfully resisted the urge to do anything more. I am not. Over-the-counter medication doesn't even touch the pain, but I don't want to be addicted to pain pills. I saw too much of that in the practice where I worked. It's too easy to get addicted and too hard to stop. My children need me. Your children need you, but you're not much of a mother when you're running around in pain all the time. Too much pain to help them. Her head lifted and her eyes narrowed, anger blazing in them. You're not telling me anything I don't know. Her lip trembled, and he almost thought her eyes were filling with tears. No. Please no. He hadn't meant to make her cry. He just wanted to help. Again, he knew women were different. He could be hard, even harsh, with his brothers. Most of the time, they needed that harshness to get things through their thick heads about whatever someone was trying to say. Females were different, and he'd never learned how to be soft. I'm doing the best I can. Her voice wobbled at the end, but her jaw jutted out, and the tears that indeed filled her eyes did not spill over. They probably didn't dare to. Sorry, I was just trying to help. I'll take the kids. We'll go to church. Unless you need us, we'll go somewhere to grab some food and hang out by the river and eat it. Maybe I'll take them to the shop before we come home. You should have some time to rest. That was all he could think of to do, to get the kids out of her hair and to give her some peace and quiet. She bit her lips. Whether it was to keep from crying or to keep words in that she didn't want to spill out, he didn't know. But eventually she opened her mouth and said, Thank you. She took a shaky breath. I'll get them ready to go. Maybe sometime you can tell me what's going on. He hadn't meant to say that. He'd already decided it wasn't any of his business. But he wanted to know. Maybe there was something he could do, something else. He'd just been thinking earlier about how much people crave the touch of another human. He couldn't help but think that that would help her, just holding her, They certainly were not on good enough terms for him to suggest that. Not that she'd let him. Not that it was safe for him to do so. His brain was already screaming, "Don't be stupid, you idiot. Don't you remember what she did to you before?" He knew it, and yet here he went, dancing close to the flames again, knowingly, willingly, and deliberately. His brain had every right to call him stupid.
"I'll have the kids ready to go in 10 minutes.
She started to walk away, and his finger slid off her arm. But then she stopped. He'd never turned because he could hardly take his eyes off her.
"If you're truly interested, yes. I appreciate your help, and I don't deserve it. And I'll tell you whatever you want to know."
"I want to hear it, but not today." He wasn't going to go down that road, but maybe he could find out some things about her without falling in love with her again. He could. He was sure of it. "You have the kids registered for school?"
"Yes."
"Okay. We can talk someday this week, after the kids get on the bus. Unless you've got a job." His dad had specifically said that she didn't. It wouldn't totally surprise him if his dad had been wrong. What was she living on? For some reason, maybe self-preservation, he didn't want her to know that he'd known that about her, that she wasn't able to work.
"No, we just moved. Still looking for a job."
Her hands fisted, and her eyes looked beyond him to the counter behind his back. That's how he knew she wasn't telling the whole truth. It bothered him. It shouldn't. Why should she trust him? Although he wasn't the one who had broken up with her and broken her heart. Of course, it wasn't like he'd told her that she'd broken his heart. He'd done his best, his very best, to not let her have one inkling of an idea of how much what she had done had ripped him up. Somehow, he'd had the idea that if she knew, it would give her power over him. He'd given her enough power, and she'd abused it, by hurting him. "I work at the shop with my brothers. I'm there from 7 to 3 or later every day. But it's my brothers, and I can be late or off. It's not a big deal." He lifted his shoulders. "I could also work until 10 or midnight, and that's not a big deal either. It's even expected at certain times." He had no idea why he just told her all of that. The less information he gave her, the better.
"Okay."
She nodded, and it seemed it was settled.
"We'll talk sometime this week. I appreciate you working with me."
Maybe everything that they had done flowed between them. Maybe that was the source of some of their awkwardness. It was definitely the source of his walls, the walls he felt like he needed to keep up in order to protect himself from her. Maybe that was why she felt like she couldn't tell him the whole truth, though he still felt like he was the victim in that situation. But he didn't like playing the victim. And he wouldn't be playing it again. Chapter 7. Holland woke up after sleeping better than she had in a long time. She still felt groggy and lethargic, like she was coming out of some kind of drug-induced haze, even though she hadn't taken any drugs. She'd meant what she said about being addicted and not being able to afford that. At least her headache was gone. Still, she felt battered and beaten, like her headache had left behind bruises. But that was far better than actually having a headache. She rolled over, stretching, and glanced at the clock. Her eyes flew open when she saw the time. 5 p.m. She'd slept the entire day. She couldn't believe it. When was the last time she'd slept that long and that deeply? Her mom had watched her kids far, far more than Holland even wanted to admit, but they'd always been in the house, making noise, and she hated to complain about it because she felt guilty that it wasn't her watching them. But she hadn't realized how that affected her sleep. Or maybe it had nothing to do with the quiet house and everything to do with the feelings that Foster had stirred in her. All those old feelings. Sure, the attraction, definitely that was still there. Just his finger on her arm was more than enough to light up her entire body. It always had been. But he looked at her like he cared, and she knew how gentle he could be. Yeah, he looked rough and ran with a rough crowd, and had dragged her into that crowd too. No, that wasn't fair. She had grabbed his hand and run alongside him as he ran into that crowd. He hadn't dragged her anywhere. Not anywhere she didn't want to go. Because she was happy just being beside him. Which, of course, did not sit well with her mother. She wasn't supposed to be happy just being beside a man. She was supposed to have her own job, her own career, her own life, her own everything. Men weren't supposed to be her all in all. Maybe, like Alistair, they were supposed to make her look good, or provide prestige and security, a position in society. Unfortunately, she felt like she was the kind of woman that was completely happy standing beside someone, not needing her own space, her own accolades. She'd never wanted to be a solo act. A duet was fine. Supporting actress, just as good. Foster had been more than happy with that as well, at least in high school. She had no idea what he wanted now. Alistair hadn't been interested in duets. He wanted her to be a solo star, and he'd wanted to be his own solo star as well. Two solos playing at different times and in different ways didn't make very good music together. She didn't know why she was thinking about music. She didn't sing and she didn't play. She was a pharmacist, a mother, more happy as a mother than a pharmacist. She was also an ex-wife. She never thought she'd wear that title. That one didn't sit very well. She swung her legs out of bed and sat up. Yeah, Foster always made her feel secure, cared for, protected. She didn't want to have to go out and be her own dragon slayer. She was happy to cook the meals for the man who would slay dragons for her. Foster would. Not that it mattered to her. Once her mother and Dan came back, Foster was moving out, and when she got herself fixed up and back on her feet, she was getting a job and moving out too. Hopefully that didn't take long. She heard a door slam and voices downstairs. Although she didn't remember it, it was possible the sound of his truck pulling in the driveway had woken her up. With her hands on her hair trying to feel how bad it was, she hurried to the restroom. It only took a glance to see it was much worse than she'd suspected. Her face was puffy and swollen. She looked like she'd woken up after a long drinking binge. She'd done a few of those. They were pretty much the norm in college. Alistair had too, although they hadn't done theirs together. He was older than she. He had just finished his last year of residency when she graduated with her 5-year degree, which she'd earned in 4 years. She supposed both of them were eager to get married. That's what one was supposed to do when one graduated from college, of course. Her brush and all her toiletries were over in her room, so after taking care of the necessities and washing her hands, she decided she'd better go back over and make herself look presentable, or at least try. But she hadn't been fast enough. Foster stood in the hall when she opened the door. They stared at each other for a couple of moments. Man, would she ever be able to look at him without everything they'd done in high school floating through her mind? Most of the memories were good. No, actually, most of the memories were really fantastic, giving her warm tingles and that really feel-good feeling that one had when one remembered Christmases of their childhood or family vacations. Just really great, happy memories. Foster had never hurt her. They'd always had fun, and he'd made sure she was protected. She couldn't ask for anyone better. "If you're not ready to face your kids, you better say so. I sent them down to the basement to look for you while I came up here." His hand lifted, as though he were going to touch her, maybe push her hair back, but it dropped before it was even halfway up. It made her remember her hair and how bad it looked. Her face heated. She wanted to put both hands on it and duck into her room, hiding from him. She didn't want to look like she'd gotten wasted last night. She wanted to look her best for him, and she didn't want to think about why.
"I slept soundly the entire time you were gone. I think I better get up. I'll be surprised if I can sleep tonight."
"I wouldn't. The way you look, you could sleep for another 24 hours and it still wouldn't be enough." He didn't mean to insult her. She knew that wasn't what he meant. But it still hurt. How could he look so darn good when she looked like such a mess? Because he did look good. He always had to her. Maybe his features were a little rougher, a little harder, not quite classically handsome, but they'd always spoken to her. Now he had that short growth of beard, just enough to make him look a little rougher, just enough to make her heart beat a little faster. Who was she kidding? A lot faster. Yeah, she definitely liked the beard thing he had going on. He still wore the collared shirt that he had on this morning, the jeans and boots too, and she could hardly keep her eyes from sweeping down. Yeah, he did look good to her. Maybe that was why she wanted to do the same. Too late, though. He'd already said she looked like a mess. No point pretending she didn't or trying to hide it.
"Regardless, I need to get up. I really appreciate you taking the kids. Somehow, knowing you had them eased my mind like nothing else could."
Maybe she hadn't exactly meant to admit that. She didn't want him to know that he held any place in her heart, let alone the special place that he did. Didn't want him to know that at all. But now, if he didn't exactly know it, he surely suspected. "How much time do you need? I can stall them a little bit longer if you want me to." He lifted his brows in question. "They're hungry, and I told them I'd help them make supper, so you have some time if you want."
"So you do cook?"
She shouldn't have said that either. Now he knew she'd been thinking about it. Or maybe he didn't, because no light of understanding dawned in his eyes. Maybe he wouldn't consider that she might be thinking about him. Kind of unbelievable, since that's all she seemed to be able to think about. Him. "Yeah, don't know that I have much of a choice. I live by myself. Someone has to cook supper. It's not that hard, and I enjoy it, really. For the most part." He didn't need to say, but she could almost hear it, because she'd been there, coming home in the evening after working all day, exhausted, hungry, but not feeling like going into the kitchen and trying to figure out what in the world she was going to cook for herself and her family. She supposed it wouldn't be that much easier if she were home all day. She'd still be working, and supper would still be tiring and hard. But at least she'd be working in her own home, with her own children, and not out separated from where she wanted to be. That was over and done with, since both of her kids were in school and it was too late to go back and spend their preschool years with them. She didn't want to live with regrets. so she couldn't think about it.
Thank you. I'll try to make myself look like I'm not Medusa's closest cousin, and I'll be down.
She hadn't meant the line to be a slam. He did insult her, sure, but she deserved it because he hadn't said anything that wasn't true. She could admit she was a mess. She'd even thought that to herself. So why be mad at him for saying what was honestly the truth? But his mouth opened and his eyes widened, and he did what she'd wanted him to do since she'd first opened the bathroom door and saw him standing there. His hand came up and touched her, landed softly on her forearm, like he was afraid she'd slap it off but couldn't keep himself from touching her. It was the kind of touch that acted like a soft, healing balm over her burning heart. So different than the pain and the rejection and the insecurity that Alistair had created with his desire for any woman other than her. Foster had always acted like she was the only one, and there he was, with just a touch, making her feel that way again.
Hey, sorry. I shouldn't have said anything about the way you look. I just want to see you get better, and I know rest is one of the best things for you.
She was already shaking her head, but not too hard, not too adamantly, because she didn't want him to feel like it was time for him to take his hand away, even though she really didn't want him touching her. Really.
No, it was the truth. I'm sorry. The way I said that made it sound like I was offended, and I wasn't. I honestly thought the same thing when I saw myself in the mirror. I look awful. It's just not fair because you look so good.
Yeah, she had to say that. His eyes widened, but within seconds, any emotion that might have been on his face completely disappeared. Yeah, she shouldn't be surprised at that either. He'd want to protect himself from her. She absolutely could not blame him, because when she broke up with him, when her mother had forced her to break up with him, she'd done it so hard and so mean and in such a disastrously, monstrously bad way, she had determined he would never come after her, because she was never going to be ordered to do it again. She knew she only had one chance in her, could only say it once, and so she had to make it work. Because if he'd pursued her, if he'd come after her, if he'd tried in any way to win her back, she wouldn't have been able to resist. She knew it. So, yeah, his eyes closed off, his face became devoid of any emotion at all, and he jerked his head up, dropping his hand.
I'll be with the kids in the kitchen. I didn't know what was in the refrigerator, so I bought the ingredients to make omelets.
She was cold and felt strangely untethered with his hand gone. But it was what she deserved. She hadn't gotten anything that she hadn't deserved. She supposed even what Alistair had done was payment for what she had done to Foster. To be fair, she'd never cheated on him, had never been tempted. How could she be? With someone who treated her as well as Foster had treated her, how could she ever even look at anyone else? And unlike what her mother said, she didn't give a flip what he did for a living. It didn't matter. How could it? How could anything else matter when he had treated her like she was the most important thing in the world to him? Even as a stupid teenager, she knew how special it was. And she'd thrown it away. It hurt to breathe, and nothing that she'd been thinking in the last 10 minutes had made her feel the slightest bit better. He didn't say anything more but turned and walked away. She was downstairs in less than 5 minutes. She didn't feel chipper, and she didn't feel energetic, but at least she wasn't in pain. And that was half the battle, she supposed. It was so hard to do anything when her head hurt so bad she could barely even see. When she walked into the kitchen, she shouldn't have been surprised at the sight that greeted her, but she was. Jax stood on a chair next to Foster, with an egg in one hand and a bowl in front of him. As she stepped in, he was tapping the egg against the side of the counter, and Foster was saying,
Easy. Yeah, just like that. Not too hard or we'll lose this one on the floor, too.
Holland's eyes widened just a little, and she looked at the floor. Sure enough, there was an egg lying in a little puddle right at the base of Jax's chair. The yolk hadn't even broken. No shells, just the egg glistening on the floor.
I suppose this is where it would come in handy to have a dog,
she said into the easy camaraderie of the kitchen.
Mom!
Daisy yelled, setting the fork and bowl down that she had been stirring. Holland assumed there were scrambled eggs in it. She came running around the table and threw her arms around Holland's waist. Was there anything better in the world? There couldn't be. Not a thing better than to have the arms of her little child wrapping around her, happy to see her. A hug from her babies. There was nothing she wanted more. She wrapped her own arms around Daisy, squeezing her back. But almost as though she could feel them, she looked up to see Foster's eyes on her. And she wondered, maybe there was something just a tiny bit better than the excitement of her child greeting her and her baby's arms around her. Yeah, with those dark eyes staring at her, it wasn't hard to think that the one thing in the world that might be better than having her children look happy to see her and wrap her up in a hug would be for the man she loved to do the exact same thing.
Look, Mom, look! Look what I did!
Jax held up the bowl, tilting it so she could see.
Hey, bud, careful.
Foster's hand came up to try to help with the bowl, but Jax angled away from him, tilting the bowl even more as he did so, and the egg slipped out onto the floor, landing on the other side of the chair. It made 2 eggs on the floor. Only this one broke. Chapter 8. Foster looked from Jax to the egg on the floor and back to Holland. His lips twitched.
Where's that dog?
She smiled. When was the last time she'd smiled? Couldn't have been that long ago, but it felt like ages.
Are we getting a dog, Mom?
Daisy lifted her head, her arm still wrapped around Holland's waist.
I thought you said no. Could we really? Can we really get a dog?
Her face was so hopeful and excited and animated, and her little lips were smiling, and she started to jump up and down. It was all Holland could do to keep from nodding her head and saying, yes, yes, of course we're going to get a dog. Because she wanted to make her child happy, like parents everywhere. She wanted to give her children everything. She could barely take care of the 2 kids that she had. There was no way she could do a dog. Plus, the house wasn't even hers.
I want to pick the dog. Can we get a puppy? When are we getting him? When is he coming? Did you get one without me?
Jax jumped down from his chair and ran to his mother, throwing his chubby little arms around her too. She couldn't be happier, even though she had to tell them that they weren't getting a dog. Just having her children's arms around her, it was all she'd ever wanted. But again, she felt those dark brown eyes settling on her, and she knew there was one thing that could complete the picture. It was the one thing she could never have. Plus, after the debacle that had been her marriage to Alistair, she didn't deserve someone like Foster anyway. She was too fat, too ugly, too unlovable, too unable to keep her husband happy, and all that rot. Alistair had figured it out. Foster would do the same. She knew she wasn't thinking right. Unfortunately, There was just something about having her husband not stay faithful that made her question everything about herself. She knew it was Alistair, a lack of character on his part. Rationally, of course, she knew that. But knowing it didn't stop the feelings. She felt the eyes, but she didn't look at him. She couldn't stand to. It would make her want things she couldn't have. It would make her want things he didn't want. While she hugged her children, Foster moved, grabbing a rag and wiping up the eggs. It shouldn't surprise her. If he lived by himself and cooked for himself, he was used to cleaning up messes himself. Someone had to do it. Jax looked over and ran back, hopping up in his chair. She supposed that he should have cleaned up his own mess. Maybe next time. She wasn't going to complain about what Foster was doing. He'd been so good to her.
So, what did you guys do today?
She had no idea the torrent of words that question was going to unleash as both of the kids started talking at once. She held up a hand.
Whoa!
She looked at Daisy.
Daisy, you go first. Tell me one thing you did today, and then it'll be Jax's turn. I'm so glad you made us go to church, Mom. It was so much fun. We made peanut butter bird feeders, and the teacher told us how God made birds on the 6th day of...
Her brows came down, like she was trying to remember what the teacher had said.
Creation.
Foster said the word she was searching for. Holland was happy he had, because she had no idea. But that made Daisy smile.
Yep, that's right. Creation. On the 6th day of creation, God made birds. The teacher told us a story while the helper helped us make bird feeders out of peanut butter and a pine cone. I wasn't there when they went and got the pine cones. I guess that was some other time, but if I keep going, I won't miss anything else. Because next week, they're going to talk about dinosaurs, and teacher said that some dinosaurs ate eggs, so the teacher's going to bring eggs, and we're going to take the shells off them, and we're going to dip them in the herbs that they talked about some other day that I wasn't there, and we're going to eat them, and it's going to be a lot of fun, and I want to go back because I get a star on the chart if I'm there, and if I get 10 stars and everybody gets 10 stars, then we get pizza.
Holland felt her brows go up.
Wow, Sunday school has changed a lot since I went.
Foster snorted.
Everything else has changed a lot. You didn't have a cell phone when you were 8 years old, but your kid does.
She didn't think he was judging her. 8 was pretty young, too young, some people said, for a child to have a cell phone. He was right. Society had changed. It made sense that Sunday school would shift with it. The message sounded the same, though. God created stuff and all that. Holland supposed that was going to create some problems when the teachers at school told Daisy that there was a big bang and stuff evolved. She'd have to explain it when they got there. She'd have no idea what she'd say. But she wasn't going to ruin things over it tonight, because Foster had taken her children for the day and they'd apparently had a really good time. Sunday school certainly wasn't going to corrupt them.
Is it my turn? I want to tell you what we did after Sunday school.
Yes, Holland said to Jax.
It's your turn.
He took a deep breath, his little chest sticking out and his lips already curved up in a smile.
We had a picnic by the river. There wasn't much water in the river. Foster said it's because it's fall, and that's why the river's low. But it was warm enough that he let us take our shoes and socks off and roll up our pants, and I was allowed to wade in the river a little bit. Foster said next summer, if we're still around, and if he's still around, he'll take us swimming. He also said they had little boats that they ride on the river, and we might be allowed to do that too. But we also looked for crawfish, and Foster said since it was so cold that we probably wouldn't find very many, But we did. And he said we could bring them home and eat them, but we decided we didn't want to. We put them back. But next time, maybe we could take a fishing rod when we go, and we'll eat fish. Because I like fish, but the crawfish, they didn't look very good. Foster said we had to take the shells off. They had pinchers, and I almost got my finger pinched, but you have to pick them up just right, and Foster showed me how to pick them up just right, and I was able to do it, but Daisy didn't pick any up because she was scared. But I'm a boy, and I'm not scared.
Girls can be brave, too, Holland heard herself saying, although she liked the idea that her son was brave. And she didn't mind that her daughter didn't want to pick up a crawfish. She didn't want to pick up a crawfish either.
But it's a man's job to protect his women.
Foster had his back turned to her, and he didn't turn around to look at her but looked over and down, like his comment was aimed at Jax. Unfortunately, he used the plural, and that raised every hackle in Holland's body, even though she knew that wasn't what he meant. He meant Jax needed to protect his mother and his sister and maybe even his grandmother. Those were the women, plural, in Jax's life. But Alistair's women weren't just his wife and his mother and his sister and his daughter. It was his receptionist and the cocktail waitress and the nurse and the resident doctor at the hospital and the businesswoman on the board. And those were just the ones she knew about. Her words came out fast and harsh, even though she didn't mean for them to.
A man only needs one woman to protect. One. There are no women. It's woman.
She knew she sounded bitter and angry and maybe a little irrational. But Foster seemed to understand exactly what she was saying, because he turned his back on the vegetables he was cutting up on the cutting board, turned and looked directly at her. He nodded slowly, his eyes dark, deep, and unreadable. His words were low and soft.
You're right, woman. One woman. For a lifetime.
His jaw muscles moved in and out, and she couldn't even begin to guess what might be going through his mind right now. Nothing good about her, she was sure. Because the implication was, if she hadn't broken up with him, there would have only been one woman for him. Her. Whatever it was going through his head and across his face was gone. Disappeared. In an instant. He turned again and, on his way around, looked down at Jax.
Your mom is right. A man should only have one woman. One woman that's not his sister or his daughter or his mother and grandmother.
Maybe she'd ruined everything. Her stomach rebelled, slapping her backbone. They hadn't been fighting, exactly. It was kind of like what they did at the table all those years ago, where they were saying one thing but doing another. That's what it felt like now. The kids would never guess they were fighting, and they certainly wouldn't guess at all the undercurrents that were charging through the room, all the memories that were going through her head, all the pain that must have been in his heart, all the agony that she'd gone through. No, her kids certainly had no clue. But Foster either didn't hurt like she thought he had, or he was good at faking. Because soon he was laughing and joking with Jax and showing Daisy how to pour the egg in the skillet after melting the butter. Holland made herself useful by getting plates out, setting the table, and then putting some water on for tea. It had been forever since they'd made tea, but she remembered distinctly that Foster loved it. Maybe his taste had changed, but she wasn't going to ask.
Take the veggies I chopped and sprinkle them over the egg. Maybe you can hop off your chair and your mom can help you get some cheese out of the grocery bag I set over there by the refrigerator.
Foster didn't look at her. He didn't use her name. She wasn't sure if that was deliberate, or if now they were talking through her children. He didn't seem like he was that kind of guy. He'd always been a straight shooter and unafraid.
You take the spatula, Daisy, and flip it over.
He took her hand and showed her what he meant, using the spatula backward.
I just picked it up like this to see what the egg looks like. See how there's still a lot of runny stuff on the top?
Daisy nodded.
That tells me it's not quite ready to flip.
Holland had gotten the cheese out of the bag and gave it to Jax, who carried it across the kitchen and handed it to Foster.
I didn't know you were so good with kids.
There. Now she'd find out if he were still talking to her. Although, after she said that, she realized she didn't know. Maybe he did have kids. She'd never asked, and he certainly hadn't said. Her mother hadn't mentioned anything, but her mother wouldn't have, of course, because her mother didn't want her to have anything to do with Foster.
I didn't either. Still don't. I do think we could have something edible here in a few minutes. Bet you didn't know your kids were such good cooks.
Daisy and Jax both beamed up at Foster. He didn't look at either one of them, almost like the comment was offhand and he wasn't patronizing them, which made it even better. She tried to picture Alistair standing at the stove teaching her children how to cook. The image wouldn't come to her. She couldn't even picture Alistair standing at the stove. She supposed, for all his insistence that she needed to work too, he'd never actually cooked anything himself. He wanted her to work full-time and still do all the stay-at-home mom things. She'd washed all his clothes as well and done all the housework. She hadn't minded because that's what she'd always wanted to do, and he really did work longer hours than she did a lot of times. But still, she had never considered it that way. Without even knowing it, and without even trying, Foster had made Alistair look bad in every way. It was almost funny.
Okay, you two, let's get to the table. Slide your chair over, Jax. We'll see if these things taste as good as they look and smell. I, for one, am pretty doggone hungry. Lunch wore off a long time ago. We should have eaten those crawfish, Jax.
Jax smiled his little boy grin as he climbed up onto his seat at the table.
Next time, we'll have fish.
I'm gonna hold you to that. You're gonna have to gut them and scale them, though.
What does that mean?
Jax wrinkled his nose.
I guess I have to show you if you don't even know what it means. We'll need to get you a pocket knife.
Jack's face lit up while Holland's heart jumped and twisted. That was taking things a little far, wasn't it? Her kid didn't need a pocket knife. She decided it wasn't something worth fighting about tonight. Everyone was getting along so well it almost felt like a family. If only they didn't have all of these unresolved feelings and the one major thing she'd done sitting like a mountain of garbage between them. Chapter 9. Foster couldn't really remember a meal he'd enjoyed more. Even yesterday, he might have said a good meal involved one that he didn't have to cook himself, let alone one that he had not only cooked himself, but cleaned up messes he hadn't even made while he was doing it. But he had a good time with the kids. Having never been around kids much, he hadn't realized how enjoyable it could be. He could see, easily, the kids would be a lot of work. After all, just cooking with them had probably tripled his work of getting the meal ready, but also tripled the fun. It was a lot nicer to talk and laugh while he was preparing supper than it was to just stand and stare at the stove in his own morose thoughts. He had to admit that wasn't really why he was enjoying the meal so much. Holland, even with her unnaturally white face and the dark shadows that still lay under her eyes and the pinched set of her shoulders, she was still beautiful. To him. He didn't know why no one else ever came close to capturing his attention the way she had. And now he was sitting at the supper table with her, like it was natural for them to be together, with children between them. This was how it might have been. That thought stopped him cold, because this was how he had wanted it to be. Him, Foster. But Holland? She had her eyes set on bigger and better things, and she'd been very clear that he wasn't involved in that picture. He could feel the bitterness turning the light brightness of the room into dark black, and he shoved it aside. He didn't want to spend his life bitter. Yeah, she rejected him, and yeah, he wasn't getting close to her again, because he couldn't stand the pain. And he didn't trust her, because he had no idea that she hadn't had the exact same feelings about him that he'd had about her. It had been a total, complete shock when she told him she wasn't interested in him anymore. Total shock. He hadn't handled it very well. But tonight, he wasn't going to ruin the light and laughter by letting those old, rotten feelings control him. He could tell that Holland was biting her tongue about his pocket knife comment. He smiled a little to himself over that. Yeah, the idea of her son having a weapon, if a pocket knife could be considered a weapon, he considered it more of a tool than a weapon, actually, scared her. And yet, she bit her tongue and didn't ruin the mood with her obvious thoughts on the matter. How could he not do the same? He truly wanted her to get better, and fighting with her wouldn't accomplish that. She did look a little better than she had yesterday. The rest had been good for her. Maybe, if he were nice to her, she'd get better even faster and even be moved out by the time her mother and his dad returned home from their trip.
Hey, there's one more piece of bacon on the plate. Does anyone want it?
Holland asked, picking up the plate of bacon.
I want it,
Jack shouted as he bounced in his chair and threw his hands up. His hands hit the plate that Holland was holding in the air, tilting it and bumping it and knocking the one piece of bacon that was left on it off and onto the floor. Foster was up without even thinking about it and walking behind Jax's chair to pick the bacon off the floor. He'd noticed earlier that Holland's brows puckered every time she bent over. He assumed it was something about the pressure in her head and maybe the migraine she'd suffered from earlier that morning and last night. Regardless, he wasn't going to make her bend over for the bacon. He could get it. Either she ignored it, or she hadn't realized he was walking around the table, because she bent over even as he was bending down to pick it up on the floor. They both looked at each other, him kneeling on the floor, her bent over just a little, and kind of froze. The kids were quiet. Jax probably because he felt bad that he'd spilled the last piece of bacon on the floor, and Daisy, if Foster had read her expression correctly, was afraid someone was going to be angry about it. He couldn't see getting upset about a little piece of bacon. It would leave a greasy spot on the floor, but he didn't see getting upset about that either. So he wasn't sure what was up with Daisy. But he hadn't taken the time to reassure her because he wanted to get to it. But even now, as he stared into Holland's eyes, he forgot all about Daisy and Jax, and he wasn't even sure he could say his own name. As her green eyes looked into his heart did crazy things in his chest, and his fingertips tingled down his palms and up his arms. He wasn't going to touch her. No, he couldn't. But he wanted to. But he wasn't really thinking about that either. He was just staring into her eyes, and all the old memories, all the old feelings started surrounding him again, only bigger and brighter, and he suspected, just from that one touch on her arm, that the old feelings didn't fade with time. They would be even better, more powerful, more vibrant now that they were adults. He had trouble breathing, or maybe he was just breathing fast, feeling like he'd run a mile from one end of the table to the other instead of 3 steps. Her chest moved up and down, too, and bright red spots of color sat on each cheek. Her eyes were wide and just as beautiful as he remembered. He hadn't wanted to do it, hadn't planned on doing it, but his hand moved as though drawn to her cheek. A thump, then a bang. Then the door opened and Judy walked in, followed closely by his dad, carrying a large piece of luggage. Foster hated to admit it, but he jerked back like he was guilty of something. He hadn't even touched her, and he felt guilty. He was an adult, so was she. There was no reason to feel guilty. Probably because he knew exactly what her mother thought of him and exactly what her mother expected Holland to do. It was certainly not roll around on the kitchen floor with her stepbrother. Not that they'd been rolling. He'd been picking up bacon. Goodness. He was technically her stepbrother, but that wasn't it either. It was because he wasn't, and never had been, good enough for Holland. Not in her mother's eyes. He had to admit her mother was probably right. None of the stuff that he'd done with her in high school had been completely legal. He'd never been a good influence on her. He'd never made her a better person. He'd always dragged her down. He couldn't argue with her mother on that point, or any other point her mother wanted to make. He swiped at the bacon, grabbing it and standing. Their parents stood just inside the doorway, staring. It was like they were mesmerized by the sight in front of them. Judy's eyes were horrified. His dad wouldn't give 2 flips, although he could be wrong. His dad was a hard guy to read. But he never held his opinion in. If he didn't think that Foster should have anything to do with Holland, he'd be saying so.
I'm not sure exactly what was going on in here, but, Foster, I would think you'd remember that my daughter is sick, and you've been asked to take care of her.
Foster got the impression that she held back what she really wanted to say because of the little ears that were listening.
Whatever you two were doing on the floor, I highly recommend it not happen again.
Her eyes shot to Holland.
You and I have talked about this a lot. What you were doing just now is not going to alleviate any of your stress, but only going to add to it.
Foster stood by the garbage can with the piece of bacon in his hand. He knew she didn't like him. He knew she looked down on him. And he absolutely knew that she didn't think he was good enough for Holland. He just decided that she was right. But did she have room to talk? After all, the woman was taking up with his father. Was he that different than his dad? But his dad had a college degree, and he didn't. And he knew Judy thought that piece of paper meant a lot. Maybe not about a person's character, but about their worth. It made a person worth a lot more. That piece of paper. He didn't care how much education that person had. In the end, it was a person's character that mattered. Foster's eyes shifted to Jack's, whose lip trembled. Foster's heart went out to him. The little boy didn't understand exactly what Judy, his grandmother, was saying, and he almost seemed to think he was in trouble for dropping the bacon on the floor. "Hey, Jax, you didn't do anything wrong, buddy. Your Gram was talking to me." Jack's hopeful face turned to him as soon as he started talking. The lines on it straightened when Foster told him that he hadn't done anything wrong, which made Foster feel instantly better, because he didn't want the little boy to be upset or confused because of Foster's stupidity. He shouldn't have been kneeling by Holland's chair. Well, it would have been okay for a second to pick up the bacon, but he shouldn't have stayed there. Judy's mouth opened, and a little gasp escaped her lips. Her eyes flew to Jack's, and she moved around, looking at his face, as though trying to decide if what Foster had implied was true. There was no doubt in Foster's heart that Judy wanted the best for her daughter and her daughter's children. She loved her family. She thought she was doing the best for them by trying to keep Foster away.
"Oh, I'm so sorry, honey."
Judy went over and wrapped her arms around Jack's, kneeling down at his chair to put them at eye level.
"I wasn't upset with you. I didn't even know about the bacon." "Then what were you yelling about?"
Judy's lips flattened. Foster could see her clearly from where he stood, and her eyes went to his. They narrowed, almost a challenge, and her voice hardened when she answered Jack's.
"It was adult stuff. Foster and your mom know what I was saying." "It was an unnecessary warning, Mother, because he was there to pick up the bacon. I'm not sure what you thought was happening with my children in the room, and I don't know what kind of person that means you think I am. But that whole scene was about getting the bacon off the floor. That was it."
Holland's voice held irritation and frustration. Foster wasn't sure whether she was frustrated with him or with herself. Maybe both. She couldn't want to feel anything for him any more than he wanted to feel anything for her. She hadn't been moving any more than he was. And she'd been caught in his eyes just as much as he'd been caught in hers.
"I need to finish packing. Maybe you can come up and give me a hand."
It was phrased as a suggestion, but even Foster could tell Judy meant it as a command. In case there was any doubt, Judy added,
"I know you're an adult, and you don't need to listen to me, but I do believe you and your children are living here out of the goodness of my heart, and Dan's heart as well."
Foster smiled as she tacked on that last phrase. This wasn't her house any more than it was Holland's. But he supposed, with the fact that his dad had allowed her to move back in, just like last time, she had full reign of the place, and her word was law.
"I wouldn't want you to have to find somewhere else."
Judy's jaw firmed, and she grabbed a hold of the suitcase that his dad had been standing beside the whole time.
"But I do have certain standards that I expect you to uphold, and I certainly think that you should leave your stepbrother,"
Judy gave a definite emphasis to the word stepbrother,
"alone. Focus on your recovery."
Her eyes narrowed even further as they shot to Foster.
"I do believe your dad feels the same way about you. I don't think you're welcome here if you can't remember to give your stepsister the respect and space she deserves."
She gave stepsister the same emphasis that she had given stepbrother. Odd, because she certainly hadn't been a stepmother for the last decade or so since she moved out of his dad's house. Now all of a sudden they were family again? That was weird. But he supposed that was pretty much all families were anymore. Weird. Living with his dad, his life hadn't actually ever been 1950s perfect. Holland avoided his eyes as she pushed back away from her chair. He didn't want to be standing across the kitchen from her. He wanted to be beside her, and he wanted to face their mother together, and he wanted them both to tell her mother that it didn't matter what she wanted, that Holland got to choose. But he didn't think Holland was strong enough for that fight. Not now. And she probably didn't want to fight it anyway. She hadn't wanted to back in high school. So maybe there was an attraction there on her side, but it wasn't something she was fighting for. Still, he couldn't stop the protective streak that seemed to run rampant when she was around. He opened his mouth. "Daisy, Jax, and I will clean up the kitchen." Her hand had been reaching for a plate, and her eyes lifted to his. Their eyes met, and again, it was like the table and the kitchen and the kids and their parents just faded away, and it was only the two of them, So much seemed to be said across the distance that separated them. Or maybe those were just things he wanted to hear. Because he felt a pull, and he felt a connection, and he felt like she felt the same as he did. But it couldn't be true. She looked away first.
Okay, thanks.
She didn't look back at him again, but stepped away from her chair and followed her mother out of the kitchen and up the stairs. The kids pushed back away from the table and started gathering the plates and carrying them to the sink, like clearing off the table and cleaning up the kitchen was a new adventure. Maybe it would be as fun as making supper. Foster dropped the bacon in the garbage can, and his eyes lifted to his dad's. His dad hadn't moved the whole time. His hands were folded across his chest, and a muscle in his jaw slowly ticked in and out.
Judy's pretty dead set against you guys.
His dad's look was level, even though his voice was gruff.
I believe there was bacon on the floor, but that wasn't the only thing that was going on. I'm not blind. I can see Holland. She's a pretty girl. She always has been. But I didn't raise you to be the kind of husband that she would want, the kind that she needs. One that has a steady job and a steady paycheck and takes her on fancy vacations and sits her down on the important boards in town. You don't even know anything about that life.
His dad's eyes shifted, and his body moved just a little, making Foster think that he wasn't quite as comfortable as he seemed.
I can tell you from experience, if you marry her, or even if you guys shack up together, the criticism from others will make your life miserable. It'll be hard to have a strong marriage fighting her family every day.
Foster didn't say anything. He was too busy thinking. He'd always thought his mother left because she couldn't handle the craziness of having 4 boys. But come to think of it, he didn't remember too much about his grandmother other than she was very disapproving, and as a little kid, he didn't like her at all. He supposed the feeling was mutual. Now that his dad said something, he kind of vaguely remembered his mom sitting at the table, crying, and her mom sitting diagonally across from her, patting her hand and telling her to just admit that she'd made a mistake and come back home. Funny, he hadn't thought of that memory in a long time. Decades. It made him mad. What kind of woman looked at her daughter with 4 little boys and told her that it was a better idea to leave those boys and start a different family with a different person than it was to stay and take care of her own children? But he didn't have to think very hard to figure out what kind of woman would do that. Judy was that kind of woman. And Holland would always be fighting Judy if, and that was a big if, he and Holland ever ended up together. He didn't want that for her. And he didn't want that for his kids. And that was another thing he'd never thought of. His kids. That was a wild idea. Kinda liked it, though. He opened the door to the dishwasher and showed Daisy how to set the dishes in, lining them up neatly. He showed her where the dish detergent was kept and how to put it in, all the while thinking he could have his own children. The idea had never had any pull at all for him before, but it definitely did now. Crazy. Chapter 10. Holland didn't get up in time to see her mother leave the next day, but she did get up in time to get her kids on the bus. Foster was nowhere around. She realized, as she walked out the door and walked her children to the bus stop, that his pickup wasn't in the driveway. He must have left earlier. Maybe he'd seen their parents leave. Jax held tightly to her hand, and she couldn't blame him. The first day at a new school was never easy. If she had a choice, she definitely wouldn't have done this to her children. She supposed she did have a choice. She could have chosen to stay with Alistair anyway. He would have allowed her to. Even now, he would let her come home. But since his philandering was out in the open, she supposed that if she ever moved back home, it would be implied approval for him to be with whatever woman he wanted to be. And somehow, she had thought their marriage vows meant something a little different than that.
"Are you going to be here when we get home, Mommy?"
Jax asked, not even trying to hide his anxiety behind anything other than scrunched up eyes and trembling lips. His discomfort tore at her heart. She didn't want to send him away. He was just a little boy. She couldn't help but feel like he needed his mom. But she didn't let any of that show on her face. He had to do something hard today, and she did too.
"Yes, I'm not planning on going anywhere today, and I will definitely be here when you get off the bus. If the school district gave me the correct time, I'll be waiting outside for you. You'll be able to see me from the school bus before you get off it." "Is Daddy gonna take us this weekend?"
Daisy didn't bother to hold her hand. Daisy always wanted to be the big girl, and Holland understood that. She'd been the same way herself. Maybe she'd be that way again. It was really hard to imagine that happening. She felt so weak and broken. But she admired that spirit in her daughter, although she couldn't give her daughter the answer that she wanted.
"I don't know."
She hadn't known the last 4 weekends that their father wasn't going to take them until he'd called and told her that he wasn't. And that was better than the weekends before when he'd just not shown up. Then she had crying children on her hands on top of everything else, because they were broken-hearted that their father not only wasn't coming, but didn't care enough to call and tell them. There'd been a lot of crying, and her children had gone through so much. She wished she could just shield them from everything for a while and let them heal from the blows that they'd already gotten. But there was no getting around school. It was the law, and she had no other choice.
"Are you sure you're not just telling him he can't have us so that you can keep us, and he doesn't get us at all because you're mad at him?"
Daisy's defiant question hurt Holland's heart. She hadn't told her kids about his girlfriends, if that's what they were called. What did one call them nowadays? Homewreckers? Paramours? Lovers? Holland had a lot of other terms she would like to use for them. None of them fit for her children's ears, and none of them words that she should be thinking anyway. She wasn't sure what kind of woman stepped into another woman's marriage and slept with that woman's husband, and she couldn't think of any good names for that. Though, of course, she couldn't completely blame the woman. Alistair had probably told them he was unhappy, that Holland was cold, distant, slept in a different bedroom, all the usual things, she supposed. All the lies husbands told their prey to get what they wanted. She knew that.
"Yes, Daisy, I'm sure. And if you'd like to look at my phone and check my call logs and texts, you may. Your dad has not called or texted."
She didn't really feel like she needed to be accountable to her daughter, and she didn't know what Alistair was telling the children the 1 or 2 times that he'd actually seen them since she'd moved in with her mother. It had been months, and of course her children wanted their dad. She stood at the bus stop, waiting for the bus and thinking of what she could do that day. She really did want to try to take it easy so that she could rest. It had been hard to do that all summer with the children home. But she also didn't want to stay in bed all the time and do absolutely nothing. Some activity would be good for her. Her mother had mentioned a small garden that Dan had planted, and she wondered if maybe there'd be something in there. She'd always loved cooking and cleaning and keeping house. She thought those things would relax her. Maybe she'd check it out before the kids came home from school. Foster had gone into work early and had the first job of the day almost finished by the time his brothers showed up for work. He'd seen them come in when he stopped to change his empty canister of oxygen out for a full one. So, instead of going back and finishing his welding job, he walked over to the counter. His oldest brother, Bram, was a doctor at the ER in their small hospital. He wasn't at the shop this morning. He seldom was unless there was a problem. While he didn't work in the garage, he was capable of it, and he owned a quarter part. But his youngest brother, Blade, was there, along with Blade's fiancée, Libby Hopkins. It was kind of weird how God worked things out, because Libby's sister Justice was engaged to his brother Thad. Libby worked in the shop, putting in purchase orders, printing receipts, and basically serving as their secretary and bookkeeper. She did a great job, too. Customers, men and women alike, loved her. She definitely gave their shop some respectability. Foster loved her, like a sister, and he was thrilled that Blade had finally gotten a good turn in life. Libby was most definitely the best thing that ever happened to him. Thad and Justice seemed like they were deeply in love as well. It did kind of make things hard to swallow at times, since he was still the loner. Other than the year or two in high school when he and Holland had been together, although they'd never been a couple, he'd been a loner all his life. He supposed he never really thought about it, but he was probably one of those one-woman man type guys, since he'd never really been able to get himself interested in anyone other than Holland. And he never thought about a wife or children or family unless she was around. As he strode over to the counter in the shop, he tried to put those thoughts from his mind. He didn't need his brothers giving him a hard time about it. That was, of course, the first thing they asked about. "How are things going with Holland?" "How do you even know about Holland?" Too late he remembered that they'd talked about her at the shop. His brothers didn't realize everything that had gone on at the house. "I talked to Dad. Since he's leaving on a trip for a month or two, figured I ought to talk to the old man before he left." Thad lifted his shoulder. He was probably the one that was most likely to keep in touch with their dad. Blade wasn't sitting on their side of the counter. He had gone around and stood behind Libby, one hand on her shoulder, one hand on her leg, and his head leaned down saying something soft in her ear, something that made her cheeks turn red. Foster had to smile. Libby was cute, and she and Blade were good together. Blade straightened. "Think you and Holland can live together without killing each other?" "She's not really herself." Foster wasn't sure how much of Holland's problems he wanted to air out in public, although with just his brothers and Libby here, it wasn't like it was public. Still, that protective streak, that he knew he had but hadn't really known how strong it was, reared up again. "And I don't plan on being around much. With working here and going to my house and trying to make sure that all those things get done as quickly as possible, I'll probably sleep there and not much else." His brothers didn't pick up on Holland not really being herself. He was glad. He didn't want to talk about whatever it was that she'd been through. He didn't know that much about it anyway. This would have been a good time for him to tell them that he was taking off, and he opened his mouth to do that. He did want to talk to her. He knew he'd been warned off by not just her mom, but his dad, too. They were both right. But if he knew what she'd gone through, he'd be able to help her better. That's what he told himself. But before he could say anything, Thad spoke. "I guess that girl's garage that beat us out for the big contract with Barry Smithson and his trucking company?" Thad didn't need to say anything more than, "that girl's garage." They all knew who he was talking about. I guess they're having trouble keeping up with all the work that's coming in. Justice is trying to arrange it so we get any work that they can't handle. Thad lifted his brows. He didn't have to spell it out to them. Blade spoke first.
I think we should just let it go. If they can't handle all the work, they lose the contract, which would mean that we might get it, since we were probably the next in line. Not to mention we were among the most qualified to begin with. Why should we help them?
Because it would mean money right now for us, which is what we need, Thad said reasonably. Foster could see a different problem.
I get it about the money, and I can't argue about that.
They all had access to the checking account, and they all knew what it looked like.
You guys know as well as I do that Bram has a real problem with what happened. He's pretty bitter about it. I don't think he would want us to have anything to do with them. He'd definitely say what Blade said, only he'd say it stronger and harder.
Bram hadn't made any bones about how ridiculous the girls' garage was, and how he hated the fact that they'd gotten what they'd gotten just because they were women. Bram also had a little bit of trouble with Thad's fiancée, Justice, because of her role in the whole situation. Foster thought that Bram and Justice were on civil terms, but he wasn't entirely sure. So, should we take the work, or should I tell Justice that we don't want it?
It's not going to make things difficult between you and Justice if we say no?
Foster wasn't quite sure where that question came from. He did know that he wanted with all his heart for his brothers to be happy. He also knew that there was just something in a man that wanted a woman beside him. His brothers had found that. He didn't want to do anything to jeopardize it. Yes, she knows the decision's not mine, but she's willing to fight for us if we want her to. Foster kind of thought that if Thad and Justice had gotten together earlier, maybe the girls' garage wouldn't have gotten the contract. Although he thought there was some investment money involved. He'd never asked. It wasn't something he needed to know. And he wanted to like Justice. He wanted to like all of his sisters-in-law. Because he really would like to have a family, one they hadn't had growing up. There were certain things he needed to do in order to make that happen, and he was willing to do them. If that meant overlooking something that was blatantly unfair, he was willing to do it. But he could understand why Bram wasn't. Bram had worked pretty hard for what he had, and he also had a lot of debt to pay back. And as much as people said about a man's privilege, Foster had a feeling Bram had been exposed to the exact opposite, discrimination because he wasn't considered a minority. Even though his background and start in life had been less privileged than probably anyone else he'd been around in medical school. Foster leaned against the counter and folded his arms over his chest.
So, what do you guys say? Yes? No?
We have to make a decision right now? Justice didn't exactly say, but I'm pretty sure there's a big job that's come in, one that's too hard for them to handle. Someone's got to do it, and it's a time-sensitive thing. He gave that a few seconds to sink in before he started talking again. What would happen is they would send it to us, we'd bill them, and they'd bill Smithson. But like I said, it needs to be done now. Foster figured that probably meant he wasn't going to get tomorrow morning off to talk to Holland.
It kind of bites, the idea of working with those women after what they did, the way they stole the contract. But we need the money. So I say yes.
Blade spoke from the other side of the counter. Libby had placed her hand over Blade's on her shoulder, and Foster could see them squeezing each other's fingers as Blade spoke. He had the feeling that Libby agreed with Blade, or Blade wouldn't have said anything.
I say if we do it, we don't tell Bram. I don't like to keep things from each other, but he's not normally around much, and he already has enough stress in his life. His job isn't exactly easy. I'm not saying we should lie to him, but I'm saying we can take their work. I don't even know what the name of their shop is, and Bram probably won't recognize it either. So let's just not say anything unless we have to." Thad, Blade, and Libby were all nodding with him. It wasn't to hide things from Bram, it was to protect Bram, and they all understood it. Their dad hadn't been around much when they were kids and hadn't seemed to care about them at all. Bram had always been there, taking care of them. He pushed and prodded and spearheaded everything. Even with medical school and college and residency, he never neglected his brothers. Foster had no idea how he had done it all. Bram almost seemed superhuman. So it was settled. Until he got details about how big the job was and how long they expected it to take, Foster wasn't going to worry about saying anything to the guys about not coming into work for a few hours someday that week. After the way Dan and Judy had reacted to him kneeling by Holland's chair, he figured Holland wouldn't want to talk to him anymore anyway. She hadn't looked at him since. Not that he'd given her a chance, because after he'd finished cleaning up the kitchen with the kids, he'd gone down to the basement and not come back up. He'd left that morning before she'd gotten up. It was all probably for the best. Chapter 11. It was late Monday night when Foster got home. He'd intended for it to be. He'd expected to leave the Richmond Rebel shop and go to his house to work on finishing up the painting in the downstairs. He hadn't gotten to that, though, with the big job they'd gotten from the girls' shop which needed to be finished by Friday. So they'd all been working late on it. Actually, Blade and Libby had gone for parts, since the parts wouldn't be delivered in time if they ordered them, so they'd needed to pick them up in person. Foster and Thad had been working on the trailer. It was an insurance job, a trailer that had been wrecked. A lot of work and a little amount of time. But they could do it. And it provided a perfect excuse for Foster to leave before Holland got up and get home well after she and the children were in bed. He didn't know how he could handle the next 2 months, but for this week at least, he wouldn't have to make anything up in order to avoid her. Playing with her kids, sitting at the supper table with her, and staring into her eyes were all dangerous for his sanity. He pulled into the driveway and noticed immediately that she'd left the porch light on for him. His dad had certainly never done that. The house was quiet when he walked in, but there was a light on in the kitchen. Half afraid he might see Holland sitting at the table, he walked in slowly. But there were no other people there. His eyes swept across the flat surfaces, his stomach growled, and he wondered what he was going to make to eat at this hour in the night. A piece of paper lying on the counter caught his eye. He walked over. He and Holland hadn't exactly had the relationship where they had exchanged notes in school, but he recognized her handwriting.
"Dear Foster, I made lasagna. I set a piece aside on a plate in the refrigerator for you. H."
Foster stared at the note. His insides felt wobbly. He couldn't remember another time in his life when anyone had done anything even remotely this thoughtful. He couldn't remember anyone ever taking care of him. Couldn't remember ever expecting anyone to. He supposed children grew up with the assumption that their mothers were going to care for them, but he really hadn't. He certainly hadn't expected his dad to care for him. The closest to come to it was probably expecting his brothers to have his back. Even that didn't compare to this. Someone had made sure he had food to eat. They'd set it aside for him. They'd cared enough about him to leave a note about it. He knew men often got women flowers or candy or took them out to eat, wining and dining them, or whatever, in order to get them to like them, or impress them, He didn't really know what women did for men. He'd never been on the receiving end of any of that. Maybe to dress in fancy clothes? He wouldn't mind seeing Holland dressed up, but he'd far rather have someone taking care of him, which probably made him weak and pathetic. Still, he got the lasagna out of the refrigerator and warmed it up. While he was eating, he was thinking, and he supposed it was a bad idea, but had come to a conclusion. After he took a shower, before he went back downstairs to the basement to go to bed, he took a pen and wrote his own note on the bottom of hers.
Thank you. It was delicious. F.
The next day, he was just as late. Only this time, the porch light being left on didn't surprise him. And he walked a little quicker, his heart beating a little faster, his eyes sweeping the kitchen counter as soon as he walked in. As he'd hoped, another piece of paper lay in the exact same spot. His eyes swept the dark living room before he walked over. Everything was empty, and there was no sound in the house.
Dear Foster, I saved some supper back for you. It's on a plate in the fridge. What would you like me to cook tomorrow? H.
The paper was decorated with flowers that curled around the words and trailed over and off the paper. Just pencil drawings, but somehow flowing and real, and he put a finger down, tracing the curving lines. He was grinning by the time he was done reading it. Not only had she saved him supper, but she had implied in her note that he could choose what he'd like to eat tomorrow. Man, his chest was doing all kinds of swirly, crazy, wacky things. He couldn't keep the silly, sloppy grin off his face. What did he want to eat? Had anyone ever asked that before? Food was something he ate. No one cooked anything special for him. He thought for a while about what he wanted to write back, because he was definitely writing back. He really liked steak. Steak and baked potatoes. That would be good. Maybe some baked beans and peas and a chocolate cake. But he'd cooked for himself long enough to know that steak was only good when it was hot and fresh, so he didn't ask for that. By the time he'd showered and come back through the kitchen, he knew what he was going to say. He walked over to the counter and picked up the pen.
Thank you for supper. It was delicious. Just like yesterday. I appreciate the consideration. I'll eat whatever you cook. F. P.S. I'd really like mashed potatoes.
His words went through some of her curling vines and flowers, making it look like his words had been decorated too. Maybe she intended it that way in case he answered. He didn't know. But even though he couldn't do pretty things, he liked to see them. And he liked even more that these were pretty things made by Holland. Funny, because he almost worried on Wednesday that he might not be late. Thad and Blade both talked about cutting out early, even though they still had a lot of the trailer to finish up. Both of them wanted to go to a prayer meeting with the ladies in their life, so Foster told them to go ahead and go. And he ended up working even later. Part of him didn't want to. Part of him wanted to just go home and see Holland, to thank her in person for the consideration that she'd shown in the last 2 days. No one was making her do that, and she certainly didn't have to. So when he walked into the house Wednesday night, it was almost midnight. But the porch light was on, and there was a note on the counter. As he was stepping over to read it, his eyes happened to slide over the cupboards. They used to be plain white, but now there were purple flowers with green leaves trailing up the sides, similar to the artwork that was on the paper in front of him.
Dear Foster, your supper is in the same spot. Meatloaf and mashed potatoes with gravy. You didn't mention vegetables, but they're good for you, and so I gave you a helping of peas as well. Are you going to be late tomorrow night? H.
He grinned. Now she was making him eat his vegetables. Well, not really making him, but the idea was there. The idea that she was taking care of him. Maybe even cared about his health. He'd eat them, just because she made them. He also decided, since his brothers had cut out early tonight, it would be okay for him to try to cut out early tomorrow night. Although, if his calculations were correct, they might actually be done with the trailer tomorrow. If they were, he was going to take Friday morning off, and he was going to ask Holland if she was still willing to talk to him. Just before he stepped in the shower, he noticed the new decorations on the bathroom wall. Pink hearts and yellow ribbons. They seemed to dance around the top of the walls right where they met the ceiling. Pretty. He could see Holland's hand all through it. He hoped she wasn't working too hard during the day, that she was resting. Suddenly, he wanted to see her, to make sure she was looking okay. It was that protective side of him again. It was too late tonight, but he was going to make sure that he did see her. With a t-shirt on and a towel wrapped around his waist, he walked back down through the kitchen, picking up the pen and writing at the bottom of her note. Dear Holland, I really appreciate the food you left for me tonight. It was all delicious. Even the peas. I'll try to be home tomorrow by 8. Maybe I'll see you then. F. He really hoped he would. Chapter 12. Holland sat on the porch step, in the dark, watching her kids play on the old swings in the backyard. She'd already checked her phone 15 times since she sat down an hour ago. Right now, it was 7:45. Her stomach twisted. She had no idea why she was nervous. It wasn't that she liked him or anything close. Really. Except it felt like she did. But he couldn't know it. All she'd been doing was cooking for him, and writing a note letting him know where the food was. Something anybody would do for anybody else. There shouldn't have been any kind of extra meaning read into anything that she had done. Except she couldn't stop thinking about him. Whether she was cooking, or whether she was painting or cleaning, or even when she was resting, she closed her eyes and saw his face. She walked through the house and smelled confidence in that scent that was all his. Sometimes it was so real she looked around for him. She would never have said her nose was that sensitive. This was crazy, she knew. Her mother was right. She even thought Foster would probably admit that her mother was right. They were all wrong for each other. And technically, her mother was correct. They were step-siblings. There probably would be more than a few raised eyebrows if they ended up together. Definitely some turned-down noses. People would talk about them. She resisted the urge to look at her phone yet again. If he was anything like Alistair, he'd be 2 hours late, with an apology on his lips about an emergency that had come up. She wondered how many times those emergencies had not been emergencies at all, or had been cheating emergencies. She'd thought about it all week. She was used to her husband coming home late. She also knew why her husband had come home late so often. There was definitely a part of her that wondered whether Foster was actually at the shop working. She assumed, maybe incorrectly, that if he were out with someone else, he wouldn't be hungry when he got home. But everything that she'd made had been eaten. The dirty dishes had either been put in the dishwasher or the sink. Call her paranoid, but she had checked the trash, just to see if he'd scraped everything off and only pretended to eat. Alistair had done that. That's what made her suspicious. He'd claimed to be in an emergency and said he would come straight home. She assumed he'd be hungry. Only he wasn't. He'd managed to scrape his food off the plate and into the trash can. It had probably been more than a year after she first realized that he'd done that before she put the whole puzzle together and the cheating picture emerged. Something like that made a woman feel like a really big fool. But Foster hadn't done that. Everything had been eaten. She heard the rumble of the motor first. It got to the point this week when, lying in bed at night, she could hear his truck and recognize the motor. It was even louder now. But her kids didn't stop playing until the headlights hit the driveway.
Mom, he's here just like you said. We get to see Mr. Foster tonight.
Jax did the yelling, but they both ran to her and stood on either side of her with their hands behind her back as Foster pulled into the driveway. She hoped he wasn't too tired to deal with the children. There were times when Alistair came home, and it just seemed like too much with everyone jumping around him and yelling and being excited to see Daddy. He had been tired and stressed and hadn't wanted all the noise and activity. It irritated him. Holland understood. She felt the same way sometimes when she came home from work, getting the kids out of the car, getting them in the house, and dealing with the chaos that unfolded. It was crazy the amount of noise and motion two small children could make. After a full, stressful day of work, sometimes she was just too exhausted and didn't feel like she could deal with it. But at the same time, she realized her children were really excited to see their mom. She wanted to spend time with them. So she always tried to push her tiredness aside and give her kids the attention they deserved. She hadn't been perfect. Alistair hadn't been perfect either. And she didn't expect Foster to be perfect. The motor had shut off, but he hadn't gotten out of the truck yet. She spoke softly to her kids.
He might be tired from working all day, guys. He's probably not going to want to play. And he definitely is not going to want to have you guys jumping and yelling. Okay? Yes, Mommy,
Jax said seriously, his little body shaking with excitement as he bounced his knees up and down, obviously trying to keep himself still.
I think you're wrong, Mommy,
Daisy said calmly.
I think he's going to be pretty excited to see us.
She was able to keep herself still, but her hand held tight to Holland's shoulder.
I know he really likes us.
Her words cracked Holland's heart. She wasn't the only one who'd felt unloved and unlikable when Alistair had shoved them aside. Although she supposed Daisy's feelings stemmed more from the fact that their father hadn't made time to visit them in the last few months at all. Not once. That had been when Daisy's eyes were opened. Holland's pain had started before that. And, of course, pain from a father's neglect was different than pain from a husband's betrayal. But Holland still felt solidarity with Daisy, because they were both females who'd been hurt by the same man. Daisy didn't share the same feelings, of course. She probably would never fully understand until she was older and realized that her dad had multiple girlfriends. If Holland did nothing else, she truly hoped that she would at least raise a daughter who would be the kind of woman who wouldn't do what those women did with a married man. And she hoped Jax wouldn't be the kind of man who would do what Alistair did. Right there, those were her two biggest fears. She wanted her kids to be better than she was, and better than Alistair. The pickup door slammed and Foster started walking over. He walked by the door, which meant he'd seen them sitting there. She wasn't sure he would. Sometimes she was so deep in her thoughts that she didn't notice anything. Foster had always been the kind of man who noticed things. She knew that from the time they spent together when they were younger. He noticed the way his motor sounded and if it sounded off. Same thing for other people's motors. She could never hear what he heard, but she liked listening to him talk about it. It made her wonder if he'd noticed the painting that she'd done around the house. She figured if he had, he would probably have said something to her about it, unless his dad had told him that he'd given permission for that. It just didn't seem like something men would talk about. Foster may have noticed and just wasn't going to talk about it with her. Still, she kind of expected him to. He was probably 20 feet away when Jax couldn't keep himself still anymore and shot away from Holland's side like a rocket off the launching pad. Holland opened her mouth to call him back, but her phone rang in her pocket, startling her. As she was reaching to answer, Daisy started walking to Foster as well before breaking into a run. Holland almost put her phone back, but her mom was on a trip and she could be sick, or something could have happened to her sister. She felt like she had to check. After she pulled it out, she kind of wished she hadn't. It was Alistair. That was a call she couldn't ignore either, though, as much as she might want to. So she glanced at her children, who were dancing around Foster, laughing and talking and telling him at the top of their lungs about their week in school and the things that they'd done at home, and basically doing everything that she'd asked them not to do, because in their childish excitement, they'd probably forgotten all about her exhortation to not jump and yell. She didn't take the time to say anything to them, but swiped her phone and put it to her ear. "Hello," she said, trying to sound like she wasn't completely devastated, which, to her surprise, wasn't as hard as it had been even a couple weeks ago. "Holland, honey, how are you doing, sweetheart?" Alistair's voice came over the phone, struck at her heart, painfully. That used to be the voice of her husband. They'd brought children home from the hospital together. They'd said vows together. They'd bought a house together and made a family. It was the same voice, but that part of her heart had been ripped out. And it hurt. Like when a tree is uprooted, there was a hole in the ground, and it takes a long time until that hole doesn't look like a painful scar anymore. She didn't know if she'd ever get to that point. And it wasn't because she was still in love with her husband. That had ended a long time ago. It was just because of the memories and what was supposed to have been. Because of her children. "I'm not your honey, nor your sweetheart." She felt her voice sounded very reasonable, calm, level. But she also wanted to be clear. If he wanted the right to call her those names, he needed to keep his vows. He'd lost that right when he cheated on her. That was all there was to it. "Relax, baby doll, relax. Are you taking your pills? There's a lot of anger and bitterness in your voice, and you need to get over it. You don't want to infect my children." Holland put one arm around her stomach, holding her phone to her ear with her other hand. She took a deep breath, blowing it out and turning away from where her children were still talking to Foster, because Foster was looking over their heads at her. She couldn't talk to Alistair and meet Foster's gaze. He saw too much. "Did you want something?" She really hoped he was calling to tell her what time he was going to be there to pick the children up. As much as she didn't want them to go with him or to be like him, they needed their father. They loved him and needed to be with him. More than anything, she wanted her children to not grow up with scars and wounds and baggage from the mess she'd made of her life and her marriage. No, the mess Alistair had made of her life and her marriage. It wasn't her. There wasn't anything wrong with her that would make it okay for Alistair to do what he did. She was imperfect. She wasn't trying to say that she was perfect. But Alistair had no right and no call to do what he did. And she would not blame herself. She would not allow him to blame her either. "You're just as cold and short as you've always been." Alistair's voice sounded condescending and almost sing-song as he repeated the things that he'd been saying to her for months. "If you'd been warmer to me, I wouldn't have been forced to look for another woman to fulfill my needs. But you didn't give me what I needed."
If that's all you have to say, I'm busy. I need to go.
"I thought it would be considerate of me to let you know that I will not be there to pick up the children this weekend." Holland didn't say anything. Her brain wanted her to ask, "Are you working or are you seeing someone?" That wasn't appropriate. She probably didn't want to know anyway. Alistair had not hesitated to use her as a babysitter while he took his lovers on weekend getaways and told her he was working. He never took her anywhere. She didn't want to go anywhere with him now anyway. "Don't you have anything to say?" he asked, and irritation laced his voice.
One of us has to be the adult. If you can't take your turn with them, I always want them.
She couldn't keep that adult line from coming out of her mouth. Once upon a time, they might have joked about who was the adult in the relationship. Not that Alistair ever did much joking. Someone needed to watch the kids, and obviously he expected it to be her unless the stars aligned and his schedule opened up and he actually had time for them. Her bitterness was coming out, and she hated it.
I'm sorry. The children are fine here. They miss seeing you. They were looking forward to it. But if it doesn't suit you, I have them, and I will continue to have them.
Some of us are busy professionals, and we have work and responsibilities and people who need us. I'm a doctor, and I'm important.
Of course you are.
She didn't say anything else. His family should be more important. But hey, he'd never wanted to have to spend time being nice to his wife and children. Maybe he shouldn't have had a wife and children. But it was a nowhere argument, childish, and she didn't want to waste her time. She wasn't going to change Alistair. She didn't even want to try. If the man didn't appreciate what he had, she couldn't help him. And it was not her responsibility to help him see where he'd been wrong. "I'll put them in my schedule for next week, but I'll call you to confirm."
You do that. I'll hold my breath waiting for your call. Thanks for letting me know today. Bye.
She pressed end before she said anything else. She hadn't been nice. She didn't really like herself. But still, the idea that she was worth so little to him, and that their children were worth even less. She hated it. And yeah, it still hurt. She'd heard and read and heard some more that time would make the pain less. She was looking forward to that. How much time? Years, probably. The hubbub behind her had cleared and calmed, and she just needed another deep breath or two in order to turn around and smile like there was nothing wrong. She could cry later, after she'd gone to bed. She'd only had 2 headaches that week, but the familiar throbbing behind her eyes started, and she could see the aura that almost always indicated a migraine.
That had to have been your ex.
Foster's voice came from behind her. He wasn't touching her, but she caught his scent, tough and hard and somehow strong and good, even after a long day at work. She could turn and put her arms around him and have him hold her. It wasn't right. Wasn't right to use him for comfort, to heal the wounds Alistair caused. And so she took a step forward before she turned around, careful that she wouldn't even bump him. This was one of those times where she felt if anyone touched her, she would break, even her children. Foster had Jax on his back, piggyback style. That's why the hubbub had stopped. She almost smiled. In fact, she did, her lips tilted up. Definitely a smile. Even though she could feel her brows drawn in, trying to ward off the tension in her head.
It was.
She deliberately made her jaw relax. Hopefully her words didn't come out with the anger and aggression that she felt now that the call was over. It was sinking down in her brain that he canceled on her once again. Canceled on her children once again. Foster waited, staring at her with those eyes that saw too much. He probably had questions. Maybe. Maybe he didn't care. But she appreciated the fact that he wasn't talking about anything in front of the children, allowing her to decide what they heard and what they didn't. But she didn't see any point in delaying the inevitable.
He's busy this weekend and he's not able to take the kids.
She tried to make her face smile, tried to look happy, like it wasn't a horrible and devastating thing that the children once again wouldn't get to see their father, that he didn't want to see them. But her lips felt like plastic, and her smile fake. Her children might not be able to tell. Jax, his head poking over Foster's shoulders, slumped down.
He said he wouldn't cancel again. He said he would take us to Monkey Marvin's and let us eat pizza, and we would watch cartoons and eat cereal for supper.
Maybe the fact that he was on Foster's back, or maybe just because this had become their norm, but Jax's voice wasn't shrill and loud like it usually was. He just sounded little and hurt. Holland wasn't sure which was better. She needed to call and get a therapist set up for her children. She wasn't sure whether the therapy sessions actually helped or not, but that was what she was supposed to do. She didn't feel strong enough or smart enough or good enough to go against whatever the experts told her she should do. She could barely get herself out of bed in the morning and actually be a decent, productive person. This week, she'd done better. Daisy, who stood beside Foster with her arm around his legs and his arm around her shoulders, leaned her head into his stomach.
I don't think that he'll ever want us anymore.
Her tone was soft. This was a first. Every other time she told them that Alistair had canceled, they both had thrown fits. Now they were just sad. Which, of course, hurt just as much, if not more. At least she didn't have sobbing children to comfort. Yet. Probably tonight they would cry as she put them to bed. That was always when everything seemed to hit.
I thought I saw you guys playing on the swings when I pulled in.
Foster's deep voice sounded loud after the soft quietness of the sadness of her children.
My brothers and I used to see if we could do some tricks on them. Why don't you guys go see if you can work something up? I have a few minutes I can sit here watching. Maybe your mom will watch too.
Jax wiggled to get down, and Daisy slowly left his side. They walked over to the swing set, illuminated now by the floodlights from the house, since it was pitch dark out. It was definitely growing more chilly, and she would have told the children it was time to get ready for bed because they had school in the morning. But she supposed a few more minutes wouldn't hurt. Maybe it would keep them from crying tonight. They weren't as enthusiastic, not nearly, but they did go over. Chapter 13.
Are you okay?
Foster's voice came out low and soft, too soft for the kids to hear. Holland nodded, not trusting her voice. She wouldn't be bitter, or angry, or sad. None of those things were acceptable. Not to her. She hated that Alistair had any control over her.
I think if I could just not talk to him, I think I can forget about him. But every time he calls, it hurts, and I hate it.
It's the first time I've seen it, and I hate it too. It kills me that one person can suck so much joy out of a family. When I think of what I saw at the supper table on Sunday night contrasted with what I saw just now, it makes me angry that he can steal your smiles and take the happiness right out of the air. It's wrong.
Holland could admit it felt good to have someone on her side. Her mother always seemed to think it was her fault, or that she should just let Alistair do whatever he wanted to, and she should be okay with it. Foster seemed truly upset, almost angry on her behalf, and on the behalf of her children. She felt like she needed someone fighting for them all. Maybe it was because Alistair was a doctor, but it felt like all of her friends had gone to his side, even though it was pretty obvious to her that he was in the wrong. But maybe it was her. Maybe she was being blind about her faults. She hated it when her mind went there. Not that she didn't think she had faults, but she just didn't think they were so big and so bad as to excuse what Alistair had done to her. But she seemed to be in the minority in that regard.
I like the idea of you not letting him control you.
She took a deep breath and blew it out, trying to ease the tightness in her chest and hold the pain in her head at bay.
I like that idea too. Now I just need to put it into practice.
She wanted to rub her head, but she didn't want to admit that just a phone call with her ex had triggered a migraine. She should have known he'd know.
Getting a headache, aren't you?
She grunted.
Yes.
Sorry. I didn't have to come home early. I didn't realize it would make your head hurt.
Oh, it's not.
She looked up, wanting to assure him that it wasn't him, and she saw the grin on his face. He was teasing her. She would let him. Goodness, it had been so long since she'd been happy and carefree. She wasn't sure she could think of anything funny to say back to him, or light or happy. She did her best to put a flirty smile on her face. It didn't quite feel like hard rubber, but it didn't quite feel authentic either. It was the best she could do.
I don't think 8 o'clock is early. If you want to keep me from getting a headache, you probably should aim for 5. That'll give me time to soak in my bubble bath and eat my bonbons.
He snorted.
Hey, Mr. Foster, watch this!
Jax called from the swing set.
I'm watching, bud. Go ahead,
Foster called. He didn't take his eyes off Jax, but he lowered his voice, and Holland assumed he was talking to her.
Would you like to sit down for a bit? I told your kids I'd watch them some.
She didn't answer but moved back to where she was sitting on the steps, and he followed her.
I suppose I should thank you for that as well. That's the best the children have handled Alistair canceling. I'm sure it's because you're here.
Is he working? You can tell me it's none of my business.
No. Yes. I don't remember. He always told me he was working. He never was. Or most of the time he wasn't. I didn't think to question it until the signs were too obvious to ignore.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Let's talk about something else. We can talk about that some tomorrow. Things like that are always easier to talk about in the daylight. They're not so depressing.
You sound like you have experience.
Suddenly, she realized she had no idea what he'd been doing in the last decade, with anything. She wanted to know it all, which was weird. It was one thing to be curious about somebody. It was another to want to know every single detail of their life. She had to rein it in, because that's how she felt. And that was definitely treading on dangerous territory.
Just you,
she gasped.
I never cheated on you.
She shouted in a whisper. The last thing she needed was for her children to think that she was fighting, but what he had said was totally unfair.
I never said you did.
He shifted like the topic made him uncomfortable. His elbows settled on his knees, and his hands hung between them. His face was turned, watching her children on the swing set, and he didn't look at her. She really wasn't sure what he was saying. Maybe she'd overreacted.
I'm sorry. I was talking about Alistair cheating. I guess we're talking about two different things.
Yeah, I guess we were.
He didn't say any more, but she had a feeling there was a lot more that he could have said, and she wanted to hear it.
I've been working late pretty much every day this week because we had a big job at the shop that needed to be finished. It was done tonight, except for a few little things that my brothers can finish in the morning. Are you free tomorrow morning?
The kids yelled, and she waited while Foster watched them and told them what a good job they had done. She bit her tongue in order to keep herself from telling them to be careful. Kids never listened to that command anyway.
I am.
When they'd originally said they would talk, she was a little nervous, although she felt like she needed to because of everything that he'd done for her, and because he was staying. Now there was a little thrill of excitement in her chest. She enjoyed being with him. She always had.
I haven't been working on my house all this week, and I guess I kind of assumed from all the flowers and stuff that you've painted on the walls around here that you enjoy that. I know you used to.
They were silent for a couple of minutes. She decorated his front tag for him, with the Richmond Rebel's logo on it, and a truck and a sunset if she recalled correctly. Until she left town, he'd had it on the front of his pickup. But he was driving a different pickup now, and there was no tag on the front. She wanted to ask if he still had it, but somehow it felt too vulnerable to let him know that she remembered.
I do. I really do enjoy it, and it relaxes me.
Did you have plans for tomorrow?
Wow, she wasn't used to this kind of consideration. Alistair had never considered her plans worth talking about. After all, he was the doctor. Their world revolved around him. Which was fine. She was okay making her husband the head of their home. She did enough Sunday school when she was little, and even in her teenage years, to know that was scriptural. But the thing men often forgot about was that the rest of that command was to love their wives like they loved themselves. When Alistair put himself above her and didn't care about her plans, he wasn't keeping up his end of that. Regardless, she would never complain. He wasn't breaking his marriage vows by being inconsiderate. That was just something she had lived with.
I was going to can some salsa in the morning after the kids got on the bus.
She figured she'd be honest with him. Sometimes Alistair would get angry with her when she didn't agree with everything he said. She supposed Foster might have become that kind of man, although he hadn't been anything close back in the day. She had the jars out already and the basket of tomatoes, peppers, and onions that she needed sitting on the back porch.
How long will that take?
I'm not sure. 2 hours, maybe?
She'd done it a couple of times a few years ago. Things just got so hectic. It was so hard to work a job and do any of the things that she loved to do at home. Sure, she had the weekends, but a lot of times Alistair wasn't home, and she was exhausted trying to catch up with laundry and housework and shopping and trying to spend time with the kids.
I can help you. Then you can come over and help me. Will you need to rest?
Her old self would have been offended at that. Her new, broken self appreciated the consideration.
I suppose it depends on what this migraine does. I can feel something thumping behind my eyes, and that usually means it's going to hit me full on, and I'm going to be down for a while.
I don't want you to overdo it. How about we play it by ear in the morning? We'll see how you feel.
That was another thing she remembered about him from so long ago. For such a big guy, and tough-looking, and capable, a guy who worked with cars and trucks and motors, he was a lot more considerate than anyone would guess by looking at him. It was one of the things that had made her fall in love with him all those years ago. For some reason, it wasn't a side that other people saw.
Thank you.
Are you giving the kids baths?
No, they had them earlier. I didn't think they'd get too dirty if I just let them play for a little bit.
Okay, I'll help you get them to bed.
Holland called the kids, and they came grudgingly.
Can I ride on your back, Mr. Foster? Please?
Jax asked as they slowly stood and waited for the children to get to them.
Sure can, bud.
Foster crouched down, and Jax jumped up on his back.
You don't have to do that, Foster. He's pretty big.
I know. He's gonna be too big soon, but he's not for tonight.
Foster looked down, and she thought she read in his eyes that it would help take Jax's mind off the fact that his dad wasn't going to be taking them for the weekend. Maybe that was just her imagination. Maybe that's what she wanted him to be saying with his look. Regardless, Daisy took her hand and Foster's hand too, and they all walked in together.
If you don't mind, you can wash faces and hands and supervise the teeth brushing, and I'll get their jammies out and ready.
She wasn't sure he actually meant that he would help, and she was on a limited amount of time. The pressure in her head was getting worse.
How about you go lie down, and I'll handle it?
They're my kids. I can't expect you to do that.
I'm not doing it because I think you expect it. I offered. That's where you say yes, and then go lie down. We'll come over and say goodnight to you when they're wiped up with their teeth brushed and their clothes changed.
Okay.
She took a trembling breath and walked to Dan's room. Since they were going to be gone so long, her mother had said that she could sleep in their bed. Holland had felt a little odd about it at first, but it was a lot more peaceful, and it gave her children a little bit more room. Although she really needed to do something about their sleeping arrangements. It was probably still okay for her son and daughter to be sharing a bed at their ages, but it couldn't continue indefinitely. She hoped the doctors were right. She needed to get better so she could start working again. She could hear Foster in the bathroom as he told Daisy she had 10 more seconds to brush her teeth. Jax complained about the washcloth being cold.
I hadn't considered making it warm. Why didn't you tell me?
The water came on and ran for a while, and then she heard Foster's voice again.
Is that better?
Yeah,
Jax said.
except I hate to have my face washed, even if the washcloth is warm.
I know. Dirt doesn't bother you, and that's probably good for you. But it sure makes your mom happy for you to be clean. And it probably makes the kids at school and your teacher happy as well. Let's not worry about making ourselves happy in this instance and just think about others for a little bit. Okay, bud?
I guess.
Jax's mumbled reply made Holland smile. Jax didn't care about thinking about other people, although she appreciated Foster trying to teach him values. She supposed that's how it was done. A little every day, bit by bit, it all added up to days and weeks and months and years of teaching. Hopefully, by the time they were old enough to think for themselves, to make their own decisions, they'd absorb what was taught. She hardly thought they got that at daycare. Of course, they weren't getting it from her right now either, since she could barely get herself out of bed. That wasn't fair. She'd been doing a lot better this week, although the throbbing behind her eyes hadn't faded since she'd lain down. Shortly after that, the kids came in and gave her kisses.
"I'll see you in the morning, guys,"
she said. They ran out, and her eyes met Foster's. He stood in the doorway, his hands in his pockets, leaning a shoulder against the door jamb. She hadn't noticed when they were outside, but he was still in his dirty clothes from working all day. He was probably tired. She felt awful that she was the one in bed.
"I'm sorry."
He startled, making her think he'd been contemplating something completely different. "Sorry? About what?"
"I'm lying here in bed and you're still in your work clothes. You have to be tired. You probably didn't get to bed before midnight any night this week."
It's okay. You need rest now, and you'll be better, back to yourself. Then I'll lie in bed and let you take care of me.
She laughed.
"I suppose I'll owe you free babysitting for the rest of my life. Is that how I pay you back?"
The smile faded from his face.
I don't have kids.
He turned and walked down the hall without saying anything more, and she felt like she'd said something wrong, but she wasn't sure what. She supposed men probably didn't dream about a family and children like women did. But that didn't really explain his reaction, almost like he was angry, like she'd upset him. One more thing to apologize about. She realized she'd never told him that she kept some supper back for him, and she hadn't written him a note, figuring she'd lie there for just a little bit until she heard him come out of the kid's room. She ended up falling asleep and never did say anything. Chapter 14. Holland was still sleeping soundly when Foster got up in the morning. He wasn't sure exactly what time the bus came, but he guessed it probably wasn't too much different than it was when he was a kid. So when she wasn't up 45 minutes before he expected the bus to arrive, he got the kids up himself. They probably knew what they were supposed to wear, so he let them pick their outfits, and if Holland wasn't okay with it, she could give him instructions in case it ever happened again. But he wasn't going to wake her up, because he knew she needed the rest. He wanted to talk to her about her accident, find out exactly what had happened, and what the doctor had said she needed to do in order to recover. He wasn't going to question that too much, that desire that he couldn't seem to control, the pressing need to protect her and take care of her. And there was no rule that said he couldn't. He planned on it. He fed the kids breakfast and made sure they had all their things, as much as he could, since he had no idea what they were supposed to have and depended on them to tell him. Daisy seemed fairly responsible for a kid her age, and he felt mostly confident as he walked them to the bus that he did the best he could for them, and that they'd have a good day at school. They didn't ask about their mother, but they'd understood the night before that she'd not been well, and neither one of them was overly upset that she wasn't up. Still, he didn't know anything about making salsa, and he didn't want to ruin it. So he hung around for another 20 minutes, swept the kitchen and living room, and cleaned the bathroom, and when she still wasn't up, he left a note on the counter.
Dear Holland.
For some reason, his crazy brain and rebellious hand wanted to write, Dearest Holland. He didn't, but it was a struggle.
The kids are on the bus and you're not up. I already told my brothers I wouldn't be in this morning, and I might not be going this afternoon if we don't get any work that needs to be done today. I'll be at my house.
He left the address in case she was inclined to come. And then, after a minute of thought, he wrote,
You're welcome to come if you want. If you're there, we can eat lunch together. F.
Maybe he was being too forward or too presumptuous. He basically just asked her to go out to eat with him in a kind of backhanded way. He wasn't sure she was ready for that. He didn't think that Alistair had necessarily broken her heart. She wasn't crying and upset because she loved him and cared that he didn't love her back. She was upset for her children, definitely, and there was something else, but he didn't think it was heartbreak. He just wasn't sure exactly how to explain it. He hoped she would. He'd already painted the kitchen, so when he arrived at his home, he got the paint and rollers out and started on the dining room. The people that he'd hired had put the drywall up, except in the sunroom. That had been the granary, where he had the original wood lining the walls. He'd sanded them enough to give them a little lighter look, but still keep the weathered vibe. He thought they turned out pretty darn good, but he could also admit he'd never be the artist Holland was. 10 o'clock came and went, and he was pretty sure that Holland wasn't going to be coming, especially when 11 o'clock came and went the same way. But at 11:30, he heard a knock at the door. He was on a ladder, painting the ceiling in the dining room with a handle extension on the roller. He had some paint spots on his t-shirt and face and one streak on his jeans. Still, he didn't think he was going to scare anyone, so he hurried down the ladder and strode to the door. He thought about calling out that it was unlocked, but if it were Holland, he wanted to be off the ladder to greet her anyway. "Hey," he said when he opened the door and Holland stood there. She looked beautiful to him. Tired, but beautiful. And her brows weren't scrunched together, so he assumed her headache was gone. He'd ask in a bit, but couldn't seem to get his mouth to say anything more than that one word. She looked at him, too, and didn't say anything. But her green eyes had a little sparkle in them, the first he'd seen since she'd come back. He liked it. Suddenly, he had to remind himself to breathe. He took 2 breaths before he kicked himself and forced his mouth to move. "Come on in. I was beginning to think you weren't going to make it." She shook her head and walked through the door, avoiding meeting his gaze again.
I was in a panic when I woke up. It was so late. The kids had missed the bus for sure, and then the house was so quiet, and I couldn't find them. Thank you so much for leaving a note. I didn't see it the first time I went through the kitchen." She gave a little nervous laugh, and he noticed her cheeks were red. He wasn't sure if that was from remembering how upset she had been, or if it had something to do with being here with him. Although he couldn't imagine why that would be. They'd been alone plenty of times together. Of course, he had a few curls and swirls in his own stomach, because they really were completely alone. She looked good in his house. He hoped he could keep his mouth shut around those words. The last thing he needed was to scare her away by saying crap like that. It was like he was looking to have a relationship with her. He wasn't. He just wanted to take care of her until she was better. And he promised his dad he would stay until they were back. That's all this was. He just had to keep reminding himself of that. Wow! She walked down the hall looking around. Everything was basically empty, but there was drywall up, and he'd sanded and polished the banisters and the old wood around the doorways, which he'd gotten from the one wing of the barn that he'd not been able to save. Someone's done a lot of work in here. Yeah, I had someone else do the wiring and water pipes. I didn't do the drywall either, because I can't get it to look good. But yeah, she's started to look a little like the beautiful old lady she is. I'm not sure old lady is a compliment. Holland looked over her shoulder, and he had to return her grin. That's the way I meant it, as a compliment.
She stopped in the kitchen and did a full circle.
You painted in here. Looks good.
I was hoping you'd work some of your magic in there, if you would.
I owe you. After what you did for me this morning and last night and Sunday, I feel like it's just piling up and piling up. I need to do something to pull my weight in this relationship.
Her eyes got big as soon as she said the word relationship. He felt the same jerk in his body. There was no relationship. From the look on her face, that's exactly what she was thinking too. No relationship.
Would you like to eat first?
Thankfully, it hadn't been hard to find words to change that dangerous subject. She held up a bag from the single fast food restaurant in Peach Bottom.
If you don't mind, I stopped and got us both a meal. I was hoping you'd have drinks here, though.
He hadn't even realized she was carrying a bag. He should be paying better attention.
Yeah, I've got water in the fridge.
He had a table in the kitchen, an old work table. He had a couple of buckets of spackling that would serve as chairs.
Let me put my painting stuff away so it doesn't start to dry, and I'll be in.
Sure.
She walked to the fridge, and he could hear her opening it and getting water out as he worked with the paint and the roller and wrapped it in the plastic that he had for that purpose.
The water's turned off. Is it going to upset you if I eat with dirty hands?
She laughed a little.
Of course not. That's good to know, though. There's no bathroom facilities.
No, I'm sorry. Next week, everything should be back on.
Okay.
It felt like they were tiptoeing around each other, afraid to have another blunder like mentioning the word relationship. He set a bucket for her at the table, and he set his bucket right next to hers. He didn't even want to know what that meant about him. He was hungry, and he'd think about it some other time. Maybe she'd move a bucket before she sat down on it anyway. She could. He wouldn't stop her. But she didn't. She sat down next to him. The table was a little high for the low buckets. They didn't even bother to try to eat at it. He just set his food there and straddled the bucket, facing her.
You want to tell me about the accident?
He didn't know what else to say. Her eyebrows went up, and her mouth opened a little.
Oh boy, just jump right in?
I've never been good at beating around the bush.
Yeah, I remember.
Her mouth snapped shut, and her lips pressed together, like she'd broken the unspoken rule that had been between them. Don't talk about their past. Don't talk about anything in their past. But she'd broken it, and he could follow her through the cracks.
You were always a straight shooter, too. I like that about you.
She swallowed. He assumed she wasn't quite ready to go there. He probably wasn't either, although those words came easier to his lips, and they weren't accompanied by the pain that he had anticipated. He wasn't sure when those memories had gotten sweet. Maybe when Holland and he had started talking again.
The accident?
He prompted.
Right,
She said, biting her lip.
it was my fault.
Her head tilted and she looked apologetic.
I feel like I need to say that immediately. First, I was the one that wasn't paying attention.
She stopped, looking at the French fry in her hand.
I actually was trying to get Jax's drink from out of the bag that had fallen on the floor. I leaned over the seat, digging for it. He was crying. I was just trying to be a good mother.
Her sentences slurred together. It wasn't hard to hear the guilt and regret in her voice, the self-blame.
Hey, you're a good mom.
I'm not. A good mom doesn't wreck her car trying to get a drink for her kid.
You didn't know there was going to be an accident.
I missed the stop sign. The other traffic didn't have one, and they hit the back driver's side of my car. The kids were fine. I cracked my head on the window. The airbag broke my nose, and the seatbelt tore me up. But that's when the migraine started.
I see.
He did.
That was after you'd found out about your husband's cheating?
Yes.
Maybe that had something to do with it.
No, not really. I can't blame him. Although normally Jax would have had his drink before I started driving. I suppose I could blame that on Alistair, that I'd forgotten to give it to him. Nothing else. The rest of it was all my fault. I think my concussion was from hitting the side window. But the airbag came out so hard, or maybe it was just the way my face was turned.
Foster should have known better than to try to talk to her about it while they were eating, because he had already lost his appetite. It wasn't hard to imagine she'd been hurt and alone and trying to take care of the children herself. Obviously, she'd been distracted already, but his hands wanted to fist, and he wanted to get up and pace at the idea that had she just been a second slower, the car would have hit her driver's side door, and she could have been killed. He knew and believed that God worked everything according to his purpose and plan. Didn't always remember it, and he didn't always live by that, because he liked to control things himself. It was harder than it sounded to give up the control to someone you couldn't see. So he knew there was no point in worrying about what might have happened. God had timed it perfectly. Actually, as he thought about it, Holland wouldn't be sitting in front of him today if it had been timed any differently, or if she hadn't been in the accident at all.
What?
She asked with her brows drawn and a little smile on her face, despite the serious subject matter.
You look like you just figured out a cure for cancer.
No, nothing that grand.
He stared at her. She looked better this morning, despite the headache she'd had last night. Maybe not quite as fragile. Definitely the week had been good to her.
I was just thinking without the accident, you wouldn't be here.
Her mouth opened, then it closed again. She blinked and looked away.
I was thinking about how God worked everything out in His time, how the car hit you at the right place to give you a concussion but not kill you.
He tried to relax his shoulders, which had tensed when he started thinking about Holland dying in the accident.
I assume the children weren't hurt?
No, they were both in car seats, buckled securely. Not a scratch on them. They were taken to the hospital anyway, of course, and they checked out perfectly.
But since it was your fault, there's no liability or any kind of compensation from it. Is that correct?
That's right. It's funny because Alistair's a doctor, and I had great health insurance with my job. I don't really understand why he's fighting so hard to keep me from getting benefits. Although it's true, I really did quit.
Well, you quit under duress. But it's still quitting, so that's the right decision. But he's probably fighting you because he wants to keep you under him, dependent. He wouldn't want you to stand on your own and actually do better without him than you did with him. Wouldn't say much about him.
Foster didn't need to say it. It was probably a pride thing. Alistair wouldn't want his wife to be happier and more successful after leaving him. It would be embarrassing.
Are you going to tell me about your ex?
How about you tell me about you first?
She blinked and kind of mumbled her reply, using her finger to fold the wrapper for her burger into neat little accordion folds. Yeah. And all of a sudden, Foster was reluctant to talk. It was different when it was him on the hot seat. But it was also different because he would have to admit no one else had ever been able to compare to her. So he'd never been interested, never wanted anyone but her. And how did he say that? He couldn't let it come out like a hint to get them together. Although the more time he spent with her, the harder it was for him to remember that was impossible. It wasn't going to happen.
I don't understand why Alistair couldn't see how amazing you are.
He grunted. He had totally ignored her question, totally ignored his common sense, and spouted off with some stupid comment like that. The exact thing that he didn't want to say came ripping out of his mouth. He stood up. He was too close to her. Maybe that was the problem. He should have set his bucket down on the other side of the little table.
Alistair didn't think I was amazing.
Apparently, the conversation had made her lose her appetite as well, because she wrapped her sandwich up with short, quick movements. Immediately, Foster felt guilty. She needed to eat. She needed to regain her strength. She didn't need to be stressing over all the things that had happened. Obviously, whatever Alistair had done still upset her.
Do you still love him?
That was probably the question that pounded most fiercely against his ribs, and in his head, and in his heart. She didn't need to think about her reply, and that eased his heart.
No, it's not that.
She leaned back on her bucket a little, her sandwich forgotten.
I don't even know that I was ever madly in love with him to begin with. He was just a choice I knew my mother and everyone else would approve of. He was the kind of man I was supposed to marry. I guess I was in love with that idea.
Her mouth went silent, and her hands just sat on her lap, holding the wrapped sandwich while she stared at it. Sometimes, when Foster was working, he could see the solution in his head. The way to fix a trailer, the way to weld two pieces of metal together to make it as strong as they could be. The best welding technique to use. And even, on occasion, when he was asked to build something, for example, a toolbox or mailbox, he could put it together in his head, thinking about it and turning it over and figuring out how the pieces had to go and line up in order for the finished product to be exactly what he wanted. So he did think. But he'd always been more of an action guy. He liked to do things, not just stand around and talk about them. So he didn't really think about it too much more, but allowed his feet to do what they'd been wanting to do for the last week. They walked to Holland. And he allowed his hands to do what they wanted to do for that long as well. He touched her, both of his hands on both of her shoulders. She didn't move. She didn't pull away. She didn't move closer either, though. Her head didn't lift, and her body didn't turn.
I'm sorry I made you talk about this. It's all painful, stressful stuff. The stuff you're trying to put behind you. I think you probably need to do that in order to get better.
His thumbs ran up the back of her neck, touching the skin softly, lightly. She shivered. He wasn't sure if it was a good shiver or a bad shiver. She didn't move away, so he didn't stop. Her skin was soft, and he knew it to be sweet. He could smell just a touch of the scent that he'd always associated with her. Maybe a little bit of berries and a little bit of vanilla. But the scent he remembered had matured, and she didn't smell like the young girl she had been when he'd been close enough to breathe her scent before. It would be easier to say what he was going to have to say while he stood behind her and she wasn't looking at him. And he thought, from the way she was acting, that she needed to hear it.
I'm just guessing about this because I don't have any experience, but I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the pain that you're dealing with comes from two things. One is the fact that everything that you thought you had and the way your life was going to turn out is completely gone. And the second one is he tossed you aside like so much trash, like you aren't worth anything.
He paused here, waiting for her to tell him that he was wrong. But she didn't. She didn't move. Except for a couple of deep breaths. Maybe the sound was a little ragged, and he hoped he hadn't made her cry. That hadn't been his intent. Because now, he needed to say some words he hoped would help her. True words.
You asked me yesterday about my experience with relationships, implied that you wanted to know where I'd been and who I'd been with. Basically. Maybe you're not still interested in knowing, but I want to tell you anyway.
Maybe his hands gripped a little tighter around her shoulders. Not hard, because they'd just been sitting there, but he knew there was tension in his fingers. Still, his thumbs continued to touch lightly up and down the soft skin of her neck, feeling the fine hairs there and making him wish he could bend over and kiss the spot that used to be so sensitive right at the base of her hairline.
I don't know if you would call what you and I had a steady relationship. We didn't really hang out together in school, and even at home we had to pretend we could barely stand each other. But I liked talking with you, and I knew that if you could get away, you'd go with me wherever I went.
He lifted his head up, looked at the ceiling, and closed his eyes. She sat in front of him, so he didn't worry about her seeing him or his struggle. Although he did work at keeping his voice steady.
I've not had anything like that since. There've been dates, a few girls I've taken out more than once, but nobody like you. None that I talked to and laughed with and shared everything I had with.
He couldn't keep his hands still anymore, and they drifted lightly across her shoulders, down her arms, and back up.
I know people have wondered. I know my brothers have made side comments. Anybody who had ever seen us together in high school, they said you broke my heart. At the time, I did everything I could to try to pretend that they were wrong. But it was true. It almost killed me to have you do what you did. Worst pain I've ever had.
She gasped, and she tried to turn, but he kept his hands on her shoulders and didn't allow her body to move. Her head twisted, and his hand slid around her neck and cupped her cheeks from behind.
I can't say this to you if you look at me.
He blew a breath out.
I thought it would help you to know that, and to know that I could never find anyone else who fit me like you do, who was as perfect as you are, who I could see myself with like I could see myself with you.
He'd been talking in the past tense, but he needed to make this real for her. If giving this much of himself would help her, then he'd do it, even if she couldn't return his feelings, even if it opened himself to more and worse pain. Because wasn't that what love was? Making a sacrifice himself, any sacrifice, that would help her.
I admire you. I think what you're trying to do is pretty darn amazing. It'd be easy to go back to Alistair and his money, especially with pain and wanting the best for your children. I admire that you're not taking the easy way. I respect that. Respect you. And I still think you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Beautiful and feisty and perfect.
He wasn't sure what he was expecting her reaction to be after he was done telling her everything that was in his heart. But he wasn't expecting her head to rip out of his hands or her body to curl into a ball on the bucket she was sitting on as she started to sob. That was new. For all the things they'd done together, He'd never seen her cry. He wasn't exactly sure what a person did when someone cried. He supposed when he was a kid, he would have wanted his mom to hold him. But he could only remember once, maybe twice in his life, ever having tears on his cheeks. There just wasn't any point. No one cared. No one was going to wipe them away. Crying was something a baby did. Except Holland wasn't a baby. She was the woman in his heart, and she was crying in front of him now. He hadn't told her any of that stuff to try to get anywhere with her. The time for a relationship between them had passed. His dad was right. They'd never be able to make it work with her mother constantly trying to come between them and break them up. And who knew what was going to happen with Alistair? But he couldn't just stand there. He was a doer, not a stander. So he took a step to be beside her, dropped to his knees, and put his arms around her. It made her cry harder, and he started to draw back, but she came with him, her arms going around him and her head burying into the side of his neck just above his collarbone. So he drew her closer to him, and she came off the bucket, and they fell to the floor together. His arms were still around her, and she continued to sob even harder against him, and he shifted so she was lying on top of him, and he ran his hands down her back and wished that he could take all the pain away. He'd thought maybe telling her that would help. He hadn't realized it would make her cry harder than he'd ever seen a person cry before in his life. He felt helpless and frustrated with himself for being so stupid. He should have stuck with the rest, helping her with the kids and trying to get her to eat something, anything, to get her strength back and to get her body healed. He had no idea why he thought he'd actually be able to do anything with her emotionally. He was pretty much emotionally crippled himself. He supposed growing up without a mom and with a dad who was absent most of the time, he couldn't expect anything more out of himself. Or maybe it was just him. He cared about his brothers, respected liberty, and he thought justice might be okay, maybe. But other than that, the only person in the world he'd ever been able to feel any kind of strong emotional attachment to had been Holland. And she'd hurt him, badly. He could still feel the pain if he started poking around in his heart too much. He didn't know how long they lay there, him stroking her back and letting her cry. Her tears ran down his neck and dripped on the floor. His shirt was wet, but he wouldn't change it for anything. Finally, her sobbing eased, but her breaths were still ragged. He probably shouldn't, but he rolled until they lay side by side on the floor, facing each other, his arm under her head, cradling it. He ran his cheek along her temple, feeling the softness of her skin there, before turning his head and planting a kiss right there, and another, and another. They weren't passionate kisses. They were admiring kisses, almost expressing adoration. He didn't know why, and he wasn't really thinking about it, just did what he did. If she didn't want him to, she didn't tell him to stop. And he figured until she said that word, he wasn't going to pull away, and he wasn't going to stop kissing her. Chapter 15. Holland was taking advantage of Foster, of his kindness and his comfort. She'd quit crying a while ago, but she couldn't seem to move herself away. It just felt too good, too right, too absolutely perfect to lie there snuggled in his arms. To know he had seen her at her worst, seen her with a migraine so hard and painful she could hardly stand, seen her unable to take care of her own children, seen her cast aside like so many used rags, and saw something worth loving in her anyway. How could she resist that? But under all the things that felt good and right and perfect lay the truth. She heard him. He'd never been hurt worse in his life, is what he said. All because of her. She had listened to the people around her, her mother, her friends, and even herself to some extent. She knew that she couldn't go off to college and have a boyfriend back home. It wouldn't work. They were too different. She told herself that over and over. And yeah, it hurt to walk away from him. But she was the one who'd made the decision and done it. Then she'd thrown herself into college life. More than she should have, her first year especially. There were parties and drinking and guys and no rules, and she'd enjoyed it all. In hindsight, she'd done it to cover the pain of walking away from Foster. At the time, it was just what everyone else was doing, and she did it too. But after her first year, she'd met Alistair. He was in his first year of residency at Richmond General Hospital. They'd run into each other late one night at a convenience store. After that, she'd gotten serious about her studies and completed her 5-year pharmaceutical degree in 4 years. They'd married immediately following her graduation. She'd never forgotten Foster, and there was nothing that she felt for Alistair that could compare to what she had felt for Foster. But she chalked it up to high school romance and teenage hormones, which magnified everything. But she wasn't a teenager anymore, and everything she felt at one time was still there. But she owed him a major apology, and she didn't have any idea of how she could make up to him what she'd done.
I'm sorry.
His breathing, which had been steady, tripped and paused. Then it started again a little faster, a little more shallow than it had been. I didn't say all that expecting an apology out of you. You don't owe me anything.
I do. I owe you an apology, bigger than the one I just gave you. And I owe you so much more. I really am sorry. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything now, but I wish I hadn't listened to the people around me who talked me into it, and I wish I hadn't listened to myself as well. Not to lay the blame on them at all, because the blame was all mine.
She didn't feel ready to pull away from him, and she was afraid if she moved, he would decide it was time. But she needed to lift her head and meet his eyes. As ugly as she must be after the crying jag she'd just been through. Her face was red and blotchy, her eyes swollen. She wasn't sure how anyone could stand to look at her face and say that they felt anything for her, with the way that she looked. But she owed the man eye contact. When she shifted, his hands loosened enough on her back that she could lift up, but thankfully he didn't move and didn't push her away. His chest was hard and hot, and his eyes dark and swirled, and it humbled and amazed her that anything that she'd done could hurt someone who exuded such confidence and power. It made her feel less and lower and awful.
I shouldn't have done it. I'm so sorry. I never meant to hurt you. It wasn't what I wanted to do.
He started shaking his head. No. One of his hands slipped off her back, and a finger touched her lips.
You don't have to say anything just because I said it. I know what you felt for me wasn't nearly as strong as what I felt for you, and that's okay.
She shook her head and his finger fell away. She couldn't let him think like that.
No, that's where you're wrong. I just had new scenery, and I did things my freshman year that I shouldn't have. But all the things that I did because I didn't want to have to think about you. Eventually, I was able to compartmentalize what you and I had as a teenage fling, teenage emotions, and teenage stupidity. Some good memories, but nothing sustainable. That's what I told myself.
His eyes pinched as he stared at her, unblinking. Maybe he was trying to figure out whether she was serious, or maybe he was trying to figure out what exactly she was saying.
I guess it's water under the bridge now. You can't go back.
His words were steady, measured. She assumed that was his way of saying he didn't want to talk about it anymore, or his way of saying there was no point.
Maybe we have to go back in order to go forward.
Her brows lifted a little. He shook his head again. The brown in his eyes was flat now, although his hand still cupped her rib cage, gently and carefully, like she was precious.
There is no forward for us. We knew it back then. It took me longer to see it.
His eyes flickered, but he didn't look away.
Your mom hates me. You don't belong in my world, and I don't belong in yours. And that will never change. We can fight it, but we'll both end up hurt again because eventually your mother will win. She'll drive some kind of wedge between us. And plus, what fun is a life spent constantly fighting?
As he spoke, her breathing had gotten faster, and her lungs started to cramp and burn. His words from earlier had given her hope, not just that she wasn't as worthless as what Alistair had made her out to be, but that there might be something between them, that he'd never stopped loving her, might love her back still, and there was something there for them.
I can't talk about my mom. I don't know. I can't say what she'll do. I do know, from the time we've been apart, it's clear to me what kind of person I am. I'm not the kind of person that gives up easily. And there isn't anything that you can do, short of cheating on me, that would make me leave. And there's nothing my mother could do either.
Yeah, she was being way too forward. He hadn't said anything about forever or even hinted at having a relationship. But he did make it clear that he loved her at one time, and he admitted that he still had feelings for her now. She could capitalize on that, not in a mercenary way, but in the way where they could have something beautiful if they just both set their sights on the same thing.
I believe you. You're right. That is the kind of person that you are. We're still too different. You don't know me. Even when we were together before, we didn't really know each other.
That was easy. She had an answer for that.
We have 2 months. My mom and your dad are gone for 2 months, and you promised to stay. And I promised to try to get better. I know you've seen me at my worst. Right now, for example, I'm ugly as sin. I haven't repulsed you yet. At least if you're struggling to not throw up, you're hiding it well.
He snorted. There was something about being in his arms. They gave her peace that she hadn't had in a long time. There was no thumping in the back of her head, despite the crying that she'd done. Pretty much any kind of crying was a guaranteed headache. But she just felt relaxed and wrung out, like she could lay her head on his shoulder and sleep forever.
You make me feel a lot of things, Holland.
but feeling like throwing up isn't one of them. His hands moved along her spine and rested just above her hip bones. His breathing shifted, and she thought he might be thinking about what she had said.
I'm only going to be flat out honest with you, girl.
His eyes seemed to rest on her chin before they slid and met her gaze.
I don't really want to go through that again.
Let's just be friends. We said we needed to get to know each other. Let's just be friends for 2 months, and then we'll decide if we want to be more.
His hands moved like he couldn't think with them being still, and she didn't mind. His touch was soothing in a way she could hardly explain. His eyes seemed to go to the ceiling and run around it, and hope blossomed in her heart. Maybe he'd say yes.
No.
His jaw jutted out. He wouldn't change his mind. It was that stubborn look. He didn't get it often, but she'd seen it once or twice, usually before a race. It almost always meant he was going to win, and win by a lot.
I don't think I can be just friends with you. It hasn't even been a full week, and I couldn't talk to you today without touching you. I've been fighting the urge to kiss you for a good 15 minutes. That's never going to work.
She smiled. Maybe it was a seductive smile. She didn't really feel seductive at the current time. It had been a long time since she'd felt anything close to seductive. She loved that he admitted that he wanted to touch her and kiss her and couldn't stand not being more than friends. It did something to that feminine part of her that had been crushed by Alistair's betrayal. She almost felt a fluttering, and maybe the tiny little pieces were building themselves into something new and beautiful. And she knew this wasn't just Foster giving her a line. It was the way he'd been in high school as well. He treated her like she was the only woman in the world to him. How could she have walked away from that? The only excuse she had was that she was young and dumb and didn't know how special and rare it was.
That's an interesting look.
His lips tilted. She almost laughed at his words. Interesting? That's what he would call it? Her tongue touched her bottom lip. His eyes tracked down. He wasn't lying, because they shifted, and the heat that had been banked in them flared. She didn't give herself time to think, but lowered her head a little and put both of her hands on either side of his face.
This is the look you get when I know you want to kiss me, and it stirs every feminine cell in my body, and I can't think of a single reason why you shouldn't.
Her head lowered even more until just inches separated them.
Holland?
His voice was a growl and a warning, and his hands slid up, holding her shoulders, not pushing away, but not pulling her closer either. Her eyes had started to close.
What?
Her breath puffed out, and he breathed deep through his nose. His eyes had fallen, but his fingers tensed on her shoulders, and he said,
"This is a bad idea."
Why?
She hovered just above his lips, maybe teasing a little, maybe not wanting to kiss him until he was as desperate as she was. Her whole body hummed. She wanted to drop her head. Time hung suspended, and everything seemed to fade away. The house and the paint and the pain in the past until it was just Foster and her. Then suddenly, he shifted, and in less than a second, she was lying on her back staring up at him, and he was over her and around her. All she could see, all she could hear, all she could smell was Foster, and she wanted him even closer. Her hands tugged on his neck, and he allowed her to pull him closer until he was just a heartbeat from her lips, stopping with a little smile of his own.
Because if we're doing this, it's going to be me kissing you, because I want it more.
No, you don't.
He nodded just barely.
I do. I want it more. I want it longer. I want everything.
She had to close her eyes at his words, because they hit her hard and deep and filled up all the broken, empty space. Her hands tugged harder. She didn't open her eyes when she spoke.
If I agree with you, will you kiss me and stop teasing me?
All you have to do is say, "You're right, Foster."
She opened her eyes and stared into his.
You're right, Foster.
The point she was at, she'd say almost anything to get him to close the breath between them. He did, until there were lips on lips and skin on skin and more. They'd kissed plenty of times in high school. They'd even made out some in his pickup and once or twice at home when their parents and siblings were gone. But kissing teenage Foster wasn't anything like kissing the man Foster. Maybe it was the past and the lives they'd lived and the experiences that they'd had and the different people that they'd become. But it was hotter and brighter until she couldn't get close enough, couldn't pull him any tighter, could only think and feel and watch the swirls in her brain and feel her fingertips burn with heat. The kissing wasn't enough, wasn't nearly enough, and he pulled back, just enough to put his forehead on hers. He touched the corner of her lips with his, then her cheek, the crease of her eye, the bridge of her nose, kissing her all the while his chest was going in and out, deep and hard, and she just wanted his lips back on hers.
I have a lot of memories of you and me, but that beats them all.
Her smile was weak, not because she wasn't happy, but because she was. Happy and amazed and thrilled and feeling deliciously cared for.
I could say the exact same thing.
The next 2 months could be a really hard time for me, but if you're serious, I'd like to do what you said.
Then, like he couldn't help himself, his head dropped and he kissed her cheekbone, the corner of her jaw, along her jawline. Every kiss took her closer, pulling and tying her to him. She felt cherished and adored, things she'd never felt in her marriage, things she'd always felt with Foster. She let out a shaky breath because she felt she had to say this, although she didn't want to.
I might never recover. The doctor said there's a chance I will have headaches for the rest of my life. They couldn't say for sure, but they weren't willing to guarantee that I would get better.
His teeth nipped at her chin. It didn't hurt, but sent warm sparks shooting all down through her body. She had to smile.
We'll deal with it. Whatever it is, we will deal with it.
I don't want you to have to be my caregiver for the rest of my life. I might never be able to work. That's what I'm saying.
Back when we were in high school, you didn't want to work anyway. You wanted to be a wife and a mom. You said you loved keeping house and couldn't wait to have your own to decorate and couldn't wait to cook for your family and you wanted a big garden, and you wanted to do all the mom things. Has what you wanted changed so much?" He stopped kissing her, but he still leaned on his elbows, with his hands holding her head and his thumbs tracing along the edge of her cheekbones. She was hard-pressed to hold her eyes open and keep his gaze.
Alistair wanted me to work. He said that's what everyone did. He wanted a 2-income household.
Her eyes slid away from him.
The first day of dropping my kids off at daycare were the hardest days of my life.
"Well, if money is what you're after, then you might need to work. I can provide for us, and we'll be comfortable. But it won't be on the scale of what you've been used to with Alistair, if things come to that."
He added that last on quickly, as though maybe he was afraid he was pressuring her, or maybe he was just afraid. She had a hard time believing Foster would be afraid. Thinking of fear, she felt compelled to admit,
"I'm afraid I won't be enough for you."
She couldn't say any more, couldn't tell him how Alistair had told her that exact thing, how she hadn't been able to keep him because nothing she had done had been enough.
"I can probably assure you all I want to, but I doubt it'll make a difference. It's one of those things that have to be borne out by time."
He breathed in and out through his nose, and his hands drifted across her forehead and down her hair.
"I guess this isn't easy for me to admit, but it scares me some, the idea that you might leave again. I know it will hurt worse this time, and the pain was pretty bad the last."
His jaw seemed to tighten, almost like he was determined.
"But I'm betting pretty heavily that the risk is worth it. For you."
She still wasn't quite sure what he saw in her. She didn't see much when she looked at herself. On the contrary, she saw an awful lot when she looked at him, and pretty much every minute she spent with him solidified that thought and added to it.
"As long as you want me, I'm here."
"Oh, I want you all right."
He shifted and raised himself off the floor, holding a hand out for her, which she took, and they stood, brushing themselves off and exchanging little smiles.
"But I think it's better if we just work on getting to know each other again. I don't need another kiss to know that I can spend the rest of my life doing that with you."
He lifted a brow, and she didn't have a problem reading the heat in his eyes.
"You need to be sure you can put up with me."
He didn't give her a chance to respond, but turned and indicated the painting stuff in the other room.
"We probably should get a little work done. Did the doctor say anything specific about your headaches? Anything you should do other than rest?"
She followed him into the room, and he started unwrapping his roller and paint.
"No stress. They said to avoid stress as much as I could and to rest. They said I'd be tired as my brain heals itself. And that's really all they said. They couldn't tell me how long it would take. One doctor did say the better I did at resting and not stressing, the faster I would heal."
He looked over at her. She had the impression he was keeping his hands busy to keep from reaching for her. She smiled. He looked at her upturned lips, and his own face brightened, but he seemed to deliberately move his hands and watch what he was doing.
"Then let's make sure that's what happens. If you never get better, we'll figure out a way to live with it and make it so that you can do as much as you want. Because I think the most important thing for you right now is caring for your kids, being a good mom."
He got her. He always had. "That's exactly right."
Chapter 16. A week went by, with Foster working at the garage and Holland staying at home, cleaning, cooking, and resting. If he got off work before 5, he'd come and get them, and they'd take supper to his house, and they'd all work there. He even found jobs for the kids to do, picking up scraps and sweeping the floors, wiping down woodwork and walls. She'd taken her smaller paintbrushes, picked out some pretty colors, and put some designs at the top of his walls. He told her she could do anything she wanted to, that he just liked looking at it. So she designed it the way she would have wanted it if it were hers, and had a lot of fun doing it. Friday afternoon, she hadn't heard from Alistair, and Foster got off work early, so they were sitting at the kitchen table while the kids ran around the house, expecting their dad to show up at any minute, but she wasn't so sure. She told them she hadn't heard from him, and all they heard was that he hadn't canceled.
"I wish I had the optimism of youth," she said as Foster ate one of the cookies she'd made yesterday.
Anybody who has these as an after-school snack would have to be optimistic.
He held the cookie up as he spoke, then took a bite, chewing with his lips turned up. She laughed, pleased. Although maybe there was a little bit of sadness in her laugh, because she knew growing up, he hadn't had a mom who'd make him cookies after school, or any kind of snack. Probably if she were a good mom, she should be giving her kids carrots and celery sticks or something. And she'd work on that eventually because she wanted her children to be healthy. But there was just something really yummy about chocolate chip cookies. And Foster loved them.
"So you would be just as happy with me right now if I put a vegetable tray down in front of you?"
His mouth stopped moving and his eyes shot to hers. He swallowed, then cleared his throat.
Is this a trick question?
She laughed.
"Not really. It would just be better for you."
"Better for my body, but my spirit definitely calls out for chocolate chip cookies."
It was hard not to giggle, which made her want to giggle even more. Here she was, 30 years old and giggling like a schoolgirl, a mother of 2 small children and a pharmacist. But this man just made her happy. She thought that, even though she knew that happiness was a choice, and it was something that everyone needed to choose for themselves. But really, she could depend on Foster to put her in a good mood all the time. It sure helped that he seemed to admire her and respect or love what she did. Maybe he couldn't exactly make her happy, but he could make it easier for her to be happy. She loved that about him. She also loved that she knew if he wasn't at work, he was with her. Another major difference between Foster and Alistair. Not that she wanted to compare the 2 men. She really didn't. But Alistair played golf, went to the gym, had meetings, and had extra shifts. And he was even involved in a chess club and a lot of continuing education classes. Looking back, she didn't know how much of that stuff was actually stuff that he did, and how much of it was stuff that he said he did while he went to see another woman. But she spent an awful lot of time alone, regardless of whether he was doing legitimate things or screwing around on her. She really didn't mind his busy lifestyle, if that was what it took for him to succeed in his career. She'd be alone, she'd raise their children, and she'd work full-time and do all the housework, the cooking, the cleaning, and the laundry. She'd do it all if it helped him. But she wasn't doing it all if he was messing around.
"What? You shook your head just now like you were shaking something out. Is it hurting?"
Foster held his cookie suspended in midair while his eyes skimmed over her face. She'd only had 1 migraine that week. She shook her head.
No, just that migraine I had on Tuesday. It wasn't even that bad. I've been headache-free the rest of the week.
Then what was that?
Just some bad thoughts of Alistair.
She barely said his name when her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen, knowing it was probably Alistair, dreading that it was him calling to say he wasn't coming.
Hello.
Holland, baby. How are you doing, sweet lips? Her back teeth ground together. There was no point telling him not to call her baby or sweet lips. She hated those names anyway. They seemed so condescending. She'd never called him baby or sweet lips, and she doubted he'd appreciate it if she did, even when they were married. Actually,
So, would you like it if I called you baby or sweet lips? I can if you want me to, you know.
Not that she was going to do whatever he wanted her to, but it had occurred to her that maybe he'd like such ridiculous names tacked on at the end of every sentence when she was talking to him. Don't be stupid. I can never have a serious conversation with you. You always bring out the bitterness and anger and make things complicated. You and your ball baby drama. She sat there with her mouth open. She'd asked one question about what he was calling her. Never mind. In the past, she would probably have apologized and moved on. She couldn't find it in herself to apologize this time. She hadn't done anything wrong. She didn't look at Foster. Probably he could hear Alistair on her phone. But he sat still, like he was frozen, not even his hands clenched. Like he was deliberately holding himself back and giving her the freedom to handle this however she wanted to. She knew he had a protective streak, knew he'd do anything to keep her safe. And she loved that. She loved the feeling it gave her and loved that knowledge and the security that she felt. But she also appreciated that he was giving her the freedom to do this the way she needed to. It wasn't like he considered her a baby who needed him. He understood that she was an adult, and he gave her that respect. She had no idea how he knew exactly where all the lines were, but somehow he did.
Did you want something?
She asked into her phone. I was asked to work the ER over the weekend, so I'm not going to make it to get the kids. You can let Daisy and Jax know that I'll definitely be there next week. She wouldn't argue. She wanted to ask if he was actually working in the ER, because she highly doubted it. She wasn't stupid. That wasn't his area. She also highly doubted that he'd be there next week either. She just wished he'd admit it. Admit that he was never going to be a father and just leave her alone. But that probably wasn't what was best for the children. And so she kept her mouth closed over all the words that wanted to tumble out and only said, "Thank you, I'll tell them." The line went silent, and she pulled her phone down from her ear, realizing he'd hung up on her. She blew out the breath she'd been holding, and it was almost a laugh. Still, it did hurt her a little. Had he always been this calloused? Was that the word? Maybe inconsiderate. Whatever. She supposed she shouldn't expect anything out of him. Then anything he gave her would be more than what she expected. He's not coming. Foster's words were spoken casually, although there was tension in the set of his shoulders. No. I kind of thought that might be the case. I kind of thought we'd do something fun this evening if it's okay with you.
But you wanted to work on the house.
She knew he was hoping to have the house done when their parents got back, and the work was going slower than he'd anticipated. Yeah, I thought we'd do it there. He held the cookie, his third, in his hand and kind of spun it around.
Do you remember a couple of times back in high school when you and I went rollerblading?
She tilted her head.
I'd forgotten all about that. But yeah, now that you mention it, I do.
Our rollerblades are downstairs in the basement. I assume they probably still fit.
He shrugged a shoulder and lifted the cookie to his mouth.
I kind of thought it'd be fun to go rollerblade in the house. There's nothing there, except the table and a few walls, but it's mostly open.
We might make marks on your walls or dents, holes even, and I don't have any skates for my kids.
I have some actual roller skates down in the basement from when my brothers and I were kids, and I think a pair of rollerblades that might fit Daisy.
He looked at the cookie.
We don't have to if you don't want to, but I don't care about the walls. I mean, I know we're going through all this work to redo the house, but it was more because it needed wiring and plumbing.
He shrugged.
The house should look lived in. If it's just perfect and we're afraid to have anything happen to it, what's the point in having it? Not that I don't want to take care of it. It's just that family is more important.
You're going through a lot of work to make the walls and stuff look nice.
You know what? It might be more fun to go to the garage and do it. Unless you're not really worried about the house and you actually don't want to rollerblade.
You mean the Richmond Rebel shop? Will that be okay with your brothers?
Sure, they won't care. Although if any of them are there, I'll probably have to fight to keep my skates.
She laughed.
I've laughed more in the last 2 weeks than I've laughed in the last 10 years. Thank you.
You have no idea how good it sounds to me to hear you laugh. How good it makes me feel. There's just a part of me that craves that.
His eyes were serious, and it was easy to believe him. Her stomach tightened and she blinked and looked away.
Well, I guess I have to break the news to the kids about Alistair. And I think telling them that we're going to the Richmond Rebels garage to roller skate might help so that it's not quite so bad as it could have been.
Good idea. Sounds like they might be sliding down the banister and racing back up the stairs. I know my brothers and I did that an awful lot when we were kids. I'm pretty sure the banister can take it, but a couple of us fell off once or twice. I do believe we were in the ER at least once over it. Think it was Thad that broke his arm.
She couldn't help the widening of her eyes, studying him as he put the last of the cookie in his mouth.
You're serious?
As a tombstone.
I suppose a broken arm is painful but not deadly.
That's a good attitude. If you have more than one boy, you're probably going to have to loosen it even more than that. But I don't think Daisy's going to give you that kind of trouble.
No, other kind of trouble probably.
The attitude and the drama.
We'll do the best we can with her.
She almost sucked a breath in. But he was sitting so relaxed and unruffled. Maybe he didn't realize what he said. But the idea that she wouldn't be raising her children alone, that he'd be beside her, it was almost more than she could contain. It almost turned out like the kids preferred going to the garage and roller skating more than they wanted to go with their dad. A part of Holland felt sad about that, and another part of her felt relief. She didn't want to have to deal with crying children every week for the rest of her life while their dad went around chasing the next cute skirt. Or whatever men like him chased, since women didn't really wear skirts anymore. It was chilly out, but they still walked to the garage. It wasn't quite a mile, which was a long walk, but the kids had their skates on, and they skated on the deserted sidewalks. If Jax, holding Foster's hand while Foster pulled him along, and Daisy, holding Holland's hand while she did the same, could be called skating, then that's what they did. By the time they got to the garage, both of the kids were kind of skating on their own, but still holding their hands. Holland had insisted on their bicycle helmets being worn, and Foster hadn't argued. She knew he had looser standards of safety than she did, but she'd also been around head trauma a little more than he had. Her own, of course, and talking with Alistair and his friends, and seeing it for herself. Even though she was a pharmacist and mostly dispensed medicine, she still saw the victims as they came in to get the pills. The garage was dark, empty, and locked. Foster had a key, and it didn't take long to open the door. All 3 bays were empty. Probably because it was Friday, although she didn't ask. There was plenty of room for everyone to skate. Foster set their skates down. He'd carried hers, insisting on it, even though she said she could carry her own. He'd said she needed to rest and take it easy, and she could hardly do that if she were carrying her own skates. Which, of course, made her laugh and roll her eyes because he was just being goofy. Carrying skates wasn't hard. But it was sweet that he did it for her, and her heart squeezed at the consideration. "I think I'd better wait to put mine on until Jax is going on his own," Foster said. Jax looked up at him with a grin on his face.
I'm doing pretty good, aren't I, Mr. Foster?
"That's just what I was going to say. Probably half an hour, and you'll be skating on your own without me. Then I'll stick my skates on and we'll do it together."
Yes.
Jax punched the air, then immediately lost his balance, and his feet slipped and slid, his skates slapping the floor as he sought to regain his balance. Foster grabbed him and steadied him with his hands on his shoulders.
I think Daisy is probably about the same.
Holland looked at Daisy. She shrugged her shoulders. She'd been okay when she heard that her dad wasn't coming, but she'd been quiet. Holland hated it, but there wasn't anything more she could do. She couldn't make Alistair be a dad. She could only be the best mom she could be and love her kid no matter what.
I think I'm fine right now, Mom.
Daisy tugged her hand away.
You go ahead and put your skates on. I'll just go slow.
Holland pressed her lips together and didn't say anything, but she allowed Daisy to pull her hand away, watching her slowly half walk, half skate away. She looked at Foster.
Is there any area that they should avoid?
He turned, speaking to the children as he pointed out a couple of areas where they kept their oxygen canisters and a few places where the kids might run into something sharp, but otherwise there was a lot of area for them to skate around. Pretty soon, Jax was doing pretty well and wanted to try on his own, so Foster stopped and put his skates on. He seemed to pick it up a little better than Holland had. She'd been very wobbly for the first few minutes. It had been years since she'd skated, well before she had children. She wasn't even sure she'd skated at all since she and Foster had done it.
"I hadn't considered it, but you probably should have a helmet on, too. It wouldn't be good for you to fall and hit your head. In fact, I shouldn't even have suggested this. You definitely don't want to get another head injury right now."
I thought of that, and I've just been taking it slow. I'm not going to get crazy. I'm just here to root for everyone else, and I know the kids really like seeing me in my skates.
Daisy had smiled when she put her skates on, and they even skated side by side for a few minutes. Until Daisy started going faster than Holland was comfortable with and Holland fell back. Foster didn't argue, and she was glad he understood. She didn't want to get hurt again, but she didn't want to baby herself to the point where she never did anything with her children.
"How about I hold your hand?"
Her heart stuttered. Ever since he kissed her on the floor, they'd kinda gone out of their way not to touch each other. She could see the wisdom in what he said, and she definitely agreed with it. The kissing part they had down. That one kiss had shown her that clearly, and she knew she liked him just as he was. But it also didn't hurt to rekindle the friendship that they'd had, the easy rapport, the laughing, and the joking. It wouldn't be the same. They were adults now, with pressures and stresses that they hadn't had in high school, but it had been easy and fun to work with him. Still, this hand-holding marked a change, one that she liked. Her lips curved up in response.
I definitely think that's the smartest thing we could do.
And yeah, maybe she had a little flirt in her voice, because it probably wasn't the smartest thing they could do. But she wanted to do it, and was reaching for his hand even as she spoke. Their fingers touched and slid together, and all those times back in high school when she had taken for granted his strong fingers encircling hers came rushing back. She heard his breath hitch, almost in time with hers, but she didn't look, too consumed with their hands. She supposed back when she'd held his before, she'd had other things on her mind and never noticed the stark differences. But she noticed them now, and they definitely thrilled her heart. She supposed his hands looked capable of protecting and defending her, and hers of nurturing and caring for him. It felt like their hands represented what they were made to do, and she loved that.
You're looking at our hands like you've never seen people hold hands before. I know that's not true.
I just love the way they look together. They just paint a picture that is really beautiful to me. I also love how it feels to have your fingers wrapped around mine.
Maybe that made her crazy. Probably did. But she didn't care, because it was the truth. She didn't think she'd ever get tired of holding his hand or having him hold hers. He looked down at their joined hands.
I guess I feel the same way. But I also feel like when you give me your hand, you give me your trust. I like the idea that you trust me. It makes me feel like I need to be the kind of man who deserves it.
His skates wobbled a little, and his eyes stayed on their hands. She liked that he shared that much with her, because she wouldn't have guessed it herself. For the next couple of hours, they skated around the shop. At some point, Foster found some sticks. Maybe they were 2x4s, Holland wouldn't know, and a jar lid or some kind of can lid, and they used the sticks like hockey sticks and the lid like a puck, but they didn't play a down-and-out game, although Jax wanted to. Foster turned him down flat, and Holland felt bad, because she was pretty sure it was because he didn't want her to get hurt. Although all he said was maybe after they'd skated a few more evenings and everyone was a little steadier on their feet, they'd try to have an actual game. She thought it might be wise for them to wait to play until he had plastic sticks, so that no one got hurt falling on the hard wooden ones. But that was probably her overprotective nature coming out. She tried not to say anything, since they weren't playing a game anyway. They didn't have to worry about the time since there was no school in the morning, so it was pretty late when they finally decided to call it a night. The kids were tired, but they still stopped and got ice cream cones on the way home, even though it was cold. They were nice and warm after all the skating. The kids were tired enough that they had taken their skates off and worn the sneakers that they'd carried, carrying their skates home, which suited Holland just fine, because she had an ice cream cone in one hand and Foster held her other, and she wasn't sure she could be happier. Chapter 17. Another couple of weeks went by very much like the last two, and Foster had to admit they were the best weeks of his life. There were only a couple of things that could make them better. Ever since he kissed her, the idea had been growing that he wanted her to wear his ring. That's what would make it perfect. That, and if Alistair would start acting like an honorable adult. But he didn't give that thought too much room in his brain, because Alistair was a part of Holland's past, and he was also part of her present, since he was the father of her children, and Foster had to accept him the way he was. Foster didn't have to be best buds with him, but they at least had to get along. For Holland's sake mostly, but also for Jax's and Daisy's sake. Still, Alistair canceled the next weekend, and again, it was Friday afternoon, and he was standing in front of the front door with Holland, waiting for the bus to drop the kids off after school. And Alistair hadn't said whether or not he was coming.
I wish he'd give me more notice, because I don't know whether to make plans with the children and try to do something fun to alleviate their disappointment, or whether I should have clothes packed and ready for them to take to go with him. And that sounds kind of scary, because he's never done it. He's supposed to, and he did take them overnight one Friday night. But he's never had them from after school on Friday until school on Monday, which is what he was supposed to do. Holland was rambling. She did that when she was nervous. But he still listened because he understood. He'd fallen in love with her children, and he really didn't like the idea of letting someone else have them, even if it was their dad, and even if he was a doctor. He could reassure himself that they wouldn't get hurt at Alistair's house. Foster was sure of that. But he wanted more for them than physical safety. He wanted them to learn strength and character and right actions. And it made him nervous to have them at the home of a man who thought it was okay to leave his wife and kids at home while he went and stepped out with other women. That just didn't sit right. And as he fell deeper and deeper in love with Jax, that wasn't the man he wanted Jax to grow to be. Of course, Foster knew he'd have to love him no matter how he turned out, because that's the way love was. Love covered a multitude of sins. Still, he wouldn't be human if he didn't want the best for the kids he loved like they were his own. The big yellow bus pulled into sight, and they stepped out the door and walked off the porch. It was second nature now to grab Holland's hand and let their linked fingers swing between them. Their children had just walked around the bus, and it had pulled away when a car that had been following the bus pulled into the driveway. A sports car. He didn't have to recognize Alistair. He wouldn't, since he'd never seen him before. But beside him, Holland stiffened, and he could feel the tension radiate off her. The car looked like the kind of car that a shyster doctor would drive anyway. Not to judge or anything. Okay, he was judging. He thought the children might have recognized the car, but Daisy broke into a run as she came around the bus and hadn't stopped to look at the car. Mr. Foster, Mr. Foster, I have to have someone to take me to the daddy-daughter dance. Will you take me, please? I need to tell my teacher. We can go out to eat, and you can give me flowers, and you can wear a suit, and I can get a dress. It will be just like a real dance, only I get to do it with you. We're supposed to do it with our daddies, but I want you.
Her last four words had softened and were in direct contrast with the excited confidence of the earlier words. They were slightly insecure. They tore at Foster's heart. It was like she wasn't sure whether he would reject her or not. He supposed he couldn't really blame her. Alistair hadn't exactly rejected her, but he definitely neglected her. She was quiet and proud, and it had most certainly affected her. More than once after they put them to bed, Holland had come to him worried about Daisy. Jack seemed to be okay, or maybe that was just the boy in him, and he was processing it differently. But Daisy had definitely been hurt by her father, and he didn't know what to do any more than Holland did. When Daisy first started talking, Holland's fingers had squeezed around his, and the tension and agony in her from seeing her ex was joined by the excitement at the animated Daisy. Daisy was acting like the little girl she was, instead of the ice princess that she'd become after her father left. He went down on one knee, and Holland let go of his hand, and he took both of Daisy's in his. "I'm honored that you want me, and I would be honored to take you. Thank you." He wasn't very good with little girls. He could admit it. He didn't know exactly what to say. Should he ask her? Even though she'd said she wanted to go, would she be expecting him to still ask? He didn't know. Being that it was Daisy, she might be offended if he asked her after he'd told her he'd go. But he must have said the right thing, because her face broke into an even bigger smile, and she threw her arms around his neck.
It's in 2 weeks. We have time to rent a fancy suit and find a dress and figure out where we're going to eat. And some of my friends can come with us and their daddies too, and this will be a lot of fun.
She leaned back and smiled in his face, and he would have given her anything that was in his power to hand out at that moment. Not just because she was the spitting image of her mother, but because he loved her. "Seems to me I ought to be the one taking you to the daddy-daughter dance, since I'm your daddy." Alistair's cultured voice came from above them, and Daisy whipped her head around.
Daddy, you're here? Are you and Mommy getting back together?
Oh boy. The hope in her voice and the longing on her face cracked Foster's heart. And even he, for long seconds, wished that the little girl could have what she wanted. A mom and a dad who loved each other and lived together. It was hard to breathe. He straightened, because he didn't want to face Alistair kneeling on the ground. Holland squeezed into him, and he figured she needed the support. Probably Daisy's innocent words had torn at her heart even worse than his. He put his arm around her, and she pressed even closer. She'd only had one headache in the last 2 weeks he knew of, but he was willing to bet she'd have one tonight. He wished he could tell her to relax, that everything would be okay, or at least to relax since she couldn't change anything, so there was no point getting upset about it. But he couldn't tell her that now, not in front of Alistair. The man didn't need to know how he'd torn his wife up and broken her. The thought made Foster angry, and pressure pushed up his neck. But he gritted his teeth and didn't say anything.
But I haven't seen you. I didn't know if you would be here. It's in 2 weeks. Can you make it?
Daisy's voice was small and insecure. She must have realized he wasn't answering her other question, and so she replied to his. Foster had to admit there was a very large part of him that wanted Daisy to tell her father to shove it, that she was going to go with the man who had actually been there for her for the last month. But there was a smaller, and probably better, part of him that hoped Alistair would take her, just because it would make her little heart so happy. Although it would make him jealous, and he could admit it, it would probably hurt him a little bit too, because he wanted Daisy to love him as much as he loved her. But she was a child, and he was an adult, and he could admit that it would be better for her dad to take her, even if it hurt him.
Of course, darling. Of course I can make it. The daddy-daughter dance is so very important to this daddy's daughter. I will clear my schedule and we'll make a weekend of it. Pizza, flowers, suits, and pretty dresses. The works. Nothing is too much for this daddy's little girl.
Foster swallowed. It hurt a little worse than he was expecting. Daisy screamed and shouted, "Yay!" and threw herself into Alistair's arms. Holland's arm came around his waist and pulled him close to her. He appreciated it. Maybe seeing that hurt her too. But more likely, he figured she just knew how he felt. He had to be able to share. He had to love Daisy unconditionally and still be able to share. It would take practice. It would hurt some too. He hadn't anticipated that.
Okay then, it's settled.
Alistair lifted light, almost translucent blue eyes first to Foster, with an almost challenging look, and then they slid to Holland. His lids lowered some, and Foster guessed, though he wasn't sure, that some women would consider that a seductive and sexy look. It didn't do anything for him. But Holland shivered. Man, not her too. If Alistair was going to take Daisy's heart, it would be hard enough. But if he was going to give Holland a bedroom look, and Holland was going to shiver and walk away from Foster, he wasn't sure he could take that standing up. He tried to brace himself, but he was very afraid if things went the way they were looking, he was going to end up on his knees.
I'm sure your mother will go shopping with us for a dress. She'll probably even go out to eat with us.
No.
Daisy pulled back, confusion in her eyes.
It's a daddy-daughter dance. It's just us. Mommy and I can go get the dress. But you and I have to go out to eat. You have to give me flowers. And you have to drive me to the dance. And you have to stay with me and dance with me. It's you, Daddy.
Foster wasn't sure Alistair was even listening to her. But when Daisy was done talking, he patted her head.
Of course, darling. Whatever you want, darling. We'll do it your way, sweetie.
He straightened his shoulders and turned to face Holland full on, although his words were aimed at Daisy.
Now, you run along and get your stuff. I want to talk to your mom.
Daisy pulled away, still smiling, but a little bit of worry had dimmed her eyes. She didn't run away but walked slowly, looking over her shoulder.
Jax, you go too. Pack your clothes. You're going with me.
Jax shouted and ran off. Foster wished he was young again and just able to be happy in the moment.
Maybe you can tell your bodyguard to go chew on a bone for a while.
Alistair had that seductive look on his face again, although, in Foster's opinion, it made him look like a goose with a headache. Holland didn't say anything, and Foster kind of felt like she didn't want to send him away. But it was probably best for them to have some privacy for their conversation. If Holland wanted to talk to Alistair, Foster was sure she would appreciate it if Alistair's current flame weren't standing there hanging on their every word. So, as much as he wanted to stay, protect the woman he considered his, he squeezed her shoulder.
I'll go in and make sure the kids put their toothbrushes and jammies in their packs. Unless you want me here.
He thought maybe she felt relief. He couldn't help but think of that shiver that she had earlier. Maybe he needed to leave, so she could tell Alistair she'd go with them too.
Lord God, please no.
Foster wasn't afraid to pray, though usually he said things a little bit more decently in order to the good Lord. But that's all he could think of. Just,
Lord God, Please, no. Don't let her go again.
But he hated to see a family broken apart, and he supposed if there was any way to push that one back together, he should support it rather than fight it, as much as he wanted Holland and her children to be his. Holland turned to him, and for the first time since she came back, she reached up, putting her hand behind his head and tugging down, standing on her tiptoes and reaching up.
Thank you,
she whispered before their lips touched, gently and quickly. And she backed away before he could grab her and kiss her the way he wanted to. But he appreciated that show from her, if that's what it was, letting Alistair know where she stood. Not with Alistair, with Foster.
It won't take us long.
Foster nodded. As much as he hated to, as much as he didn't want to, he walked away from her. Chapter 18. Holland faced Alistair. She would rather have done this with Foster at her side, but it probably wasn't right or fair. Not that anything about this had been fair. But just because someone else wasn't acting right didn't give her liberty to do whatever she wanted as well. Alistair's actions could not preclude her own. Not if she were the woman she wanted to be. She only hoped she could be that woman, not just acting right and doing right, but also not being turned into a pain-filled mess when he was done with her. She didn't want to fight, but she didn't want to be his doormat either. That was awfully fast, wasn't it? I mean, our divorce hasn't been final for very many months. All of a sudden, you've got some new man? Holland's eyes wouldn't stop opening and closing. Seriously? He was seriously telling her it was too soon for her to move on from him? After he had how many women? Maybe he was just baiting her, because she was so very tempted to respond, and respond in a heated, mean, nasty way. She hadn't gathered her wits together to try to figure out what to say or not say. He spoke again. Wait, you said your mom had moved in with the man she lived with before. That's not your stepbrother. Alistair's face held incredulity. He looked at her like she was a bug he needed to step on.
Stop it. You know we barely ever lived under the same roof.
She wasn't even sure she wanted to give him that much information, because she was pretty sure he was only going to use it against her. Still, Holland, baby. His nose wrinkled. That's just gross. Your stepbrother? Yuck. If that's all the better you can do, Sugar Lips, maybe you want to come back to me. I know you miss me. I know you miss my money. His eyes looked up and down over her outfit, a ratty sweatshirt and jeans, old shoes. You've really let yourself go. She was not going to take the bait. She was not going to take the bait. Because he was the one who'd steamrolled over her, ripping her heart out, making her children cry. If she looked awful, she felt like she could put most of the blame at his feet. It had nothing to do with what she wore. She took her teeth and clamped them down hard on her tongue.
I'd really like to get along with you. I think it's best for the children if we could stay on civil terms. But I'm pretty sure we both know that anything we had is completely gone. Both of us need to move on. I think we can do that like adults.
I'm trying to act like an adult, baby cakes, but it's just so hard when you look so rough. Surely there's something I can do.
You can stop fighting me on the child support. That would help.
Oh, it's all about the money for you. I forgot. Well, sweet cheeks, if you want my money, you know what you have to do for it.
She looked away and crossed her arms over her chest. No, that's what she thought. So far, the rulings had been in his favor since she'd moved out. Even though her salary didn't match his, he was paying for the house, and supposedly they shared custody. The courts didn't know that she was paying for everything for the children, and he had been absent. It had been her word against his, and she hadn't documented everything. Half the time, she'd been too sick in bed with a headache to even pick up a pencil. She didn't want to fight about it anyway. She'd rather just be rid of him than have to take his money. Eventually, the court system might rule in her favor, but if it didn't, she felt like it was better not to fight. Although, if she couldn't go back to work, things would get pretty tight. Still, she thought it would be better to be poor and happy than comfortable and constantly fighting. I thought we could talk about this reasonably, but it looks to me like you found another sugar daddy. She tilted her head and just looked at him. Half the time he talked, he didn't make any sense. Foster, a sugar daddy? That was after he'd insulted Foster and acted like he was some poor homeless dude. Man, it was hard to keep her mouth shut. Still, later, she knew she would be much happier if she could look back on this conversation and know that she handled everything with grace. Because this could very easily degenerate into her screaming and crying, and she didn't want to be that person.
So you can have the children all weekend?
I don't know. I might bring them back. I might take them to school on Monday. I'm not sure. Okay, she'd held her tongue the entire time, but this was a little bit unreasonable.
So am I supposed to just sit around the house waiting for you to maybe show up with the kids?
Oh, you have big plans? What, is the blue-collar dude gonna run you to Walmart? That's a pretty big outing. His eyes narrowed. They reminded her of ice. There's only so many times you can push your cart around the store, woman.
If you leave the children at this house and there's no one home, I will be forced to call child services when I arrive and find that they are here unsupervised. So if you don't want that to happen to you, maybe you'd better make sure that I'm going to be here before you bring them.
The few times that she'd gone to therapy, the therapist told her she needed an outlet for her anger. That went directly against the teaching that she remembered when she used to be a regular church attender. The idea that she could get rid of her anger was a humanistic idea. That she needed an outlet, punching a pillow or kicking stones or whatever. It was all a bunch of crap. She had to change her thinking. Because, yeah, if she kept thinking about the same thing over and over again, getting angry about it each time, it would never go away. But she could relax her stress levels with breathing, and she could change her thinking so that she didn't get angry. So, as Alistair's mouth flapped open and closed, she took several deep, cleansing breaths and looked at him. Really looked at him. He was a jerk, yes. He was definitely egotistical, stuck on himself. He totally lacked any kind of character. That meant she should pity him and be very happy that she wasn't married to him anymore. Because if she were still married to him, she would have to be putting up with this. Since she wasn't, she didn't have to. That thought made her happy. She didn't need a pillow to punch.
She just needed to corral her thoughts and shove them in the right direction. She should be doing a happy dance, complete with pom-poms and hula hoops, since she wasn't married to this jerk anymore. She lifted her chin, not even having to force her smile.
If you'd like to let me know what your plans are for the daddy-daughter dance for that weekend, you can call me or, better yet, just text me.
She turned and began walking away.
I'm going to go help the children get ready to go. We'll bring them out when we're done.
She probably should have invited him in, but she couldn't find it within herself to feel bad about that. He could wait outside, because, yeah, she didn't have to get angry, and she wouldn't. And the only way that could happen was for her to distance herself from him and see him as a pathetic human being that deserved her pity. She met the children coming out, and she knelt down, wrapping her arms around both of them. Jax was practically jumping up and down, but Daisy was much more subdued. Still, Holland hardly thought that several months of neglect would make Daisy hate her dad. Holland didn't want that anyway.
Love you guys. Be good for your dad, okay? I love you too, Mommy,
Jack said as he held her tight.
Won't you come with me?
Her throat seized up and hurt. Her eyes wanted to fill with tears, because she could hardly resist the pleading in her little boy's voice. Alistair would take her back. He would, if she could put up with everything that he was doing and go back to being his wife and putting up with his girlfriends. Maybe she would try if he wasn't going to have any more lovers. She blinked, and at the top of her eyes as she looked over between her kid's shoulders, she saw Foster's work boots. She bit both of her lips and closed her eyes. She couldn't do it. The divorce was final anyway. Maybe if the divorce papers hadn't been signed and sealed for months. Whatever.
No, he doesn't want me there. I'm sorry, but this is the way it has to be.
She hated having to say that. She didn't want to have to do it and hurt her child.
I love you too, Mom.
Daisy's hand tapped on her back lightly. Come on, you two, we're wasting daylight. Alistair was behind her, and he pulled on the arms of her children. She let them go, standing up and moving beside Foster. Immediately, his arm came around her, and she leaned into him.
I'm afraid I'm not going to be very good company this weekend,
she said softly as Alistair opened the back door and Jax climbed in slowly. He didn't seem any more eager to get in Alistair's car than Alistair was to have him there. Daisy had walked over to the other side, and she looked over the hood at Holland and Foster before she moved and got in it. Alistair didn't look back when he got in the car. Holland couldn't blame him. She wouldn't either. He probably hated her. She hoped that wasn't what she felt for him. She hoped she could dredge up pity so that she could show him kindness. It hadn't done her any good when they were married, but she couldn't justify being unkind. No matter how mean he was to her, it just wasn't right. How do you feel about a hike? All she wanted to do was go inside and crawl into bed and pull the covers over her head.
Okay.
Foster's suggestion was better. If she took a hike now, maybe she'd be able to sleep later. Chapter 19. It didn't take Holland very long to get ready, and Foster drove them to the wide spot at the base of the mountain where they'd get out and walk up the trail to the lookout. It was a steep trail and a hard hike, but he figured they could both use it. Holland surprised him. As much as she had not felt well and had headaches, she kept up, and he didn't slow down for her. In fact, she might have gone a little slower for him. He laughed. He liked that. They got about halfway up the mountain and stopped to take a break, both of them puffing. They stood there about 5 minutes before he caught his breath enough to talk.
I never even asked if you were getting a headache. We don't have to go the whole way up if you are. This probably isn't helping.
No, I'm fine. I felt a little throbbing when he first came, but I just really tried to make sure that I was controlling what I was thinking and didn't let my anger and hurt get the better of me. Or my anxiety. I have to let him have the kids, and I can't worry about what's happening to them whenever I'm not there. I want everything to be fine, but I have to give them to God, and I can't worry about them. In theory.
She smiled a little, and he grinned back. He liked her attitude. Pulling a water out of his back pocket, he took the lid off and offered it to her. She took it.
Thank you.
He waited while she drank, looking around the woods. He hoped they made it to the top and back before it got dark. It was a pretty steep walk down, and he hadn't really been thinking about the fact it was getting dark earlier. It would also be chilly, but he didn't think that would bother them. They were both in sweatshirts, and with the exertion, he was definitely sweating. Her face also had a red, rosy glow to it. It was as healthy as she'd looked since she'd moved back in with his dad. She handed the water back to him, and he drank the rest and stuck the empty bottle back in his pocket, glad he brought two.
As long as you're feeling okay, you ready to keep going?
Yes, and thank you. This is much better than me curled up in bed with a blanket over my head. I appreciate you doing this.
Don't even pretend it's me doing you the favor. He grinned. Any time that I get to spend with you is a gift.
She shook her head, but she was smiling too, and he was so happy that he could make her smile. It was a while later before they arrived at the top. She had the reaction he was hoping she would. He already knew she had never been up there, and the view was spectacular.
Wow, this is amazing. You must be able to see for miles and miles.
We were never able to figure out quite exactly how far we could see, but you're right. It's a good ways.
Looks like it'll be a beautiful sunset, too.
That tells me we better not linger up here too long. It's a bear getting down in the dark.
I bet. I was barely able to see the trail and where it went in the daylight.
It is kind of hard to see in places. I used to come up here a lot when I was a kid, though, so I kind of went from memory more than actual visual clues.
You just took off? You went wherever you wanted to?
He nodded, not wanting to talk about his childhood right now. He looked away.
I don't want to upset you, but I did have a question.
Anything. I'll answer anything for you.
He wasn't sure how to phrase this. He knew it sounded needy no matter how he said it, but it was better for him to be honest and try, at least try, to be open as much as he could with his feelings. He wanted this to work.
Are you still attracted to your ex?
Her eyes got big, and she said an immediate, "No." She shivered, just like she had when Alistair looked at her earlier.
What in the world makes you ask that?
His jaw tensed. He deliberately relaxed it, but he didn't force himself to meet her eyes. Instead, he looked out across the view. So much beauty lay spread out before them.
You shivered when he looked at you. I wasn't sure what that meant.
They'd been standing long enough that they were no longer panting, and she took a step closer to him. He reached an arm out and pulled her against him. It was where he wanted her.
Revulsion. That was it. I admit I feel guilt when I see him, because I know I could go back and he'd take me, and our children would have a mom and a dad who live together. I know that's probably best for them. And I can give some kind of song and dance about how it's not good for me to be a role model that stays with some guy that cheats and all that blah blah. But I think that's probably not true. I think being a role model to my children, the person who keeps her word, even when it's hard, is more important than possibly being a bad role model by staying with someone who cheated.
Shivers ran fiercely through him, turning into cramping jaws like alligator teeth biting into his lungs and heart and scraping against the inside of his ribs. Was this where she said she was going back?
Lord God, please no.
She continued thoughtfully.
It's too late for that. The divorce papers were signed. To go back now would be stupid.
I couldn't agree with that more.
Cool relief flowed over him in a big way that he welcomed. He closed his eyes. Man, she'd scared him.
Still, I feel guilt, pain, because my kids feel pain.
I wish I could take that for you. Take the pain of your headaches, the pain of your heart, all of it. You don't know how bad I want to take it for you.
Her head shook against his chest.
Just you being here, doing this with me, just having your arms around me and knowing that you think I'm amazing no matter what, is more than anybody has ever done for me before. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
They stood there for a while, longer than they should have as the daylight faded. But Foster didn't want to move and didn't want to let her go. Finally, they started down the mountain, slipping and sliding, and once he tripped and rolled before he got back to his feet. What they were doing was probably dangerous, but somehow they had to get off the mountain. They were having fun. She was laughing. Hearing her laughter made him fall in love with her even more. He probably should tell her. Just everything seemed so hard. All the stuff with her kids and her ex, plus her headaches. He didn't want to add another emotional complication on top of it. He thought she might be falling for him, but he didn't want to push. Not when there was so much happening in her life. So he kept his mouth shut, and they finally made it down and went home together. It didn't surprise Holland that Alistair didn't call Saturday before he brought them home. It also didn't surprise her that he didn't even give them a full 24 hours. But she didn't say that when he dropped them off. She just acted as happy as she felt to see them. They looked pretty happy to see her as well. She had actually walked over to the car to talk to Alistair because she was curious as to what he was doing with the daddy-daughter dance, and he hadn't even gotten out to walk the kids into the house. Thankfully, Foster got them in and started washing their dirty clothes and helping them unpack. But Alistair wouldn't give her a set answer about the daddy-daughter dance, and he left with her frustrated. The next weekend, Alistair didn't show at all on Friday, and he didn't call. They ended up going roller skating again in the garage, which Holland suspected her kids liked just as much as going to their dad's. Jax actually said so, but Daisy didn't say much of anything. That night after the kids were in bed, Holland took a shower, then searched the house, looking for Foster. She thought she might have to go to the basement for him, but he was sitting at the table, looking at some kind of owner's manual that had pieces and arrows and parts and very small writing on his phone.
Do you have a minute?
His head snapped up. Normally, after they put the kids to bed, they didn't see each other again. It was almost an unspoken thing that the kids were their chaperones, although neither one of them ever said it.
Yeah, of course. Do you want to talk here?
As an answer, she pulled out a chair. Foster set his phone upside down on the table and held his hand out. She took it in hers.
What's wrong?
She bit her lip.
What if Alistair doesn't show up next weekend?
You know, I was thinking about that too. I've never rented a tux before, but maybe I better look into that this week. Do you think there's time?
Yes. Oh, thank you. I'm sure you can. There's probably plenty of tuxes available. Even if it doesn't fit just perfectly, it would be so much better than nothing if Alistair doesn't come through.
Foster was nodding, but he didn't have his normal smile. There just seemed to be some tightness on his face. She tilted her head.
I really appreciate you doing this, being willing to be the backup.
Yeah, I guess that's what I am. The backup.
His thumb rubbed over her knuckles.
I don't mind. Not for Daisy. I just don't want that to be true for you.
It's not. Honest.
He lifted her hand to his face and kissed her knuckles.
I love you. I just wanted you to know.
His eyes held hers, with all the sincerity in the world in them. It surprised her. She wasn't expecting him to say that. But her answer wasn't hard.
I love you too. I have for a while. How could I not?
I just know that there's a temptation in your heart to go back to him. I'm not worried about it exactly. I just know it will hurt.
She sighed. He was right about the temptation, but it wasn't what he thought.
I can promise you that will not happen. I have zero desire to be with Alistair. But I suppose you've seen that I want my kids to have a family, and they want their mom and dad to be together. If there's any pull toward Alistair, it's because that dream hasn't quite died in my mind.
She swallowed hard and looked up at him, hoping she could get him to see.
There's no way I would ever go back with a man who would cheat on me in an exam room in the same building that I work in while I'm just yards away. I would have to be the stupidest person on the planet to go back to him.
She let out a trembling breath.
Especially when I have you.
Marry me.
That was abrupt. He gave a little smile.
I know this isn't the way I was supposed to do it, but I've been thinking about it. In just a couple of weeks, our parents will be back. I'd like to marry you and move into my house, if you'll have me. I know everything's unsettled and there's lots of things that probably would make it a smart decision to wait, and if that's what you want, I'm fine with it, but...
She put a finger over his lips.
Shh.
She waited until his mouth closed.
Yes, you're right. I think that there are a lot of people who would say that we should wait. But I feel the exact same way about you that I did in high school, only stronger. And you're the same man, only better. We were basically together for 2 years. I know who you are and the character that you had then. It's only gotten better with time. I know you're taking a chance on me, but I've got solid gold.
You're giving me way too much credit, lady.
I have to respectfully disagree with that. I'm not giving you enough.
Well, I just want to agree to disagree, especially since I just asked you to marry me without a ring, and I'm not on my knees. But I do think I'll take a kiss.
She had to smile, reaching up to give him what he'd asked for.
How soon? Today? Tomorrow?
His eyes widened, then he laughed.
Maybe we should give the kids a chance to get used to us. A couple weeks?
Crazy how a couple weeks could feel like an eternity, although she knew he was right and agreed that the kids needed to factor into their decision. And, of course, the fact that he would think of them first made her love him more.
You're right, of course,
she murmured.
I love it when you say that,
he murmured back, the low note in his voice making her shiver, a good shiver. His hands tightened.
That one was for me.
Her grin widened and she pressed closer.
It was.
He made her shiver. He made her think. He made her want to do right, not just with her mother and children, but with her life in general. She knew she didn't need to work to deserve him, but he made her want to be better, in a sweet, wonderful way. Rather than dragging her down, like everyone thought, he lifted her up, pointed her to the source of all hope and spurred her to want to live better. The shivers were icing. His eyes were hot as he lowered his head.
I love feeling that and knowing it was me that caused it.
He paused and his lips quirked.
Good shivers, I hope.
The very best.
Holland stood with a hand on Jax's shoulder, Foster's arm around her, as they watched Alistair open his car door for Daisy.
She was beautiful,
Foster said softly.
She's just as ugly as she ever was,
Jax said without rancor.
I'm gonna go get my stuff so we can go on that hike you said about.
His body slipped out from under Holland's hands and he sped away. Holland barely noticed. Not that she didn't care about her son, because she did, but she felt like the man beside her needed her standing with him. Foster might not be hurting exactly, but he was definitely feeling a little down. She was too, to be honest. It hardly seemed fair that Foster had done more for Daisy in the short time he'd been with her than Alistair had done for most of her life, but Alistair was the one who got to take her tonight. Not that Holland thought Foster was upset he didn't get to go to the dance for the dance's sake. He just felt sidelined, marginalized maybe. She wasn't sure what name to give it.
Guess we can take that tux back on the way to take Jax up the mountain.
His voice didn't hold much emotion. It sounded almost flat.
Yeah.
She kept her eyes on her daughter's red head as it disappeared into Alistair's car.
We might as well. It's on the way.
He didn't say anything as the car pulled away.
You know, if you hadn't rented it, Alistair wouldn't have showed.
Yeah, I know.
She turned toward him, facing him, with both arms around him and looked up. He put his other arm around her but stared over her head. They stood like that for a while. She thought about not saying anything. Sometimes that was better. Sometimes people just had to work through things. But she wanted him to know how she felt.
I really appreciate you being willing to either step up or step down.
His jaw flexed.
I just wanted to thank you for being a man of character.
He took a deep breath and blew it out, pulling her closer and laying his cheek on top of her head. The tension in his body didn't relax, but his hands relaxed on her back.
I'm not upset that I'm not going to the dance. It's more that I feel like I'm the unwanted fifth wheel in your family. It's only going to get worse when your mom comes back.
Then we won't be around her.
You can't keep your kids from their grandmother.
I will, if she doesn't treat you right.
He pulled back, taking a hold of her shoulders and looking down into her eyes.
I don't want the kids to be used as pawns.
I don't want you to be treated badly. You're twice the man Alistair is. You don't deserve what you're getting."
A shadow of a smile crossed his face.
None of us deserve what we get, right?
She didn't understand at first.
It's just a matter of being grateful for what we have, rather than upset over what we don't.
He looked down and met her gaze.
I'm blessed to be in your life at all. I'm blessed to be able to work and play with your kids. I'm blessed that you're standing here right now, letting me put my arms around you and saying that you'll marry me, saying that you'll walk beside me.
His eyes lifted.
I want Daisy to have the very best, and when Alistair can't be there for her, I will, and I'll count it as a privilege.
His words were more beautiful than 1,000 bouquets like the one Alistair had brought Daisy today. But
"It hurts you, and I hate that."
Life is pain sometimes. It can't all be good. I'll be a better man for this.
It's hard to watch.
Just like it's hard for me to watch you struggle with your migraines. Hard to see what you were a few weeks ago when Alistair had treated you and your children like trash.
he smiled a real smile.
But isn't that what beauty from ashes means? That you went through that, and you're stronger and more beautiful and better, with more character than you were before.
I don't know about all that, but maybe I will be.
She knew for a certainty that she was better from being with him. Again, he pulled her up, making her a better person than what she would have been content with. His fingers touched her cheek.
You are, and it just gets better from here.
And my mom?
We'll just keep doing right, and hopefully she'll come along. But regardless of how she acts, we won't change our plan. Just keep on doing right.
Epilogue. Bram rubbed his forehead absently as he reached for the doorknob to the Richmond Rebel's garage. The very last thing he wanted to do was walk into this garage tonight and socialize with the cheating women who had stolen the welding contract out from under his brothers and caused a lot of financial stress and hardship for their shop for the last few months. He supposed the rest of the guys were just happy to have work, but he had a tendency to hold a grudge. After working 36 hours straight, it was going to be hard for him to be civil. But he couldn't let his brothers down. He was the oldest, and, growing up in the kind of household that they had, with no mom and a mostly absent father, his brothers needed him to hold things together. So, here he was this evening to support his family, but he had zero plans on being anything more than a polite stranger to the women who had stolen the contract but couldn't keep up with the work. If Bram would have had his way, they would have waited until the girl's shop went out of business. Then they'd have taken the pieces and the contract and gone with it, not needing to have anything to do with the ladies. But ever since Thad had gotten together with Justice, and Bram was happy about that, only because his brother was happy, Thad had been pushing to let bygones be bygones and to bury the hatchet. Bram had experienced it too many times, women getting more than they had earned just because they were women. He'd been knocked down way too many times because he wasn't the right gender or skin color or sexual orientation or some such other baloney. He'd scratched and clawed and fought to get where he was, but because of his gender or some other thing he had no control over, he was considered entitled and spoiled and shoved to the bottom of the pile so someone who hadn't earned what he had, who hadn't worked like he had, who wasn't as good as he was, could take his place. It bit. He hadn't gone home to change out of his scrubs. Should have, but he hadn't expected to work that last 12-hour shift. He'd give his brothers an hour. They wanted him and he wouldn't let them down. But then he was going home. Yanking the door open, he strode in. 10 or 15 people milled around the counter that doubled as a desk where Liberty worked during the day. He saw her blonde head right away, directly beside his brother Blade, who had a hand on her shoulder and was bending down, whispering in her ear, his dark head contrasting with her lightness. They laughed together, and a pang zapped at Bram's heart. A good pang, he thought, since he was certainly happy for his brother. His eyes slid over to Thad and Justice. They stood talking to a man and a woman who looked familiar to Bram, but he couldn't place them. Maybe he was more tired than he thought he was, although he'd worked more hours straight in med school and more often than the single 36-hour shift he'd just pulled last night. He shouldn't be that tired. He wasn't too wiped to see Thad's arm around Justice's waist and her head leaning toward his. Again, there was that pang. A kid, lying on his stomach on a creeper, zipped by. Bram slowed down so he wouldn't step on the boy.
Sorry about that,
Foster said, coming over and shaking Bram's hand. Foster's other hand held Holland's, the girl, their stepsister, that Foster had been seeing secretly in high school. Foster probably didn't know that Bram knew. Bram had never said anything. He figured Holland and Foster made a pretty good match, except for Holland's mother. Just got a text from Dad, Bram said as he dropped Foster's hand and crossed his arms over his chest. He thought he smelled coffee, and he needed a cup.
Oh, yeah?
Foster's eyes widened a bit, and he loosened his grip from Holland's hand and put it around her shoulders, pulling her close. Yeah, he said he and Judy made an offer on a house down there. Foster's eyes lit up, as Bram suspected they would, although, to Foster's credit, he didn't shout or jump in celebration. Bram figured Judy hadn't changed much from when they were in high school, and she wouldn't be very happy about seeing her daughter pressed to the side of his brother, although Bram knew Judy would be hard-pressed to find a better man for her daughter anywhere.
So they might be staying down there?
Holland asked, with what looked like hope dawning in her eyes. Looks like it. Bram allowed one side of his mouth to turn up. He was too tired to do much smiling. Dad's probably gonna want to sell the house up here.
That's fine. We're moving into my house just as soon as we get married in 2 weeks.
If they hadn't spent so much time together in high school, Bram might have thought they were rushing it. But he suspected they would have gotten married and would have still been married if Judy hadn't broken things up. Bram wasn't sure how she did it, but he was almost positive it was all her. Florida was a good place for her. Mexico would be even better.
Mother, tell Jax we don't know if we're getting a half-brother or half-sister. He's trying to tell those people over there that he's definitely getting a brother.
A little girl with flaming red hair strode up to her mother, tugging on her arm.
It's not going to hurt anything, Daisy. He might be wrong, but he could be right, too.
Holland put a free hand on top of her daughter's head.
I'll talk to him later and be sure he's clear.
Bram lifted his brow at Foster. You have something you want to tell me, brother? Foster huffed out a laugh.
Nope, that's not on me. Holland's ex apparently has 2 of his girlfriends pregnant, and they're fighting over who gets to marry him, or who has to marry him. Not sure exactly, and I really don't care.
The tightness in Bram's chest that he hadn't even noticed was there eased.
Hey, that's one of the twins that came from up north. Foster nodded his head.
Bram knew this kind of social situation dictated that he turn his head discreetly and look without really looking, but blame it on the lack of sleep, he didn't. While the little red-headed girl tugged on her mother's arm and asked another question, he turned completely around and looked across the bay to the opposite corner. It wasn't hard to know who Foster had been talking about. There was only one person in that direction. Everyone else was grouped around the counter where the food was. But this blonde, long, wavy blonde hair that hung down her back past her waist, was over there by herself. That was okay. Bram understood the idea of being antisocial. He was that way himself at times. But she had some kind of piece of chalk in her hand and was drawing on the white wall. Bram assumed she'd probably gotten permission from one of his brothers. None of them would give a flip if the walls were drawn on, but still, it was odd. And the creature she was drawing, it looked like a winged dragon with an oddly shaped head, something out of some kind of fantasy movie or something. She must be the painter. Foster's voice was in his ear. A light sheen of sweat had broken out over Bram's body. Some kind of odd reaction, probably indicated by his lack of sleep. His pulse rate had gone up as well, and his breathing was shallow. It seemed like his blood sugar might be dropping. I'm getting something to eat. He didn't look at Foster before he walked off, not in the direction of the table laden with food. His feet pointed his body directly toward the blonde, irritation scratching at his throat. What kind of rude was it to steal their contract, then come to meet them, and, instead of apologizing and begging forgiveness, drawing some kind of cartoon character on their walls? They were a truck garage, not a daycare. He knew he was grumpy from lack of sleep, but he still intended to give the girl a piece of his mind. He'd only taken a step before Foster spoke again, low and quiet. Hey, be careful. Her brothers are pretty big. I don't give a flip about her brothers. The brat needs to grow up. This isn't a high school art class. It's a business meeting to talk about the collaboration of our companies. Foster's lips pressed together. It almost looked like he was smirking. Okay, big bro, if you say so. I do, and I'm going to say so to her, too. Bram zeroed in on the blonde again. He had a very bitter taste in his mouth for people who thought they were entitled. This blonde could just move herself back over with everyone else where she belonged, or else go draw on someone else's walls. Hi, this is Jay, and thanks for listening. If you're ready for another great Jessie Gussman audiobook, here's one we think you might like. Or check out our latest releases. Don't forget to subscribe to Say with Jay, give this video a thumbs up, and tell us what you liked in the comments.